Good afternoon. My name is Michael Rahal. I'm an international master and I'm here with Grandmaster Ilja Zaragatski. How are you, Ilja?
Good, thank you. Thanks for the introduction. Yeah, welcome everyone. Good afternoon. Here from our studio in Hamburg, live commentating the British Championship in Llandundo, which is not a funky way of saying London, but it's actually a small town in Wales. Have you ever heard of that before?
First time, but I'm sure we'll hear about it a lot these days.
Yeah, chess definitely contributes to general education, doesn't it?
Exactly.
All right, so the games have started.
Games started, so we're going to analyse them a bit late, one by one, and see it go through the action. So the British, this is the 104th British Championship. Nearly all of the best players are participating, except for Michael Adams and Nigel Short. All the rest of the top players are participating, and we think there's going to be good action today, and obviously every day during this week. Although the first rounds normally better players go through, although I'm sure one or two upsets will arise. What do you think, Ilja?
Yeah, probably so. So we've opened up the first game, which is David Howell, the tournament favorite, against Graham Moore. David being rated 27.02 and Graham Moore 21.55. So quite a difference there on the first board, but the difference gets lower once we look at lower boards. But with so many games in play, I'm sure there will be one or two or even three, or maybe even much more upsets today.
We'll see.
I don't suppose we're going to see the big upsets on the first board, because there the rating difference is actually quite significant. But on the other boards, it will be exciting. So let's see. Can our viewers already see the board? I believe so. Yeah, it looks quite like it. So this is still opening phase in Howell against Moore, and we see the I think it's called the Hungarian opening, 1G3. Yeah, this is a tricky way of going over into the English, which he should have played. He should have played the English, I mean, just to honor the country and the championship. But he starts with G3, and there's some intricacies why this is a clever move order sometimes. Like, for example, if your opponent plays the hedgehog, then all setups with B6 are being stopped from the get-go, since the bishop is coming to G2. Is there a button for removing all the arrows at the same time? Or do I
think it's Control Alt Y. You can try it.
You're a real pro, aren't you? Control Alt
Y.
So. Okay, I'll check it later on. Okay, so this is the first game. This is the current position. I mean, not much is going on. Anything can happen, probably.
Why do you think you played G3, Ilja? Maybe just to avoid any pre-game preparation by his opponent?
No, just because he can.
He's a grandmaster, he can do anything he wants, no?
I believe David plays the English and related openings, like also the ready, probably regularly. So it's just a way to mix things up, and there's no big risk. I mean, there's one reason why people don't play G3 that often. It's because it allows Black to play D5, and then after Bishop G2 E5, gain the full center. Of course, White is going to try to attack the center at one point or the other. It's possible to go D3 here and play a reversed Pertz with the tempo up. And the other option, let me just check. Control Alt Y. Oh, wow, you're a wizard, aren't you? So and the other option is to go C4 here, and then after D4 you'll have some Benoni or maybe Banco Gambit type of structures.
With the tempo up,
Exactly, with the tempo up. But I think the critical way is to simply go
maybe Queen B3
C6.
or something like that.
Queen B3 is very tricky.
It's very tricky, isn't it?
There is this idea. Okay, we can start with Queen B3. There is this idea of just putting all the pieces. Oh wait. Onto this pawn, attack this pawn, and D4 is never possible because...
Of course, the diagonal is open to the B7 pawn.
Because the B7 pawn is going to be hanging. I'm still not an expert with these arrows. But there's knight C6, which is the critical line here, and after knight takes D5, knight D4 is extremely unpleasant. Now we have to exchange here. I think even G takes F6 is considered more critical, even better than Queen takes. And now Queen D1 is the best move. Okay, Queen A4 is possible, but then simply Bishop D7, no problem. So Queen D1, and here after Bishop F5 or Bishop E6, then Rook C8, the compensation is very strong. So this is why
I can see why this. You have to be very well prepared to go into these type of lines. So.
Well, yeah, I'm pretty sure David is aware of that.
Of course.
And there's another way to play it, which is this line. So trying to go for a
Isolated queen board.
Exactly.
Good.
IQP position
Yep.
with the fianchetto, which be actually quite nice, but e4 is considered quite fine for black. At least if he knows what he's doing, like not developing the knight to f6 too early, because then bishop g5
and then e3 and
okay.
c3.
It's a position, but top players really don't like their bishop to be closed down by this pawn chain, and especially if there's another pawn coming to f5, which sometimes happens.
So here we're seeing David Howell, 2,700 against Graham Moore. That's nearly a 550 gap.
Yeah, I think if he wins the game, he just gains 0.8 elo points.
If he gains anything.
No, I think he always gets 0.8, yeah.
Years ago, people were thinking that you could even lose rating by winning with such a gap, but that's impossible. It's mathematically impossible.
Yeah.
So let's check the second game. See what's happening.
Let's do that. I believe we have some more action. Actually, we have this position currently. We failed to update it in time on the first board. So things happened. Black
went for King's Indian, and this is a sort of perk. Fianchetto, perk, King's Indian, depending if white plays c4 or knight c3, no?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, so maybe Dave will think now and choose the best option for him. So is this the second board? And here we have Gawain Jones, who I'm not entirely sure, but I think he might be from Wales. I think so. At least Gawain I think it's a Welsh name.
It's well possible.
Sure. I'll check that afterwards. So he's playing with black against Conor Murphy. 2154, again, nearly 500 points, so very big rating gap. But already there are 12 moves into the opening. What's happening here?
Very similar type of opening. Also, none of the main lines, not one e4, not one d4, just a slow rati, and here play transposed to the English. So this is basically just a reversed Sicilian. Close Sicilian.
Yes.
I believe with the knight on f3, this is not considered too critical for black. White would have rather played a setup with either the Botwinic structure with e4, knight g2, or some players also prefer putting the knight to e2. Okay, I mean, this is definitely also possible with the knight on f3, but I believe this is not considered the most critical. But of course, it's a very playable position. So white is definitely very quick on the queen side, expanding already, opening up the diagonal for the bishop. And okay, now I guess typical moves would be moving the knight around, maybe even something like this is conceivable.
C2,
although this consumes a lot of time, and the knight is sometimes missing on the queen side. Like whenever this knight moves, even ideas like h5, h4 are possible. What else could white be doing? Actually, you could play e4 here, I guess. Just to tighten the grip on the center, kind of dominate this knight. And
in Spain, there's a word for this structure. It's called the horns, los cuernos, because the e4, d3, c4 sort of resembles the horns of a bull, and it's quite popular both with white and black, and especially here where black can't really take advantage of the d4 square. So this could be interesting.
Yeah, I think
maybe now knight d7, c5, or we'd have to see. So, and if not, then black will probably go for knight d7 and f5, and maybe try and create some attack on the king side. No,
that's what quite
Jones
possibly
will
so. Yeah, so I believe this pawn structure, this triangle, is called the Botwinic system, at least in the Russian chess world, and well, not only. And I believe, I just watched some videos about it. Matter of fact, here on the ChessBase server. But you want to have the knight on e2. You don't really want it on f3 because it's first of all it's blocking the bishop's view, and also it's got quite a far route to go to d5, so that's not going to happen. You'd rather have it.
Also, you're blocking f4 at some point if white wants to create some initiative on the king's side.
You'd rather have it here and then put both your knights to d5 and live a happy life. But this way, okay. But still, I mean, there's still some upsides of going e4 here. It's really difficult for black to create counterplay. Whenever you play with these horns, this f5 idea and storming the king side becomes just much more difficult. Yeah, I mean, it's possible, but I think it's more difficult with. So it's more of a positional approach for white. Less risky, but okay, the knight is a bit misplaced here, but we'll see.
So at least after 12 moves, Connor's playing a decent game against Gawain. He's definitely... Did he end up playing e4, or was this our analysis?
No, I don't think he
I think this was an idea we were considering.
That's the position. Oh yeah, he went bishop b2 apparently.
b2,
yeah. And
now
d7.
queen d7 seems good.
Yeah.
Maybe going for an exchange of bishops a3, or just communicating the rooks and seeing how the game could develop.
Actually, I like bishop b2. I like it more than e4 now that it's on the board, because White sometimes simply wants to go rook a1
and challenge
then
the open file.
Just either exchange the rooks or get the open file and then annoy black a bit. And it's really difficult to create an attack with black, because black definitely is going to try to play on the queen side somehow. Yeah. It's really difficult to launch an attack without queens on the rooks on the board, or if you have to take care of these potentially weak pawns. So bishop b2.
It's not bad. Interesting move.
Also anticipating all kinds of shenanigans here along the long diagonal. Otherwise, in some lines, the knight would be hanging. So bishop b2 and rook a1 doesn't make sense. Okay, so queen d7, kind of hinting at planning to exchange the bishop on h3, which is the main defender, and not only the main defender of the king side, but also does a good job creating pressure on this diagonal. So
White could go rook e1 to fall back with a bishop, or he might decide to allow the bishop to be changed, to exchange. That's something that Connor will have to think about in his next move.
I think I'd rather just go rook a1, and I actually think that I've seen this position, almost this exact position, in another video series on the English Opening by Krzysztof Zilecki, commonly known as Chess Explained.
Yes.
And he recommends to play like this as well. Okay, these bishop, if I'm not mistaken, but I think it's almost a position, if my memory doesn't fail me. And even if the bishops will be exchanged, there's not going to be any immediate attack, because the rooks are...
change the rooks,
yeah, I mean, queen will come to b3, then I'll just exchange on a8, put the other rook on a1, and I mean, I'm not going to get mated. But the downside is there's not so much potential in the position to play for a win. But
exactly.
I mean, Conor Murphy will probably
be a good idea with White,
with a draw.
That's very interesting. The idea that when you exchange the four rooks, black's attack will be lacking in strength when finally f5, f4 goes. No?
Yeah.
Let's see what's happening on board 3.
Let's do it. So we've got, what is it, Nicholas Perrott against Daniel Gallagher. Is that the game? Should be it, yeah?
Let me check here. The over...
Oh, no, wait, it's probably Luke McShane's game.
On the third board. Playing against Kothup.
Roger Kothup.
Not quite sure how to pronounce that.
Neither am I. But you can see that the difference in rating is very small for the second half of the setting list players, right? So all these players had 2155, 54, 51, and I believe there's a bunch of more players with 2150, 2100.
Yes,
but the top players, there's a bigger elo gap.
Exactly.
Like 2702, 2660.
Exactly, 2644. Then there's two players at 2500. And then already number 10 is 2460. So, but there's a huge amount of club players.
Yeah.
Exactly, 2200.
Actually, a lot of young players as well.
Yep.
All under 18 players.
Yeah.
Incredible.
So, lots of players, lots of young upcoming players here.
Maybe we'll see some upsets by these players in the first round.
Exactly.
Okay, so Luke McShane against Roger Kothup.
He played g3 as well in the first
G3 as well. It seems to be fashionable. I like this move as well, especially in bullet, because you can set up your house on the king side very quickly without losing any time with pre-moves, right? And then you take it from there. Later you start occupying the center.
With pre-moves, so...
Yeah, of course.
Always risky,
no time to... Well, some cheeky opponents will go bishop h3. You don't want to have that. So... and then just take your bishop. And it's not a bishop, it's a bishop and a rook, actually.
Exactly.
So even hard to make up for it in a bullet game.
So g3. Now, black has gone c5, so opens up the possibility of a Sicilian, and white plays e4.
So just like David also went with e4, continued with e4 later on.
Of course, here you have the option of playing knight e2 instead of knight f3, which could be useful. And then the setup with knight e2, c3, and d4, which is quite interesting in some variations.
So this is just a close to Sicilian now, similar to Gawain Jones's game, except with correct colors, not reversed.
And he hasn't played knight c3 yet. So, but as we can see, now
it's a time on off, a g3 time on off. So all kinds of move order tricks and transpositions.
Now this is tricky because if Kotap doesn't usually play time on off,
then he's busted.
Then he could be in trouble because this and especially also White hasn't played knight c3 yet, so he can even consider playing c4 in some positions if he wants to.
But I mean, the g3 line is not the wildest one.
No, but it's quite tricky. If Black doesn't know how to put his pieces, for instance, a6 and b5 is much more difficult in these positions.
I believe one of the main proponents of this line is Mickey Adams.
Exactly,
he plays that quite often. So we'll
he has
see.
several more games in this variation.
Maybe a speciality of the British chess school. We'll see. Okay, so still opening phase here. All right, so what would be, I believe, bishop. You don't want to have the bishop on e7 necessarily that early. Sometimes you take and go bishop c5.
Exactly.
That's one of the main
The thing
lines.
is, he can't do that. Now, when you're in this position, he could try d6, but then some variations with knight takes c6 and e5 are quite dangerous for. Actually, I think this is theory. E5, d takes e5, and then you give the exchange on.
Oh, really?
But I think it's good for White in the end.
So bishop d5 doesn't quite
well.
work. Yeah, just like this, I guess.
This is a bad position for Black for sure. No, but I don't think Black will play d6. I think he'll probably go for a castle or maybe a6.
Yeah, that's not what you play against a 26-50 player without preparation, without ever having seen.
The thing is, I think bishop e7 might even be not precise because of d4.
Yeah,
opening up the game. Maybe
queen c7 or a6.
Yeah,
on this.
a6 is probably most precise. Possibly d5 as well.
d5 looks like the principal approach, just grabbing some space in the center. And then, okay, but it's not everybody's cup of tea to play with an isolated pawn. Or maybe it's even possible to take...
Well, actually, the knight takes d5 was played yesterday in the Spanish under-16 championship by one of my students.
You think they're following this game?
No, I don't think so. And my student played d4 here.
Right.
And
it's an edge. Looks like an edge.
But he didn't play it too well in the middle game and ended up in a worse position. So it's always tricky. It was tricky for both of them. But d5 is normal here.
Yeah, I think you should take with the pawn. And I think there's some lines actually with bishop g4 here, if I'm not mistaken.
Theoretical, yes.
Yeah, and this is considered equal. But it's a game. So, I mean, that's probably what the favorite players want. Just a game, not revealing too much of their hand regarding opening preparation for the next rounds to come for their
more
competitors.
Play,
yeah, exactly. So just play some interesting game, get your creativity going and get into the tournament with an interesting and slow game. That's what I would do anyway.
It seems a very reasonable way to approach the first rounds.
Yeah.
Play something out of theory, normal game, just get a position and...
Which is easier to do with White than with
Black. Of
course.
So. You can do it normally with White, exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
So let's go on to the fourth game. See what's happening there.
Niklas Pert, former junior world champion, against Daniel Gallagher. So
yeah, this is Pert's playing with White. Although I think we might have missed the game of Hawkins, possibly.
Oh yeah, that is possible. I'm not sure in which order these games come here on my screen.
It doesn't really matter. Pert is number 5, but board 4 would be Hawkins in principle.
Okay, let's check it in the
Seems like some sort of Italian game.
The Giuco Piano.
Hawkins 2582, very strong player.
Fashionable line with a4. No big surprise. Okay, and this is just one of the...
Why do you think the Italian has come back to fashion?
Well, I've been explained that by a strong grandmaster, actually, or several. So everybody used to play the Rui Lopez, and they have to deal with the Marshall and the Berlin Wall, and still nobody can find anything against the Berlin Wall, especially. So you have to learn a lot of theory and put a lot of effort into your opening repertoire if you want to play the Rui Lopez. But you're not getting anything out of it. So now people found this idea to play with a4, grabbing some space on the queen side, and just introducing some new ideas. Just getting a small edge, but a playable position with
queens on
almost
the board
with almost no effort.
Exactly.
I mean, you don't have to analyze these lines deeply. Just understand some ideas, get a game going, and just in a if you consider it in a cost-benefit ratio kind of way, then the costs are really low and the benefits are not gigantic, but they're there. So it's easier.
It's a good idea,
yeah, from a pragmatic standpoint. So everybody does it these days.
We're seeing this in nearly all the tournaments. I think it was Vishianan who started the trend about a year and a half ago. And then all the I remember because he played it once or twice in one tournament. I thought, that's strange, the Italian game. And then everyone started playing it, no? And especially with this idea of playing a quick A4 and gaining space on the queen side.
Yeah.
So this is a normal position. Black normally goes knight e7, g6 at some point. And
to be honest, I don't understand all the subtleties of this position. When you're supposed to castle, when are you supposed to play h3 or h6, when are you supposed to exchange the bishop on a3 and give your opponent the double pawns? When are they supposed to be good? When are they supposed to be bad? I really don't know. I mean,
you have to be. That's the thing, though, to be able to understand it in great detail.
These are the questions you have to answer for yourself, and then you're good to go. There's not any forced lines or anything.
No.
There's a couple these days, of course, because everybody's playing it. So there's the theories developing and evolving.
But it's still rather slow, though. So
it's rather slow,
and many new ideas can be found. So Italian game, business with the Italian game.
You play the Giuco piano as well?
Well, I play the Rui Lopez, but I hardly
it's time to switch.
It's time to switch, so I think I'll give it a try.
I just stopped playing e4 completely because I was annoyed with all of these lines. I just
listen to
go
Ilja
g3, 1 g3, and that's it.
Well, we see what they do, no? G3 and forget about Italian games and okay, we'll come back to this a bit later on to see. But the funny thing is, even a club player like his name was Morby, 2150, taking the advice of top grandmasters and playing.
It's catching up on all levels.
Yep.
That's how chess fashion works. Somebody starts playing an opening.
Everyone decides to.
A couple of grandmasters follow suit, and suddenly it permeates to all of the levels. Like Berlin is played at 1600, 1800 rating levels as well. Although there it's kind of okay.
Without all the nuances.
It doesn't make any sense. People play the Sicilian, play e4, e5, I don't know, play the French, right? Play the Caro-Kann. Doesn't really make sense to play Berlin unless you're 25, 26, 2700 grandmaster and you need a draw with black and to try to win with white. But that's how chess fashion works, I guess. It permeates through all levels. Okay.
Let's go to board number 5.
That would be...
Now we have Nicholas Pert. Yes.
Yeah, now we have.
2558. An excellent player, grandmaster.
Oh, interesting
very
position.
Strong.
Yeah.
This is a nice one.
And
so,
does he have a profile pic on your screen?
Well.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah.
There it is. So
on my screen, the profile pic has the same logo on in the background as we do.
So Nick Pert, 2558, playing against Daniel Gallagher.
Not to be confused with
Joseph Gallagher. Although maybe, who knows? Maybe
related, but not.
Maybe. Well, I think he lives in Switzerland now.
Yeah, he should be in front of the camera now as well, commentating all the chess festival. But of course, this one is the tournament you should be watching. So stay with us.
Stay with us here. Yes.
All right. So they went d4, knight f6, knight f3, c5.
d5 and black went b5 here.
No, he went e6. Yeah, b5 would be another way to play. I like to play that. I'm a Benko player.
Yes.
So I prefer playing b5 here. But
this is Benoni, and this is the Blumenfeld
gambit. Yeah, I don't like that one though.
It comes out not very often, and I thought it was. You can never say refuted, obviously, but I thought this was sort of dubious because of the variation with pawn takes pawn and c takes b5. But maybe there's new developments.
Actually, I heard there's other news here. So last thing I heard was that this is actually considered double-edged and fine enough for black. I mean, there are some ways for white to develop either with fianchetto.
But it's playable then.
I think it's supposed to be playable, but I think bishop g5 is considered a little bit more awkward to meet. And also bishop f4 is some fashionable move lately, but bishop g5 makes sense simply to fight to fight for these central squares.
Yep.
Okay, it doesn't make sense to play this really. I mean, or it's possible, I guess.
Probably transposed to one of the variations of the. But when you play bishop g5 against the Benko, then I think it's queen b6. They don't go e6, so it's a bit different.
this position doesn't usually arise from the Benko move order, but this looks like a Benoni now, except Black managed to play an early b5, which of course in the middle game would be desirable.
But in the opening it might be a bit loose, no?
These pawns are a little bit vulnerable. So I'm not sure about the concrete lines here, but this is supposed to be not undangerous for Black. And I believe if you take, then they go either e4 or probably just knight c3, and then
first, then e4,
and then just recapture this pawn. So I think actually
small
e takes
for white
d5.
there.
Yeah, e takes d5 is more critical. So that's the latest news I heard, that bishop g5 and bishop f4 are a little bit awkward to meet with.
Nick went for e4 straight away.
Yeah, this line I haven't seen. It's not that I was an expert in these lines. I'm not a d4 player, nor am I a Blumenfeld player, but e4 I haven't seen.
He's actually sacrificing the pawn, but would you take that pawn?
You have to take
you have
it.
to, because
otherwise
if you don't,
you
steamrolls
lost the
with
opening.
e5.
And okay, I mean, this is probably just a little better for white. I don't know. Is it possible to take with this? No, probably.
Maybe even e5. There.
E5. Oh,
Could
e5.
be tricky, no?
that looks
very dangerous. Maybe
I don't know. Maybe you can sacrifice all the. Nah, it's too optimistic, isn't it?
No, I know. I see what you're trying to do, but it's a bit risky.
Yeah, Black doesn't have any development, and he has.
I think he has to take. He has to take the pawn.
You can't go like this. I mean, it's impossible. Okay, maybe even knight d5. Yeah, you have to take the pawn on
with the knight. No, before. Yeah, exactly.
I just wanted to say, and this, I guess, knight c3 simply, and this is a very good version of the Benko later on, with where these two pawns are exchanged, and which is not considered that great for Black. I keep saying which is not considered. I don't even know where I get this idea from. Okay, just so e4 takes. That happened actually in bishop d3. So white is simply playing for a quick development.
Yeah. So the position is exactly now bishop d3, and Black is considering his move here. The knight is under attack. So
without having any opening book or any engine support,
seems dangerous, but
okay, we'll just go knight f6. I mean, there's no.
That's what I'd do if I didn't have any other main idea. F5 could be playable, but it seems a bit risky.
Definitely looks risky.
But I don't see anything wrong with knight f6.
No,
so
I think knight f6 is the way. Okay, it's just costs a lot of time to grab this pawn and then go back. But then on the other hand, it's a central pawn.
It's a central pawn, and I was taught that if the central pawn is up for grabs and there's no clear compensation, normally you have to take it, and then defense mode, and if you have to give it back, you give it back. But you can't really. You have to take it. It's there for you to grab it. So how would white play here? Maybe castle?
Yeah, probably just
maybe
castle.
Bishop g5? Probably just castle.
No? I'm considering castles, then b takes c4. How bad is that? Yeah, probably that is.
I don't think we can play knight d2 here. That would be too passive.
No, that's.
So it must be castle.
Knight c3 runs into b4. We don't want that. No, castling looks right because Black hardly can afford to go.
So this would be a position. No, takes on d5, knight c6, rook e1 check.
Yeah, maybe even rook e1, bishop g5 first. Maybe some. I mean, the least white has is recapturing the pawn. Maybe, but he shouldn't do it.
This looks very,
bishop
very
g5.
promising. Yes.
Yeah,
because he can't castle, and if he plays f6, he can't castle afterwards.
Yeah, I don't know, something like this.
This looks good.
Yeah, that's too dangerous. And also, there's always this psychological component. You don't want to go into these extremely sharp, dangerous opening lines against such a strong opponent if you're outrated by, what is it here?
500 points.
400 points in this case. Which I'm not sure is a good way of thinking, because you should just play the critical moves regardless against whom you're playing. But it's still
easier said than done, no?
Yeah, well, definitely. But this is our job, right?
Yeah, but it's true. You normally tend to go for the more cautious. Knight f6 was played on the.
Actually, I think we could in this game. I think we could witness a very quick white win. Like, I don't know, like for example, something like.
No, there's all types of tricks there. No,
I don't know, something like this.
That could be very, very dangerous. No, d6,
and
goodbye. No,
Black resigns.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll find this, but it's going to be difficult to defend against a quick attack like this. So Black has to be careful. He grabbed the pawn. Now he must be very careful to defend accurately and if needed, give back the pawn to finish his development.
Absolutely. Okay, so let's check. Knight f6, so we'll want to castle, bishop.
Nicholas is still thinking about his move, but
oh, really?
I think the castle.
Oh, knight f6. Okay.
He might be considering d takes e6 instead of castling. That's the only thing I'm considering that could be valid, but I don't think so.
That's playing a Blumenfeld gambit without a pawn on the e-file.
Now I think he's probably calculating the variation you showed on the board.
I think he should not be calculating, but if he plays e4, he should know what he's doing. Maybe he stood up from the board.
Maybe.
I think he's in book. I mean, you don't go e4 just because you get this idea during the game.
No,
it looks interesting.
Something he must have studied before. Yeah. And knight f6 seems a very plausible retreat, so he must have considered that in his preparation. I mean, it's not such a difficult move to find, no? So after castle, this is the position.
Bishop f4 maybe, like caveman approach. We go d6 next.
That would probably force d6 for black.
Yeah, probably. But this kind of weakens some light squares. Because, okay, knight c3 I propose, but I don't think it's any good here really after a6.
Wow.
But I don't know, can I go
this is
d6?
really aggressive. No, take on e7, queen takes e7.
I don't believe it for white.
There is some compensation on the dark squares, but how many pawns? 2 pawns already, no?
Too many central pawns, that's the problem. Yeah. No, I don't think that will work, but maybe bishop f4 now threatening d6, and now, black would probably go d6 himself. Queen b6 is not really
possible,
the move
but d6 is probably the normal move then.
Yeah.
And how
now the question is, can we start ganging up on this d6 pawn, like with the knight? Maybe exchange first. Not sure. I mean, there's probably some reason why e4 is not the main move, so it's not like this refutes the whole setup of blacks.
But the thing is, if black has to find good, solid, careful moves, he has to do that now on the board. And that's sometimes not so easy, no?
And there's even some knight g5s, maybe, because if the queen comes to f3...
I'm thinking that he might have to take with the bishop there.
Really?
Just to get his pieces out.
I think so. But then
maybe
knight g5 is...
Straight away knight g5, no? And if we go for the c4 pawn, this is too risky. It's a lot of center pawns.
I thought so. Well, you can do it if it's not your game, but...
The thing is we can move the pieces, no? It's also always nicer to... Well, maybe he hasn't got much choice because...
Like this?
And now we check on a4, maybe to get the pawn back, or play something more aggressive.
Maybe it works. Maybe it works still.
So if we check, black plays knight d7 or queen d7.
Queen f3, there's always
there's d5,
so that's not a problem. Actually, it seems to work. And queen a4, okay, just queen d7.
Queen d7, then castle.
And castles.
And black gets king to safety, so
then he's
tricky. It's tricky.
Okay.
Actually, Pert is still thinking his move. At least I don't seem to have an update here. So let's check the other boards, and we have to come back to see this one in a while.
Let's do that.
Yep.
Okay. What's the next game in your list? It should be
James Adair against Richardson with white against James Adair, 2481. I don't have the pleasure of knowing this player. Have you heard about him before? He has a very high rating.
No, I haven't. Maybe a young player?
Yeah,
maybe not.
No, I checked last night. He is a young player for sure. I saw one of his photos on the web. He must be 17 or 18 years old, quite young, or maybe 20. But
it's a good bet if someone's 2500 rated and you never heard of him that he's aspiring.
Yeah, because I've heard and played against some of the rest of the players, but I hadn't heard about him. So white has gone with the fashionable bishop f4 London system.
Yeah.
Everyone's playing that nowadays.
It's either the Giuco Piano or the London.
Or the bishop f4, and specifically with this move order, no? Instead of knight f3. I think Nigel Davis made a video for Chessbase with this bishop f4 move order.
I believe not only him. Also, there's a DVD by Simon Williams, Ginger GM, also suggesting to start with bishop f4. The idea is simply that after knight f3, whenever black goes c5, you want to have the bishop out of the pawn chain before you go e3.
Exactly.
So it's the kind of the accelerated London. Okay. So you can always reply here with e3, and then queen b6, knight c3, some funky lines.
Yeah, sacrificing the pawn.
Okay, so everybody goes bishop f4 these days, and that's what the good guys also do. Kramnik and Carlsen, they all.
Grischuk, I see, likes play as well.
everyone.
I'm not sure if against the King's Indian there's also some ideas of delaying the knight to f3 in some lines with knight c3.
There are actually, yeah. You can go
in
f3
this variation,
here,
you go f3 or even queen d2 and then if knight e4 comes, it doesn't hit the knight on f3 in some variations.
Yeah,
I think that's
you can
one of the
also
other
go
ideas.
e3 and then h4, h5,
Wow.
make use of the fact that the queen's diagonal is still...
Even with a possible exchange sack. That would be
yeah, I think
incredible.
actually this exchange sack is close to
Wow.
winning for white, because it's just such an easy attack. You just go bishop d3, knight f3, castles, rook h1,
So
knight g5.
I mean, this is the future. You just play bishop f4, sack the exchange, and crush your opponent. Wow.
Yeah, but
this for sure has been played in some games.
probably, especially
Yeah.
in online or blitz games. I mean, that's a natural way to go. And if I was black, I wouldn't necessarily believe what white is doing here.
And until he's there, Then when
But on the other hand, you don't have any defenders.
there's no good way to bring pieces to the
pawn is
queen
hanging
side.
also. So
Is there any way of taking advantage with black of this move order?
of course, black has also has his ideas. I think.
No, I mean in playing bishop f4 instead of knight f3, which is the best setup for black in this move order.
I don't know, but me being a Benko player, I
You
love
love
going
C5
c5
anyway,
anyway, and now you get this, what is it called, Schmidt-Benoni, in German at least. So when the knight goes to c3, you go e6, like
then
same kind
e4.
of perk, but the bishop on f4 is kind of misplaced in the Schmidt-Benoni, although most players consider Schmidt-Benoni, so this structure with the pawn on c2 actually, and the knight on c3, consider it quite comfortable for white, but not sure I quite agree, but I guess you could go e3. So, but still, I think these lines.
Of course, the critical move is queen to take advantage of that, play queen b6. But this is very risky, obviously for black.
Yeah, you should not take this pawn because that's kind of bad news, and the queen is
nearly trapped, no?
Almost trapped. It's very dangerous. You shouldn't take the pawn, but I think you can just continue developing like nothing happened, and later argue that the knight on c3 is a bit misplaced because later you want to exchange on d4 and go e5, and then white actually would rather have a pawn on c3, so to block the bishop diagonal.
d7. Very interesting.
I mean, but also of course white has his ideas, and this is being discussed currently. On all kinds of levels.
Matthew Payne tells us that James Adair is 25 and from
still young compared to us, right?
Exactly. And James Morby, the guy that was playing in the other board, he's a junior. He's 15 years old. So,
okay.
So
he's a 2150 player, right?
Yes. So
I'm afraid by the age of 15 these days you have to be a grandmaster if you want to compete for top spots in the world ranking. So, but still. There's a lot of young players having high ratings these days, which they gained with the 40 factor.
Yes.
And I mean, they jump from 21, 2200 to 25, whatever is possible.
And then they go down 5 by 5, no? Because they have the 10 factor.
But then they go down to 2250 or 2300, so still it was a big jump, but not quite as a big
I think the K factor
forward.
is good. Probably up to maybe 14 years old. Maybe they should lower the 18-year-old threshold.
But 40 is just crazy, isn't it? I mean, you can...
But it's not a bad...
One tournament, you gain to 150 points.
For kids that start with a very low rating, it's not such a bad idea.
Maybe I'm just frustrated because back in my days when I was a young aspiring player, I had to play a lot of good tournaments to raise my elo like this. I mean, a lot. It was factor 30 at the beginning and then later 15, I think.
15 and then 10 when you get to 24.
Yeah, when you get to 2400, things change. You become a serious player. And yeah, there's no volatility anymore. No big volatility.
Okay, so the Richard Adair games.
All right, yeah, we wanted to look at this game.
They progressed to e3, c5, c3.
And yeah, after all, there was a transposition to the d5 lines. Yeah, now I think they go knight d2. They prefer going knight d2 for some reasons.
Well, you're going to see this in the game. You're going to
really?
see where he eventually develops his knight.
Yeah.
It's a very, very interesting idea later on.
Knight f3 is also possible, but no, it's not this line. I think... yeah, okay.
Yeah, the lines with the pawn on e7 to bring the bishop out.
Sometimes it's useful to get the knight to d2 early on, so later you won't have these problems with... so queen goes here. Wait, let me just... Yeah, queen goes here, you go c4, queen c2, and then bishop f5 often works. With the knight on b1, there's... the queen can never retreat from defending this pawn. And then,
correct.
But of course here with the pawn on e6, that's not a problem anyway. But there are probably some subtleties why he would develop the knight to d2 rather than to... And also bishop d3. I mean, who knows? There's all kinds of subtleties. Yeah.
I thought of one idea, which was that precisely. If you play knight d2 instead of playing knight f3, when black goes for the exchange of bishops, you exchange and then get the stonewall structure. Having exchanged your dark square bishop, that does have some risk, obviously, because black could change pawns and the f4 pawn would be hanging. I suppose white is thinking of capturing with the c3 pawn here.
Yeah, I think he should have done it. There's a rule of thumb simply: if white cannot recapture in the stone wall with the e-pawn,
that's what
then you should.
And that's what they taught me when I was young, but times changed.
No, nothing changed.
Maybe that hasn't changed.
And now you argue that this knight on d2 is misplaced.
Because it should be on c3.
It should be on c3, and you can develop your knight here. Okay, of course, white could argue that he has exchanged his quote-unquote bad bishop, the dark squared bishop, and now it's black who has the bad bishop. But I mean, it's such a minor detail in this position. If black plays some sensible moves, then he should be fine. Although he should try to get something going rather quickly. I don't know, maybe even...
Maybe try to exchange castle and then bishop a6.
Yeah, not king of 8, of course. Oh, wait, what did I do?
Okay, great.
Yeah, maybe some bishop a6 idea. Although, of course, that has its backgrounds as well. Okay, but no, James...
White played f4, castle, knight.
Yeah, he decided to simply castle.
Bishop d3, b6, and now, strangely enough, he put his knight on h3. That's funny, isn't it?
b6. Yeah, because he wants to recapture with the pawn.
I understand. Okay.
I guess, in hindsight, here would be the place to exchange. And now, I don't know, maybe knight c6 and hinting at knight b4. Maybe you can even go for an idea like this, because once you exchange the bishop, you're
fine, no, with the e4 square.
But maybe it's also possible to play it slow, like for example, put the bishop to b7 and then maneuver your knights around to the e4 square.
Oh, nice, so, very nice.
But of course that takes a lot of time, and white will do his stuff as well. Yeah. So okay, white might think about jumping to e5. And then maybe actually still pursuing his attacking
the classical
ideas.
Pillsbury attack, no?
Yeah.
That's a nice one. I
like something like this.
That's one of my favourite attacks.
But you really want to have the pawn still
on c3, no? To maintain the structure, no?
All right, so he went b6, knight h3 now. Okay, yeah, so now he can always recapture with the e-pawn, but the knight on h3 is simply just a bit
misplaced, but unless he's thinking of... Now I think black is okay. After exchanging the light square bishop, the knight on h3 is very passive now. That knight will end up on f2, I'm sure, and it will be extremely passive.
Okay, but defending the square,
but it's a passive position.
Yeah, it's very,
and black can just play knight c6, put a rook on the c file, maybe a minority attack at some point. Yeah. So black's okay here, no?
Absolutely, yeah.
Don't exchange your light square bishop if you do a stonewall formation. That's a bad idea.
Well, sometimes you have no choice, but then at least you should get something back for it, like win some time. Well, you should have at least taken on a6.
Exactly, at least misplaced the black knight, no?
Yeah, because from a6 the knight has a much further way to get to e4. I mean, the knight is not going to jump to b5 anyway.
So black is okay in the game between Richard and Adair. And now we're going to jump to the game between Mark Hebden and A.P. Smith, a FIDE master. Black is a FIDE master.
Oh.
He has a 21, nearly 2150 rating. And Mark Hebden.
Playing under an Irish flag.
Yes. We have Scottish, Welsh players, English players, Irish players. And even some other nationalities. There's a Nigerian player playing.
There's also a German player playing.
Probably living in England and playing under the British... probably because of the rules, but with the German nationality.
Yeah.
So Mark Hebden, a classical player, many years one of the top English players, now playing less, but very strong player with lots of interesting opening ideas. What did he go for today? Now he played... Because knight c3, knight f3 against the king's Indian.
Yeah, we have a position somehow reminiscent of the London, but with a knight on c3, so kind of a mix of systems. This knight c3 stuff that Jobava and the likes are playing.
But Mark was playing this 20 years ago already. Because this is the system.
He was the trendsetter.
He practically invented this system against the king's Indian years ago, many years ago.
So
knight f3 and knight c3. The idea is to go to a Pyrrhic, and against d5, he was playing bishop f4, queen d2. He started playing this about 20 years ago in the British circuit with another grandmaster, Hodgson, another grandmaster who now doesn't play. I remember that because I was playing some tournaments in England in the years 90, 95, and this was all the rage at that moment. So, and now Kogan, Grandmaster Kogan, also popularized the bishop f4 e3 system.
Okay, so he hints at starting a kingside attack.
Exactly.
But then he goes e3 next move.
That depends a bit on the move that black plays. If black castles, then you can go straight for the attack. c6, I think, defends d5, and sometimes black goes for queen b6. I'm not sure exactly how the theory goes, but maybe there's a way of...
Queen b6. Knight e4,
maybe knight e4 as well.
Then bishop, queen g7 is kind of a bummer. You have to go rook f8, and then you're probably not getting enough counterplay in the center to justify just losing a pawn and the right to castle. So what could be the idea here? Maybe not taking, but can it be knight e4
straight away?
I don't know.
And then take that. It's a bit strange, but maybe. I don't think so. Queen g7 looks stronger there.
Yeah, and now you're defending this pawn.
That can't be possible. No, this is busto for black.
Or is it? Because if you go knight g5 here, then I say thank you.
Queen a5, check.
Okay, you go here, I guess. e3 is not so dangerous.
Maybe even knight e5. But this doesn't look good for black.
Knight e5, then I thought I could take on d4.
Yeah, you're right.
So what's the idea of c6 then? Such a deep move? Too deep for us?
No, I think that's... I'm not quite sure because... I mean, he could go bishop h6 probably. If black castles, well, that's okay for white then. He did his idea. And the other move is take on h6. I suppose he has to take on h6, but then I don't think the knight e4 is going to work.
Okay,
maybe some queen move. Maybe queen a5 or something like that. Threatening knight e4. Could that be an idea?
Knight e4. Well, I'm going to castle.
Castle anyway, no?
Queenside anyway. What could it be?
Then knight d4 is...
b5? No? Maybe b5?
b5, straight away.
Okay, because now I can parry queen g7 with rook g8. There's no problem.
So sort of, launch an attack on the queen side.
Okay, so if I just go e3, bishop d3, something like this. I don't know, maybe h4 is a little bit too optimistic. Or is it? Not sure.
Who knows?
Well, we'll have to ask Mark somehow.
These obscure lines, sometimes it's not easy to know the exact and precise moves.
Actually, you could up the state of opening theory, or at least the games that have been played. If you just, we have a second machine here, so if we go here, that's the wrong game though.
Yeah, we can choose the game.
Yeah, you can choose the game and then hit database or opening tree,
Let's check this then.
We should be able to see what people have been doing here in the past.
Okay, so database, here we go. No games found this position. Of course, I'll have to go back. Let me go back to the position after c6.
Okay, in the meantime, I'll just see what happened in the game. So he went e3, and here it became a calm position. Okay, h3.
Of course, many games here. I'm going to sort by rating. And we have games. Look, there's even a game between Mark Hebden and David Howell. Yep.
Oh, wow.
So quite a few games in this position.
So to get a quick overview, bishop h6 is the main move. Knight e5 scores quite well, apparently. But e3 is not as popular. We see 86 bishop h6 games, but only 8
e3 games. Yeah? So
okay.
Maybe this is something that Mark's worked out or decided just to change.
He thought 3 minutes before he played e3. Okay, I mean, not sure. We will never get to know probably what went on in his head.
Probably not.
There are still a lot of interesting other things to figure out. So let's look at the game. So he decided to develop calmly and to castle short side. This typical move h3 to secure the bishop in case of any knight h5 shenanigans. So after b6, short castles, bishop b7. Yeah, the normal way to play here would be with e4, grab some space in the center, and just start playing on the open files. But I guess he didn't want to simplify the position too early, because a couple of minor pieces will be exchanged on e4. So he went a4. Still, I think
e4 must be the normal move, no?
Because the problem is that
the knight on c3 is not very well placed in these structures.
He's actually happy to free the way for the c-pawn. And what's also quite crucial, I believe, is that this bishop on f4 does a great job restricting the queen. So it's not so easy for black to connect his rooks. Okay, he can, of course, exchange here. Ah, wait, is it a no. Okay, so... Okay, maybe something like this. And,
maybe this was worrying for him, but if you
now,
can't play knight b4, it seems that white's going to get the tempo back afterwards with c4 at some point, so...
I think I just want to put my rooks in the middle and see what you got. Because queen d7, I got knight e5. Okay, well, knight b4 doesn't work. So what? I mean, you can't go c5 here, really. Can you open up the position like that? Maybe you can. Maybe you can. Yeah, maybe that's the problem. Or can you? Bishop e4.
I don't think you can go. It's possible, but even d takes c5 could be possible.
C4? Wow. Know. b3, b5?
Maybe.
Okay, but then maybe takes, rook b1. Okay, let me just show what I have in mind. Although I don't have any clue if this makes any sense. But, I mean, this looks like...
White looks like he's
initiative,
It's some initiative,
So maybe not c4. c4 looks funny. Okay, but if you have to go queen c8, I mean, that can't be it, really, can it? I don't know. I think e4... There's probably no games with that.
No. Many moves have been played, but e4 looks like the normal move. But maybe just Mark didn't want to simplify the game and allow black to exchange his d7 knight. No,
he probably has some experience in these kinds of structures, so he might remember some games where black was able to simplify too quickly, so he prefers to keep the tension. At least, I mean, that's one possible explanation. Okay, a5.
Black played a5. Now he goes rook e1. Now he is... obviously trying to angle for e4 now.
Yeah, maybe the point is that black can't really stop white from going e4 at his convenience.
The only thing you can do is play c5. And
yeah, but then b5 is weakened now.
Exactly. So
maybe it's still worth a shot.
I would try c5 for black here, even though I weakened the b5 square.
Yeah. Now with rook e8, you went straight into the fork.
That is true.
So.
That is true.
But you never know. Might still be fine. If you're in time to get all your pieces out and then simply rook c8. And
here black is very active, so this could be okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
I mean,
Philip
but still,
Smith
I
playing
find
quite well here with black.
Yeah, I find it still a little bit too cautious the way white approaches this game. I mean, not even rook ad1. It's like he has no interest in going e4. He wants to play all the other moves before and only then push in the center.
Maybe he's waiting for black to play some sort of committal move before he goes e4.
Yeah. It's not so easy to find good moves for black. Maybe queen c8, bishop a6, something like this, just to exchange a couple of minor pieces.
That looks good.
And then also gain... no, you're not really gaining too much control over the square, but... Okay, it's still a little more pleasant for white to play, so all good.
So a very small advantage for Hebden against Smith on the board number 7. And now we're going to board number 8, where we have D. Coleman playing with white against Grandmaster John Ems.
Let me see if I can find that game.
That is up. It doesn't appear on your board here.
No, it doesn't.
Okay,
shame.
So...
we can't look at that. I'm sorry. Is it exciting though? Are we missing much?
We're not missing. It looks like a dragon.
Dragon with short castles.
Yeah.
Nothing much going on.
Nothing much going on, but we can't see that game for the moment. Maybe
let's go back to the top players. I believe that's what the fans are here for.
Okay, so should we go back to the Howell game?
Yeah, I just did.
What happened here then?
So actually we had a transposition into the G3 King's Indian. So who would have thought? A lot of transpositions possible. I think around here was when we last left the game.
Because white had the chance of playing c4 or knight c3.
And now after e5 he decided to go
c4. Okay.
Yeah, the other option would be knight c3.
That would be a perk.
Yeah, and then
fianchetto variation, and then g4 and knight g3 and f4. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, matter of taste more than anything else. Okay, and this is now.
This is probably theoretical, actually.
Yeah, this is definitely main to be.
I'm gonna use this opening tree you showed me before. Okay, so here white has rook e1 and bishop e3 as main moves, with
there's
more than 200 games on each.
Yeah,
so
there's
very popular.
This position has been discussed a number of times, but maybe David decided to steer into these kinds of positions because he saw that his opponent is not a King's Indian player,
very possible
by nature, and that's one of the main strategies how you play against nominally weaker players. You try to get them out of their territory, so they will have to think on their own. Even if you have to think on your own as well, but you just trust that your skills
will be superior,
a little bit superior
in complex positions.
So here there's basically, I think, two ideas how to set up your pieces. One is with the rook on e1, and the other one is with the queen on c2 and the rook on d1.
Okay.
Sometimes that's also being played. But I never understand why, because naturally, I would want to have the rooks here on these central squares, but sometimes I guess it's necessary for some concrete reasons.
Well, in that case, you need to put the bishop on e3 to defend the knight before playing queen c2, no? So that must be one of the ideas, no?
That's a problem.
To avoid some tactical tricks, yes. Well, I suppose so. Maybe not directly, but in any case, it seems a bit dangerous to leave the knight on d4 hanging, no?
But maybe. I have no clue. Something like this. Yeah, a little bit too much pressure to my taste against d6. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe you have to go bishop e3. But normally in these setups, you want to have the bishop on b2.
On b2.
Okay.
And can you get all of that at the same time? It's a bit tricky because here white plays rook e1 or bishop e3, and queen c2 is played only 10 times in this position. Exactly
probably not in this position. Probably it's. I mean, there's other positions.
Maybe if black delays, e takes d4.
Yeah. Okay. So
what do you think he'll play? Rook e1 or bishop e3?
These are
guess
two
your
most
move.
natural moves.
What's he going to do, Ilja? What do you think? I'm going to guess rook e1, but that's
okay. Then
my guess.
For the sake of
argument, you play bishop e3 then. Okay,
that's exactly
a very balanced approach, as you can all see.
So, well, the thing is, bishop e3 obstructs the e-file, so I need to be sure that I can defend this pawn often enough, and I don't want to go f3. So, what do they do here?
You probably play rook e1 here. I don't think he can capture that pawn. I don't think so.
For the sake of argument, I'm still going to.
You have to capture it, obviously. We have to discuss this, but I have a feeling that something bad will happen here. Maybe with bishop g5 straight away, or
oh, you know what? Boy.
Or even, look, here we go.
Can that be possible?
Here we go, and bishop d5, here we go. Yeah.
But that can't be
very
possible.
Nice.
No, but nice. I just take on.
But what if you play
E1.
bishop d2 instead of bishop a6? Then something might be happening, no?
Yeah, the queen is actually defended. That's quite helpful. Yeah, bishop d2.
So
I wanted to be extra fancy.
That would be very nice. Show the variation so our spectators can see it. That's a very good mating pattern with the bishop on h6 and the rook on f8. So
yeah, it actually would work if, if white plays something different here, not even capturing the queen. You can just be really chill here and go king h8.
Yes,
king h1 or something, because there's no stopping.
So the e4 pawn is probably poisoned.
You can delay it a couple of moves.
Yeah, but the mate is going to come. You can't avoid it.
I once lost a game when I was 9 years old, I believe, in a simul against Vlastimil Hort. He sacrificed the queen. I was so happy. I won a queen, and he mated me with this pattern.
This pattern, no?
And this is how you remember it, the hard way, right? The painful way. So you never forget it. Okay, so we'll see what David decides to do. We're more than 1 hour into the first round, and they're still discussing a position which has been played like a couple hundred times in our database, at least. So, I believe I know David a bit, and he's a very strong player, but his time management at times I feel is a little bit subpar. Actually, I won against him once because he overstepped the time. And
well, he's obviously an excellent player, but maybe it's not so practical to try and find always the best move in every position, no?
Yeah, I think he's...
Rookie one was played.
sometimes a little bit too perfectionist.
Yeah.
Although I don't want to...
no, obviously he's a brilliant player, obviously.
No, absolutely. I don't know him that well to be able to... I don't know for sure, but I have the impression that sometimes he just thinks he wants to play the best moves and like be really scientific and analytic about it, where it might be he might be well advised to be more practical.
Yeah, you have to be more practical nowadays.
Okay, but
so rookie one was played, and black played knight e5.
Knight e5.
Yes, but the queen's on d1 exactly, and hitting the c4 pawn.
So I guess b3 d5 could.
B3 has been played 15 times.
That's the main move.
With our database, yes.
Isn't this a useful tool?
Yeah,
we can,
we
can pretend like we know everything immediately.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah, no, so d5 doesn't work here. That's actually no surprise. Yeah, okay. Black can simply play
d5,
his
bishop
usual
d2,
development. Yeah, no, just
bishop
maybe
d7,
bishop
rook
d7,
a8,
rook a8, then bishop back.
c8, and just it's a game, no?
Yeah, but
well, here you have to be careful with f4 exactly in this position.
Yeah.
So it might be a bit more tricky than it seems.
You have to make something happen here immediately because you don't want to have this position with black. Okay, like let's say even you achieve your normal piece setup.
Rook d8, rook d1.
Oh wait, yeah, rook d8, rook d1.
Just supposing this would be possible, no? White has a nice edge here, a space advantage. No?
Oh, it's not a nice edge. I would even claim that it's a big advantage because all the minor pieces are on the board. We have huge spatial advantage, and White is the only one with active plans. And against a strong player, he will simply just python you, right?
And squeeze you.
Yeah.
With f4, rook
timely
d2,
f4,
a3,
maybe
b4.
b4, and then the right plan at the right time, maybe even g4, g5. That's not the position you want to have against 2700, where he can really calmly build his small advantage and without any risk. Then I would actually prefer one of these double-edged positions with knight takes e4.
I agree. I agree.
What we saw in Nicholas Pert's game.
In the other game, I agree with you.
Actually, I think this is a common misconception that less experienced players, they think in order to be able to score against a stronger opponent, they should go for, or to hold a draw, they should go for really calm, simple positions. I think the opposite is quite true. In these positions where the stakes are not that high, the strong players can use their superior skills to push forward and squeeze without any big risks. But in those crazy positions where there's a lack of common patterns, which is actually what distinguishes the strong players from the weak ones, where there's no patterns to work with, the strong players suffer almost just as much as the weaker, less experienced players. So you should be going for crazy lines and then just hope that your stronger opponent will be as lost as you are.
Yeah.
And then just total chaos, total gambling, lottery kind of chess.
So, your anecdotes with Vladimir Ort has been very well received in the chat.
Really?
Very nice. Very long ago.
Oh, yeah.
Quite long ago. So, let's keep them up.
It was my first Grandmaster I played.
The first Grandmaster.
Oh, of course, it was
Simul
a Simul,
exhibition,
yeah.
no?
But then I played him a second time, and then I drew. Yeah, and I got a prize. I got a voucher for 100 Deutsche Mark. You remember the currency, the German currency, before we had Euro, and I bought myself a Walkman.
Oh yeah,
it was $80. Yeah, I was so proud.
That was
and I was
a long time ago. The Walkmans.
I didn't need any friends anymore. I just had my
DVD
Walkman.
or cassette Walkman?
No, cassette.
A cassette one. Wow,
a long time ago.
That's a long time ago. Yeah,
and it was only $80. I don't even remember what I did with the residual 20. I think I got something from my sister. That's the kind of nice guy that I am. But probably my parents forced me, so I can't take the credit for that. Yes.
Okay, so Howell is obviously, he's just played B3. He has a small advantage.
Did you know that Vladimir Hort is also playing right now? I believe he's playing in Biel, right? Isn't he? There's some legends playing.
In a parallel tournament.
Yeah. The one that the other Gallagher is commentating. Okay. But don't go anywhere. probably.
Well, he's obviously still a very experienced player. I mean, he's a veteran player, but with his level, he can obviously play at quite a high.
Still
high
at
level.
25-50, I believe. And
25-50.
He plays at least. I believe he plays like a couple of games each season in a German team, so not totally rusty. Okay,
so let's
go
jump
to
the next one. That was Rahal, and we're going to go back to the game. Just a second here. We're going to go back to the game on the second board, where things are looking interesting in the game between Murphy and Jones, and Gawain Jones. The game. This was the reverse Sicilian with Bishop H3, and White played Bishop H1. So it's the second one on your. It's the second one on your.
All right,
yeah.
Let's check. I was trying to figure out whether I was just totally brain dead or it was true that Hort played in Biel. He doesn't, but I think he's playing some tournament. I read something somewhere, but or maybe I just confused.
Did he play in Placedaro with Karpov and Timman?
Yes, this one. Which one is it?
It was Karpov, Timman. No, but that wasn't a Hort. No, it was Karpov, Timman, Jovojevic, and the fourth player was who won actually. Was it? Oh, no, it was Ribley.
Yeah,
those were the four.
No, that was not the one. Okay, I don't know. Maybe one of our viewers can help us out, making me look like a total idiot here.
If anyone knows where Vladimir Hort was playing lately,
or maybe if Vladimir is watching us, let us know.
Hello to him.
Okay, so second game you wanted to check. Still, Conor
Someone's
Murphy
asking for Simon Williams game. Do we have access to the Simon Williams game? Or maybe Lawrence Trent games?
I'm afraid not.
Not on the list. Well, maybe.
We have only the top 10 boards for some reason.
Well, we'll have them during the week because we're doing this every day, so I'm sure these...
Well, you're doing it every day. I'm just here today and tomorrow. Maybe you should let our viewers know what the agenda is for the next days.
Okay. So we'll be doing the tournament all week, the 9 rounds. I'll be with you every day here every afternoon. And Ilja's nice to make it here for today and tomorrow, first 2 rounds. And during the week we'll have other Grandmaster and International Master players lined up to commentate the games with me. Daniela Fernandez will come for 2 or 3 rounds, and also the last weekend Grandmaster Stephen Gordon, who's English, will be here as well to accompany me and annotate for you all the 2 decisive probably rounds of the British. So, and we'll try and get more games for the future rounds. But for now, we're going to go to the game between Murphy and Jones. He played Bishop H3 in the end, Ilja. He was, and White decided to move the rook away to prevent the exchange of bishops.
Okay, so here's, I believe, when we last looked into this game. Bishop b2, queen d7, and knight d2.
Okay, our users are very quick. They've answered our question. So we know now how to get the information. Thorsten Borchran says that Hjort played the first day at the Rapid Chess.
Right, that's what I had in mind. I looked it up actually in the meantime.
In Biel, today is a rest day, so we're not going to lose any viewers today.
No, but we wouldn't anyway. This is much more interesting, isn't it?
So thanks for staying with us.
Thank you. I cheated a bit.
Thanks,
I looked it up.
For your information.
Brazenly. There's a report.
So you were right. He did play on the first day. Yep.
So I was not totally wrong. I think Conor Murphy is a bit wrong here going 92. I'm not quite sure I like this move. Because, as mentioned before, whenever you retreat this knight, and this is again something that I experienced myself quite, which was a quite painful defeat.
The H5, H4 idea.
Exactly. You can't always that simply just remove your knight without giving your opponent some additional chances, because it's a defending piece in many lands. So.
That's a very interesting idea, because I'm not sure that our viewers will be familiar with this H5 idea in this type of position. I'd never seen it before. I would always go for F5 here, but it seems quite good.
Yeah.
When the pawn gets to H4, are we thinking of swapping on G3 or going H3, or that depends?
Of course, that depends. Most of the time, I believe we will just swap and
weaken the
king side of it, so that then later on F5,
when
F4 will
comes,
come even stronger.
With even a knight sack or and maybe some variations you can use the H file for the attack as well.
Yeah, of course, and you can put the knight to G4 and the queen to H5 without these pawns on the board. It's just going to be much more difficult to defend, and you can't kick away this knight. So
very interesting.
I experienced that myself in my game against some Ukrainian grandmaster Vladislav Kovalev, I think, was the game played 2013 in Rhodes, European Club team European Club Cup, so the European Team Championship.
Wow.
And I also played some English, and I removed my knight just really calmly and put it somewhere to b3 or something, and then he just
he played that
he started mating me, and I didn't have enough counterplay to counter that. So I mean, it's still possible. Of course, h5 is not a good move here because a pawn is a pawn after all.
Pawn, obviously.
But later on, and I like the decision that Gawain took here, just going rook b8, also anticipating this rook a1 idea, where a lot of heavy pieces might be exchanged on the a file. But if you're the stronger player on paper, and if you really want to win, then you want to avoid exchanging too many pieces. So to keep it more unbalanced and more complicated. So he already goes to b8 here. White can claim the a file. And then maybe even go to a7 and so to force.
Yeah, I've seen that in some games. Yes,
b6. But probably it's the best way to go here. I don't like rook e1.
Well, it seems that White wanted to prevent the exchange, but you said before that maybe that's not such a good idea. No? Although I can understand that if he exchanges the bishops and then Black goes h5, h4, it would be a strong attack. Okay. I think he probably wants to prevent that, but
it's a kind of an arms race. Who's going to be quicker?
Yeah.
So let's just check some moves. Yeah? Okay, we
Bishop
never
h3.
Want to take here ourselves.
So rook a7, take.
Now it's not even necessary to defend.
You don't
this
have to
guy.
play b6.
You can exchange.
Take it now. Maybe it's
h5,
move,
h4. It's a little.
Now let's show the viewers what would happen if you goes h5 and White goes h4, for instance. Blocking the.
Okay,
the
this is just a favorable insertion for Black because we just weakened ourselves.
Now we can go knight g4.
We can never go f4 in these positions because g4 will become
too weak.
But maybe we shouldn't go h4. Maybe just e4 now.
Block all the white squares. Okay.
Exactly now.
Now maybe h4, now f3, something like that, no?
Yeah, just try to play a light square strategy. Put your pawns on light squares.
Very good.
To complement your dark squared bishop and to control some sensitive squares. We talked about it, that this pawn is kind of really dominating this knight on e7.
The Bob-Vinnik structure.
Yeah, and we are threatening to jump to d5 and if possible then recapture with the pawn
and
get
play
some
on the
pressure
c-file.
on the c-file.
So this would have been probably a bit better.
Maybe it's a question of taste, but I would have preferred that because I mean White can't have it all in these positions.
No, of course.
Because he managed not to exchange the bishops.
He keeps the bishop, but he loses time.
Yeah, and the bishop on h3 is actually quite annoying. All Black needs to do is to give a check, and it's going to be a mate. Although of course there's a long path to that. But
now Black can play sometimes knight g4, queen f5. He can start a sort of attack on the king's side.
Yeah. Like so even knight g4 and f5. Yeah.
Or queen f5. It depends. I've seen that maneuver sometimes.
Yeah. Quite possible. Although here we have e4 always, as long as the queen is on d1, e4 is working quite well. Correct. So again, I like h5. Maybe I'm a little bit biased because of
the game you lost
memories, but
yes.
Yeah, the reason is that it makes a lot of sense to shake up White's pawn structure a little bit. Then all following attempts of Black's will become just a little bit more powerful. But of course the question is how quick is White to create some counterplay to distract Black from his attacking ideas.
So Black played c6 here then?
The thing is, I don't want to retreat the knight now and go f5 too much, because the knight might be missing in the center. Okay, it's also possible, but it's more natural to just push this pawn first and then put the knight to h5 maybe. Introduce some ideas against this
some ideas of sacrifice, no? No, I like this idea a lot, this h5. I'm going to remember this because sometimes, this is not in my repertoire, but sometimes I fall into these positions through a transposition. And a lot of players like to play knight d2 or knight e1 c2. That's a very typical move. And so I'm going to remember this h5 h4 idea, and if I get a win, I'll credit it to you, Ilja.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll put it on my channel and say this is the Ilja's move, which I have now.
But I have to credit it to my opponent to beating me with that
no?
move. So, okay. Yeah. But he's probably going to have to credit to someone else.
To someone else, yeah.
But this idea is commonly known in different scenarios. For example, in the Grunfeld, whenever the knight from f6 leaves to d5 and then to b6 or exchanges on c3, it leaves also the square on
h4,
h5,
h5 is playable,
unattended, and then h4, h5 is sometimes playable. And not only there, whenever the knight leaves this f6 square or is developed to e7 and the bishop is being fianchettoed to g7, h4, h5 is
in
oftentimes
the English
an
opening,
idea.
in the symmetrical variation, there's a line with knight e2, h5, h4 straight away. This idea I've seen it in several. Well, black played c6 here. He's fighting for the d5 square, it seems, no?
Yeah, I don't want to criticize, but
no, I'm sure it's a decent move.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
It's a different plan.
Yeah, but I don't like trying to counter in the center now, because I mean, black is not superior in the center, nor on the queen side. So unless there's a direct need to play c6,
but
maybe he wants to prevent knight d5. Yeah.
Maybe that. Maybe he thinks by preventing knight d5, then he can get his attack going. No.
Yeah, but now he's weakening his pawn chain a bit. So white went bishop a3 and now hinting at some knight e4 ideas. Sometimes there's even ideas to go c5 in these positions to undermine this pawn chain. I don't know why open up another. Well, in German we would say construction site, but another field, another flank. I don't know. Okay, I guess it's possible. I mean, you can just try to set up a center yourself. Gawain will know what he's doing.
Bishop a3 is a very good move because it pressures d6, prevents d5, and it sort of attacks the loosened center pawns. It sort of exploits the c6 pawn. So I think bishop a3 looks good. Black attacks the bishop. Now he doesn't have to defend the b7 pawn. And how did white play? Maybe queen b3? Queen b3.
That happened, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, looks all quite sensible.
Quite interesting. Maybe there's some more moves now, because after queen b3, I'm seeing that the rook is on d8, rook fd8, so you can move that if you want.
Okay, so after all, Gawain decided not to go for an immediate attack, but to keep it...
He's controlling, he's playing for the center.
Yeah.
And now white played e3.
But why?
Why? Why does he play e3 here?
Is there a direct necessity, or is it just it's one of those moves you play sometimes in English.
It's a weakening move there.
It's a weakening move, but I mean, if you've seen it often enough, then it becomes your second nature. You play these moves, but sometimes
why
too much.
d3?
Yeah, I don't know.
E3, there's no need.
I don't like.
What's he trying to do?
I would just go knight e4 and exchange a pair of knights.
That looks very sensible.
Am I helping black to go f5? No,
well, you could even capture with the pawn if you want to. Is it too risky?
True.
And play rook d1.
Okay, so what candidate moves does black have here? You don't really want to go d5 because after knight c5, it's all a bit loose.
Yeah, that's probably too early. Also, you can take on f6 and an e7 and eat the d5 pawn.
Oh yeah,
d5 is definitely too.
Of course, you can do that. Yeah.
But it looks at least it looks like that.
Okay, we might have d takes c4.
Maybe there's an intermediate
but then
move.
c6.
But it's a bit suspicious there.
Yeah, no, that doesn't work. Yeah. Okay, d5 is out of the question.
Rook d8. So
what else? Okay, let's say we exchange, and then both moves are possible.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean,
it's a bit strange taking the pawn, but there might be some ideas with rook d1.
We gain the d file, but we close down our bishop. But then again, on the other hand, whenever f5 comes, then we can free our bishop without weakening our center.
The knight on e7 doesn't have good squares now, so this could be interesting. It's a typical double pawn, which is not so bad, no? It gives white some ideas. But black doesn't have to exchange, obviously. But then how does he deal with
98 probably, I guess. Yeah, wants to go 98, king h8, and then
f5. Yes.
Maybe that.
And now, does white have a way of taking advantage of this momentary knight a4, maybe?
White would like to exchange queens, but of course it doesn't work since the bishop is hanging. So
look at the knight a4 move then.
Yeah.
Is that possible? Hitting on the b6 square? Well, this is an interesting position.
Okay. You know what? No.
Knight c8.
Knight c8, but I mean, this is the wrong direction.
Yeah, and
was all of this necessary?
Lack of coordination there on the first rank. This could be tricky.
I mean, this is quite easy to play for white. He's not risking anything. He's trying some things, and he doesn't have to defend or take any critical decisions. So that's not what you want to have in your game. So I'm wondering if all of this was necessary.
Well, white did play e3, so knight e4 wasn't played. But it looks as knight e4
Are we missing something?
It looks like a very sensible move.
Yeah, I mean, that's why you played knight e2, right? To control some light squares. And it's on simply on strategic grounds, it's a good decision to exchange one pair of minor pieces so that any potential attack of blacks is not as dangerous anymore. Just exchange some minor pieces and then try to continue pressure on the queen side.
Maybe he was thinking of capturing with a piece instead of with a pawn and didn't like the idea of king h7 and f5 at some point. But the d6 pawn is hanging, so he has to deal with that first.
What c5? Can that be a problem?
Maybe c5. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, of course, the least white has is to simply jump back to d5.
Mm-hmm. And now the bishop, the h1, a8 diagonal is opened again. So
yeah, but it's
white
just
must
one
be
good
okay
piece. Yeah, but this bishop is kind of has lost his purpose, and black can start attacking now. He's got everything under control.
Maybe
that was what he did.
Yeah.
Oh wait, is c5 possible immediately? That might also be okay. But now we're quicker on the d5 square. So actually maybe this way around. And now we have this extra option of d takes c4.
That must be the critical move here. That must be the critical move here.
I think now I understand the thinking process of the white player. He was kind of already anticipating c5, and in these lines he was planning to break open the position in the center in d with d4. So let's say black plays some move, something like this. Maybe he was envisioning.
Okay.
But of course, this is only this happens only with black's help. Okay, but still, I mean. At least he has an idea. He's not just playing some moves.
No. I think white is playing quite well. Actually, I like how it's coordinated. I'm not quite sure if this rook fd8 moves that Gawain has played.
But you know why white is playing comparably well? It's because he's seen all the moves. He just plays mechanically. He doesn't have to think so much. He's playing according to his template, the English opening.
You've seen the structure, you've seen some games.
So you can't really go too wrong in this phase of the game, which is why I think it's advisable to try to steer your weaker opponents into less known territory for them. I mean, you can't always do it, of course, even at these levels, these guys are well familiar with all kinds of opening lines, so it's not that easy, but if it's possible, then I think
that's the best idea, huh?
Yeah.
So
right.
Let's go
to the other top.
I'm going to start looking if there's any active game. Look, the third game, Luke Machane has got the IQP, Isolated Queen Pawn, so we can check how that came about.
Okay.
He tricked his opening, his opponent in the opening, you remember? It was a Reti, then it went to Taimanov, and now it's an IQP, so that's Machane against Kotak.
Right, here.
It started with G3, then they transposed to a Sicilian Taimanov.
I think that's where we that's where we looked into the game, and now he just went d5.
Went d5, just
I think it's a good decision.
Probably the best one when you've got to this position. Yeah,
we suggested d5 here
straight away,
which should be a little bit better version for black than what happened in the game because he has some extra options in these lines. So here, but still, I like this decision.
Pawn take, knight c3.
So c4 stuff is, I guess, not so dangerous, or is it? Can we go
c4? Looks good. Looks very good, actually. Although,
maybe queen b6, something.
Queen b6?
Yeah, I'm just thinking to sacrifice the pawn if you want to have it.
Well,
be my guest.
I might not capture it yet, just in case.
Maybe knight d.
Rook e1 may be dangerous. You're going to play bishop b6. No,
regardless, pretty much regardless.
Yeah.
But okay, this is a pawn now. Like this is more of a pawn than it was before.
But now if you take and pin me with rook d8,
that's unfortunate.
I do have a check on a4 though.
Oh yeah,
I do have a check on a4, which might save the day. No, just a moment. Bishop d7, and queen b3.
Yeah, okay, this is a pawn now.
A pawn is a pawn. No, I think that's a capturable pawn.
Okay, so c4. What then?
c4 looks dangerous, but it seems a move that I'm sure Maxime would have done if it works tactically. Maybe just castle.
Yeah.
But then pawn takes pawn, knight takes. And what about taking on c6 there? Is that good for white, that structure?
No, this knight on d5 is quite happy. I mean, nominally we have this worse pawn structure, but the bishop is being blocked
so this is well fully compensated.
Yeah, I think this is
bishop f6, rook b8. Okay.
I think that's not the way to go, but to provoke black into playing the structure yourself.
Wow.
So maybe and knight d4. I don't know. Maybe we can just take here
on d5.
No, it's just a tiny bit of something. It's just a tiny
small edge with the two bishops.
Yeah, almost everything is the same except that this monster on the long diagonals.
So c4 looked interesting.
Yeah. You know what? Maybe bishop g4 is
intermediate move.
But then queen a4. We never want to go f3. No. We don't even look at this move.
F3 we're not going to do.
The pride of our position. There's a bishop on g2. So queen a4 possibly. Because otherwise the knight would be hanging. Here it's a pin. So maybe bishop d7. And honestly I have no clue what's going on. But this looks like it's fine for black. Because white's development is not as progressed as it should be in order to claim something concrete here. Yeah, this looks fine for black, at least in our humble opinion, or mine, for that matter. Okay, so we went knight c3, transposing just into a typical position against the isolated queen's pawn. With knight on c3, which we see sometimes, it's not imperative to put the pawn to c3 and then to move the knights around like this, which is, however, the classical way. But in combination with the bishop on g2, which is not the classical way to play against an isolated pawn, I think it works quite well just to increase the pressure against the d5 pawn. And okay, white's play usually is quite easy. You just put all the heavy pieces into the center and then try to exert some pressure against the pawn.
Block the square on d4 and then attack the pawn which is behind.
Yeah.
Very good. So
that being said, black has also some natural easy.
He has active play for the queen d7
potentially, and
rook fe1, rook fe8, and now let me check if there's been more moves here.
Yeah, maybe white should have played. Who am I to criticize Luke? But maybe. Oh no, he didn't have a chance. Yeah, I thought he could have inserted h3 before queen d7 was played, but he didn't. So
there was no chance to do that. No.
No, that's actually quite desirable for black. Putting this bishop to g4 without ever.
Because now it's very difficult to get it away. You can't get it away from there.
Yeah, and this bishop is doing a good job controlling this. Yeah.
And black has ideas like knight e5, c4 at some point, knight a5. So black is probably more or less okay here, no?
Yeah. I like black's position. It's
So Roger Kothap, you're playing a very good position against.
You think he can hear us? See us?
Well, he
might
should hear us afterwards. Okay?
Okay, all right.
So he's doing well. He's doing quite well here in maybe now bishop f8 or knight e5 or. No, I think he's okay.
Yeah.
And of course, if white exchanges on c6, then we can capture with the pawn, and the knight on c3 is very misplaced. So
yeah, maybe he should
something like that could be possible, no?
And then c4, but
like
but
Karpov,
here
but
black is quite
now.
quick.
Yeah. Although yes, you could because if it's
maybe even queen f5, bishop f3 ideas. I mean, it has its upsides, but also obviously its downsides to have this kind of setup going. Like if we can't exert any immediate pressure against the d5 pawn, then this setup does has its drawbacks.
Well,
also, another idea is to go bishop h3 and then after bishop h1 or something, knight g4, and just ask this bishop what his intentions are, preparing bishop f6 as well, increasing the pressure against the d4.
I'm not sure if these times are correct, but Luke has now spent 22 minutes on his move after rook f8. If this
it's a critical moment,
correct.
So this could be.
It's a lot of time there, no? 22 minutes.
Maybe he has to go f3, but he's really reluctant to do so because it's such an ugly move. But maybe he has to just to control these squares and create a little bit more space for his pieces. Which could come in handy, and maybe start expanding on the queen side, because otherwise I'm having a hard time coming up with good ideas here. He can't put the rook to d1. He can't really think about maneuvers with the knight, because as soon as the knight leaves c3, there's knight e4 coming in. What else could you do?
It's not an easy idea. Maybe he will have to do f3 in the end, or this maneuver with knight a4. But let's see the position after knight takes c6, b takes c6, knight a4. Knight e4. Can he consider capturing bishop takes e4 there? Is that possible?
I guess.
Take, change queens and bishop c5. Can you get anything there?
Yeah, sure. But so you're claiming that this bishop is worse than this knight.
I'm trying to But I'm completely unsure if this is correct.
I'm just going to plant my bishop here, control the d-file, and the king will be...
and I'll be worse. I'll be quickly worse.
Yeah,
my knight will be fantastic on c5, but nothing else to do with that.
Just one good piece is not enough in this case.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it could be an idea if we can play against this bad bishop, like if the pawn was already on f5 here.
But we can't get to that, apart from the fact that he can play bishop f6 now if he wants, which is another problem to consider.
Okay, so if none of this stuff works...
It doesn't work.
Then maybe he has to go f3, but he really doesn't want to, which I can understand.
He's gone a3. So
a3.
He's found a third route.
So apparently bishop b4 with the idea knight e4 is also a bit unpleasant.
So he's blocked off that threat, and...
But then black's position is fine.
I would be thinking of knight e5 if it's possible here. To go to knight to c4.
What are black's candidate moves? So knight e5 is one.
Or rook a8.
Rook a8. Even rook ac8 is also conceivable.
Yes.
Bishop h3. What else we got? That's about it.
Maybe bishop f8.
Bishop f8.
The last move.
But that's not the critical one.
No.
It's a decent move, but yeah, maybe even that. Hinting at knight e4.
Yeah, but rook a8 and knight e5 look like the best two possible moves.
Knight, yeah, okay, let's check your move.
Is that possible tactically? Because knight is now undefended, but it doesn't seem that white can... Knight c4 is...
Nasty.
Is a tough one to crack. If you play b3 here, a lot of weaknesses. And if you don't, then the knight on c4 combined with the bishop on... That's a bit worrying. So I know in the IQP structures, knight e5, c4 is normally a decent idea if you can get it in.
Absolutely.
So, okay, but Luke must have this controlled.
Okay, what
after playing
is
a3.
this an idea?
Something like that, no? Now he threatens bishop f6.
Doesn't even threaten.
Doesn't even threaten that, no?
But okay,
he
maybe
might
it does.
threaten
Then
rook takes e7.
Oh,
wow!
Yeah. Oh, that would be.
That's the 20 minutes he spent here.
Yeah, quite the development. So let's see. What is this? Does this work? Even this should be good, I guess. No, the knights are really active and in conjunction with this bishop. And this knight is, I mean, it's not going to get lost necessarily,
but it could be a liability in some variation.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. It can drop, LPDO, right?
Loose pieces. LPDO, loose pieces, drop often, or drop always, or whatever, something like that. Yes,
sounds like some police department, LAPD, or that's not it.
That's one of Nunn's axioms. It's a very good one as well. Yeah. Loose pieces often drop off. No, that's it. Loose pieces drop off.
Always. They always drop off.
Drop off.
Universal law. So that was the line, right?
That was the line. No, knight c4, queen f4. Obviously, you don't have to capture on b2 yet.
No.
But maybe we've activated now, no? It's threatening to take on d5.
Maybe knight h5. What do we do here?
Oh, that's tricky.
Queen c1?
Is tricky.
It's not what you want to
Probably your only move. Because you can't sacrifice the queen on f7. No, nothing like this.
F7?
No, I was thinking bishop d5. Nearly, but not enough. No,
white, but no cigar.
Exactly.
But if you have to go back, then even bishop c5, I mean, that's the wrong direction.
We can't play queen f4 then.
Well, what do we play then? And knight e5 is only one try out of many, so that's not good news for white. I mean, do we really need to go b3? That would be not so great.
Black is still thinking of his move, by the way. Hasn't played it yet.
Maybe it was his idea to prepare b3 so the bishop can't come to b4, but it's just very ugly. Just put the rook to c8, and I mean, you don't need anything concrete. Just a nice position to play.
And maybe now bishop d5? Attacking knight, maybe threatening to change on f6 and capture on d5.
Yeah, okay.
Something like this, no? Maybe that's the idea of... So I don't think he would allow the knight to go to c4.
Okay, maybe that's...
It's probably what he's thinking of doing.
Even h6 is not a move. Bishop g5. Okay, let me just clear another square for my knights.
Okay.
I guess you want to retreat.
Now I'm going to retreat with my bishop. And now what's the move? Bishop knight g4.
Maybe something like
looks
this,
good.
Indeed. Yeah.
Bishop c5. This looks good. Oh, black's pieces are very active. See, you hardly notice the IQP here.
Yeah.
So if black plays precisely, he can have a decent position here, but he has to be careful.
I'm pretty sure that black has a decent position.
Okay.
But there's so many options.
That's tricky when there's so many options to choose the best one. Yeah. Sometimes not easy. Okay, so he's thinking about that now. So let's go to find one of the other interesting games.
Just a quick question. So rook a8, like the most natural of moves, bring the last piece into the game, the only undeveloped piece, and take it from there.
Very sensible.
So what is white going to... I mean, he's not going to b4 or anything. So,
obviously b4 not.
So
he might play b3 or he might play...
b3.
He might go something else, but that must be the best move.
Let me check f3. Maybe you really have to play like this. Maybe then put the queen to f2 and then act like you have some pressure against the a7 pawn. Something like this. And by prophylactically defending this e4 square, you will be able, as white, to reroute your... Like, let's say here, something like this.
Improve the knight position.
Could be possible, no? But why doesn't he start with f3 then?
Because he wanted to prevent bishop b4, but he was attacking the bishop, so there was no problem there.
And also f3 is covering the e4 square, and so and once the knight is gone, bishop b4 can of course always be parried with c3. So
hold on here. Does he have bishop c5?
Ooh,
I don't think so, but I'm thinking rook takes e3 or maybe there's some tricky things here that Luke wanted to prevent. He did spend 20 minutes on the move.
Yeah, that looks actually...
looks dangerous.
Interesting. Bishop c5. Okay, but I just go knight e2.
Knight e2. But here, I'm thinking that there might be some trick. Let's see. What?
You find a trick? I'll pour us some water. You want some as well?
There might be a trick here. Rook takes e3 and rook e8.
Okay, but then queen f2.
Queen f2, rook takes
e2. Oh, nice.
It's 3 pieces for 2 rooks, maybe? I'm not quite sure. And the g4 bishops hang all the time.
This looks very good for black. Yeah, we can't do that.
So now we understand a3. It took us a time, but we finally understand.
But what's the difference? I mean, it's still f3, bishop c5. Wait, okay, we can go bishop f2.
That's true, bishop f2.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and we could have gone that before as well.
Yes, we could have done that
before. Yeah. I think you have to go f3. I mean, just bite the bullet and...
It looks like he'll be forced to do that.
Yeah. I mean, it's really ugly to close down this beauty's diagonal, but you gain some other benefits. Like, in some lines, you can push this bishop later away, but also just playing knight e2, reinforcing this knight on d4, and toying with some ideas of knight f4, and at the same time controlling this e4 square.
So Kotap has played knight e5, and this is the position, a3, knight e5.
Exciting stuff.
And so we'll come back to this a bit later on, because it looks like this could be a very interesting game, especially due to the fact that black is playing very enterprisingly here. So, okay, thanks. Thank you very much, Ilja.
You're welcome.
We have to maintain
Absolutely.
hydration here.
Even though it's not that hot in Hamburg today. No. It's annoyingly cold, in fact.
It's annoyingly cold in Hamburg, but...
End of July. I mean, I complain too much about the weather these days, but it's really unbearable.
I think we should check the Nicholas Perk game, because it's hardly advanced since we saw it last time. And I'm not sure if black...
Let's do it.
White is getting enough compensation for the way he played. Do you remember this position where he sacrificed the e4 pawn? And then we were thinking of something aggressive. No, you were thinking of bishop f4, maybe. He played knight c3. He didn't castle. He played knight c3 straight away. Maybe looking for this b4, knight b5 idea you suggested.
Yeah, but the bishop, first of all, is not even on e7. And here, I'm not sure what he wants to do to a6.
Well, he can't go to b5 then. He was probably thinking knight e4.
No, but then just bishop b7.
Yeah, it looked good, but it can't work, no. So he can't play knight b5 then. He goes to knight e4 or maybe knight e2.
Yeah, probably knight e4.
Yeah. Yeah, that looks more or less okay. Although it does give black a chance to exchange another piece. That's d6, yes. That's very strong.
Okay, but...
So, but black played bishop e7 straight away. He didn't play b4. And now, white could have captured the pawn on b5. But instead of that, he went castle.
Wow. Could have taken on d5 also.
I would have taken the pawn on b5. Why didn't you take that pawn on b5?
With a knight, you mean?
With the knight. Because of e takes d5. Okay, c takes d5. And now just maybe d6. Or we're going to take that pawn. If you take on d5, white can go bishop e4 maybe.
And then I have queen a5, I guess.
Ah, queen a5. Okay.
Or do I just knight c3? Okay. Knight c3, knight takes c3, b takes c3, knight c6.
Knight c6. Okay, instead of taking the pawn on c3. Okay.
Okay. Needs to happen.
Knight c6.
Okay, it's not a problem for black.
No problems there, no?
Okay, so he just wanted to grab the pawn. Alright, but I mean, now I castle and now I'm gonna start hitting your pieces.
You have to go back or play bishop b7 because now tactics, there's going to be a lot of tactics.
B7?
Then bishop b4 is very strong. Knight e3, yes, of course, but yeah, it's okay. It works, but it's so suspicious.
I can even go something like
Knight
this.
d6, take. Wow. Huge
Not sure.
compensation,
Maybe black can get away with this, but it doesn't look. I mean, you have to be brave at least.
Yeah. But Nicholas played castle. He didn't capture on b5. He went for development, and black took pawns now. And the actual position is pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn, and now it's black turn to play exactly in this position. Take, and now it's black turn to play. So what are we going to play with black here? He can't capture pawn now because of bishop e4. Well, he can, but it seems a bit... No, he loses a piece. What am I saying? So it's either d6 or b4, no?
d6 I'm just going to
take with
a
check,
check.
And that's good.
Don't want to do... So either just castle. Or c4 maybe, or b4. These are the moves to check. Or
c4 maybe.
I mean, you go castles if neither b4 or c4 work. But if they do, then you push the pawn.
So let's check c4 then, attacking the bishop.
Okay, we could go rook e1, threatening d6, but then simply castle.
So.
Oh wait, but now we can go knight takes b5, and here we have d6 again. And then
that's very good.
And do we go knight c7? Okay. That of course is catastrophically bad.
So c4 knight takes b5 looks good.
Yeah.
Okay, so he can't play c4 then.
Yeah, this is just.
Maybe he can play b4. And now what to do? d6, knight e4.
Yeah, d6 might be interesting.
Well, d6 highlights the problems of black, no? King in the center, some diagonals open, take.
It's just...
That looks very good.
Yeah, the king will...
Or even rook e1 instead of...
Oh, yeah.
It's even stronger, I think.
Okay, so black has to take.
And now what to play?
Something.
Check, knight b5, knight e4, so many moves
knight
here.
e4.
Knight e4.
I'm not sure how to defend against all of this.
Well, he'll go back with the bishop to e7. And now what to do? If we take on f6 and play bishop e4, he plays knight c6.
Okay, let's say I just take and go rook e1. You have to go king f8.
King f8 is forced practically.
Can't allow bishop g5 to happen, can you?
King f8.
Okay, now... something.
Okay, bishop e4 and queen d6 check maybe?
Yeah, bishop e7.
Maybe bishop e7, no?
Okay, you're not in a hurry even. You can go bishop e3. How are you going to defend this guy? You can't go d6 because of bishop e4.
Okay. Yeah.
And otherwise, I mean, it's just a pawn.
It looks very risky. It's just one pawn and...
Well, usually in development,
there are
king
2
is
pawns
stuck.
now, but we're getting one back.
Even 2 pawns, I wouldn't mind. I mean, we have all our pieces are working, and black is totally underdeveloped. Looks very dangerous.
Very dangerous.
So maybe he just has to castle after all. That's the position, right? Yeah.
He's thinking about it now.
Okay, maybe d6.
Gallagher's
also
thinking d6 or castle.
Yeah, after castle is d6 an option, and then just
take
grab this guy.
Oh, he's got bishop e... No, sorry. I was going to say bishop e4, but that's not correct.
Why not?
because of knight takes e4. And then take with the knight.
Yeah, but nothing much happens there.
No, but bishop takes a7 looks very good.
Okay, we have knight b5 stuff, but this one is might be critical.
We get some material back. We're threatening the pawn on b5.
I mean, we're threatening both pawns.
Both pawns.
Opposite colored bishop g7 looks like a potential weakness in the future. And yeah, white's pieces are much more active. Yeah, it's dangerous.
This looks
maybe black has to go d6.
D6 and just give back
sorry
the pawn.
as we are,
yep.
but
and just give the b5 pawn and finish the development.
Probably bishop d7, otherwise bishop will come to c6.
Bishop d7. And now what can white do? This looks like the most solid option for black.
But also,
of course, he has to reason all of this without moving the pieces, so it's not easy for him. He could easily go for any of the other variations, thinking they're good, and then fall to a huge attack. So what can white do here? Maybe a4?
You know what? Maybe this is just fine for black. Because I'm gonna just put my pieces in such a way that I'm pressing this weak pawn. And use the b file. That might be still bearable. Not quite as bad. Because I don't see anything concrete for white, how to develop his initiative. Like knight e5 doesn't quite work.
Knight e5, wow.
He takes e5, d6, but I don't believe in it.
No, develop it on the board. It could be interesting. Let's
really?
See. I don't think so.
But I can also just take.
You can just take there. That's
wait,
no?
but this is also.
This again is tricky because you have the knight c7 idea.
I can. Really, can this work? Can white play like this? I don't believe it. What about a6 here?
No, this shouldn't work. I mean,
it shouldn't.
You'll end up playing knight c6 and now you just castle.
Now you castle. Yeah.
This can't work.
Okay.
Too many loose pieces.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll play maybe rook e1 here or maybe a4.
Maybe we're in time to play with b4.
With b4?
Yeah. Okay. Because then we will just have a big spatial advantage, and maybe we'll get to the c6 square.
Okay. How we organize that then?
I don't know. a3, b4, queen a4, b4. I don't know. Something like this.
b4. Wow.
Yeah, this is strange in this position, but I think due to the fact that we're much better developed, it might make sense because otherwise the pawn on b2 will be a weakness along the b file, and but if we can organize our pieces and open the position, then I mean this construction is not very active.
Of course, normally in the Benoni, the bishop would be on the g7 diagonal, and so this is a bit different.
Okay, so
if he takes, we take with the queen probably.
Yeah. Okay, 6. Just
drop back, and we're trying to swap off the b4 pawn for the c5 pawn and get the d4 square for the knight. No.
But he'll go knight d7. Okay, he just go knight d7.
Yeah, and he wants to play knight b6 there. But okay, you can take on c5. You can take on c5 as well.
Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, we can take on c5 and
play this position, no? And now knight d4.
And we'll gladly...
Slightly better for white here, no?
Oh, I think it's crushing, no?
Well, I wouldn't have thought of b4 in that position, so something I've learned immediately here. b4 was... I understand it when you've mentioned it, but it didn't strike me as a move, as an option here. I would have probably thought of moves like bishop f4, rook e1, just normal developing moves. But then, of course, black will get his knight to b6 and the queen on b7, and we won't be able to defend the d5 pawn. So really have to do something active now, and b4 is very interesting.
Yeah.
Very good. So, black has played b4. He's going for it.
Oh, wow.
He's going for it.
Remember I announced that I was expecting this game could end quickly. So
of course, now d6 must be
off
played.
We go. Isn't
D6.
Nicholas rather a solid player?
He plays French with black for many years.
So what does that say about him?
No, French is...
I think he's a solid player.
He's a solid player, yes.
He never loses with white, I think.
He's a solid player.
He doesn't go crazy, but I mean,
but he
when you have to go crazy, you just go crazy.
He'll do it. He's a grandmaster.
There's a point and a place to go crazy, and this is it.
He's still thinking, but he'll play d6 here, I'm sure.
You know what? Have you been watching the chat? What are people saying? Do they have questions? Do they have preferred games? We can't.
We can only see the first 10 games. That's something.
I would love to commentate on Lawrence's or Simon's games.
During the week, you will have time, but for the moment, we've only got the 10 games, and
we'll have to wait until they will be higher up in the pairings. They have to come to the first boards, and this is an incentive for them. If nothing
can you
else.
Introduce the moves of the game? Is that possible? Is this an option?
I could.
We'll see if that's possible. Maybe for later on.
I could.
Because
how many games
here?
Yeah, how many are there?
So
let's wait until we have enough fans of these two, so that it's justified to leave the
because we can see the moves here. I could get the moves of Williams. Also, Peter Wells is playing here, and some other guys, Zhou Fang, and maybe later on we can consider this possibility.
Just got a hint from our producer. But I don't know what he was.
I think he was saying that you could try and add the moves.
So that's what this means.
But but there's good action on the other boards. So when Kotov played knight e5, Luke is still thinking what to do against knight c4. And now I'm going to check the other 4 boards, looking for some interesting action. For instance, can you get the M's game? Was that one of the ones?
I don't think we've looked at it before.
No, it wasn't there. That was the problem before, yes.
I could offer you Danny Gourmet against Akshaya Kalayalahan.
He played the D6 game.
Oh, actually, we have a Simon Williams game.
Oh, yeah?
And he's playing against
fantastic.
Gawain Jones' wife, right?
Sue Maroroa. Okay. Okay,
sounds
very good.
New Zealandish. I think she is from.
So let's see this from the beginning then. If we got the.
So we've got the Ginger GM playing C4.
Hype 1980 insists. So here we go. For you.
Happy to be of service. All right. So
Hype, this one's for you. Okay, we were able to retrieve the game. So C4.
Yeah, another Ginger. English. Well. They should be playing English,
They should be playing this more often.
It's their obligation. Like, if there's a Dutch championship, they should go for the Dutch, right? I mean, if there's a tournament in Berlin, everybody plays the Berlin. I wouldn't want to watch that tournament, though.
Bit boring, though, to play the Berlin in the Berlin. Okay.
But I welcome the recent development that everybody's going for the English. It's just another type of position. And I know that Simon likes to play the London as well. So either way, you can't go wrong. Either London or English, both are topical openings if you play.
Good lines for this tournament, obviously.
Yeah.
Is there a Welsh system or a Welsh opening? Doesn't ring a bell, actually.
No.
Welsh?
Is there a...
That's a question for you guys out there. Is there a Welsh variation or a Welsh system? A Welsh attack, maybe?
Maybe in the tournament they will popularize some particular line, and then it's going to be...
We do have the Scotch opening, so...
We do, yeah. And then it's going to be called the Welsh opening, or maybe the Llandudno line.
Well, this line of the Bobbini system is coming out again here, so maybe this will be the Welsh system in this variation.
So... This Botvinnik setup is what Michael Marine recommends. Mikhail Marine. Mikhail recommends on his English books. However, I think if Black chooses the setup with C5 rather than with E5, so not the King's Indian, but what is this? There's no name, I guess. I think it's really hard. It's really difficult to press out any opening advantage here because. Rook b8 might also... There's this typical plan, of course, which everybody knows, of maneuvering the knight around to d4. And it's really difficult to stop that. And actually, I had a game, this game that I cited before against David Howell was in this line. And, I didn't have anything. Although I, after all... Okay, I'm not going to repeat that I won the game, although I just did, but it was not due to the opening. So, okay, let's see what's happening here. I just browsed too quickly. So, I think c5 is actually the more critical approach against the Botvinnik.
By the way, I think we should mention that d4 is possibly inexact here, no? Because after... he might have knight takes e4 here, or knight takes c6 is a problem.
I think it works for Black.
Okay, knight takes, and the knight's coming out via b2, no? So this looks...
there's this typical trick, kind of discovered attack. Correct. We know it also from the Dragon, Sicilian, the
It's come out in the King's Indian as well, so we've seen it 2 or 3 times today.
So, of course, this is not critical recapturing this knight, but this in-between move is, but then black has an in-between move of his own. And now if everybody starts feeding on the opponent's pieces...
Well, black ate a pawn first, so
wait,
he should be ahead, no?
Yeah. He ate a pawn, but
now even...
What is this line?
Wow. But... Wow.
No clue what's going on here.
What's happening here?
I don't know. I'm just taking pieces all over the place and just making moves. Looks like a forced draw to me,
But maybe there was some move we missed. I think, for instance... Wow.
Okay.
Now it is a draw. Well, white's slightly better here, I think.
I think white is seriously
white
better.
Is seriously better with the bishop on d6. So we can conclude from this variation that the pawn on e4 cannot be captured, no?
Can we? I don't know.
No, I think it can't be. But in any case, white is playing with d3 in this
Typically,
line.
it's not possible to go d4.
Normally, you can't go d4.
All right.
So d3, and now...
it's possible to go knight d7 and choose the other route here.
Okay.
But the question is whether white will be in time to push for an e4 here.
Yes. This would be a bit awkward, no, having the knight on...
But even that, I mean, it depends. There's always this way of playing, yeah.
This would be more Morocci style structure with white with the bishop on g2.
But what do you do now? Maybe knight c2, but you don't really want to allow bishop c3. So what do you... Well, maybe here I can also take.
Yeah,
because here the attacking resources are limited.
No, I would like black's position here.
Yeah,
rook c8, knight e5 quickly.
Yeah, they're quite vulnerable, and it's not enough. Not enough attack. Would be my bet at least. Okay, so we're just making up lines which are of course already existent. You can just look it up, and
it is interesting for the viewers to see there's a lot of possibilities in every position. No? And even moves that might look a bit dubious, they can be valid in some positions. No? So a6, and black goes for the standard rook b8 and trying to go for b5. So what does Simon decide to do here?
h3. So he's determined to go bishop e3 and d4.
Now Simon is a very aggressive player. He's shown that to us in all his videos. But here he's playing a more cautious setup and maybe delaying for the middle game his attack on the king side. No, I've seen other games where he likes to play h4, h5 as soon as possible, but this is not possible here. No. Okay, so black goes rook b8. He's trying to gain some space maybe on the queen side with b5, or just get the rook out of the way of the bishop on g2.
a4 now.
That stops b5. Right. And now you're...
Yeah, he would be in time to go d4 after... Actually, here, I think black could even just exchange and go b5.
Go for the black for dark square play, no? Oh, with b5.
I thought just liquidate everything and get some pressure on the b file, but the problem is not takes here.
And what about the a5? Yeah, that could be...
Then b4.
b4?
Yeah, that looks unpleasant for... I mean, this pawn is just really strong.
I wouldn't like to play this with that pawn on a5.
Yeah. Okay, so...
But there's something I learned when I was young, that when the knight goes to c7, when white is able to play d4, then black put his knight on d4. That's something I learned in these structures.
Yeah.
As soon as white's able to play d4, when you're doing the maneuver with the knight, then black should play knight d4 to prevent it. Something I...
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But I am remembering a couple of lines where you allow d4 to happen, and then you strike back, like even like this.
Okay.
Because it's maybe white just goes to e2. Yeah, that looks quite sensible. And then unless you have some concrete ideas, like I don't know, something like this,
then you have too many minor pieces without exchanging. You have space problems basically.
Yeah, absolutely. You need some counterplay. Otherwise, white will consolidate. We'll get the grip on the position, and then we'll make use of it. So black should really try get something going immediately. Okay, so she went
knight d4.
Knight d4, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, for the moment, black is playing very well, very nice play, and now white goes rook b1. Seems to want to play b4 here. Black strikes with b5.
Is just a blunder, no?
It's a pawn sacrifice or a blunder, one of the two.
Yeah, okay.
Let's
say it's a pawn sacrifice.
Is it a pawn sacrifice? It looks like a pawn sacrifice.
So knight c7 looks very natural.
That's the normal move, no?
And even, I mean, b4 is not so scary. You can just go knight e6. I mean, there's not too many bad things are happening here. You can't just take on c5 because opening up the d-files.
Of course. So b4, knight e6, and now maybe f4. That's probably the idea of white in this position after b4, knight c7. Sorry, knight c7, b4.
And then knight e6, b5. Yeah, maybe.
Or f4, playing on the other side of the board.
Or maybe you can take now and jump to d5.
Uh-huh.
Not sure how good that is. Maybe it's no use at all.
Take with the e4. And how here? Black has 2 bishops, but well, that's not so useful in this position. b5.
No, that looks good for black. Yeah.
Black's okay now. Yeah. Pawn on d4 is strong and looks okay here. And now we don't have this resource of playing pawn takes an a5 as before.
Yeah. Now the position on the queen side will open up a bit, and I don't see why white should be better. I mean, the knight is a little.
The knight is very bad.
Yeah, it wants to come here, but that's illegal.
That would be optimum, but can't
Beaming
do that.
has not been invented yet.
So rook b1, b5. Let's see what happened then. Was this a sacrifice or just a blunder? She took.
So that's the typical response.
It might be a sacrifice. Who knows?
Banco style. So why not bishop a6 then here?
Because knight takes d4.
Oh, yeah.
So first he defends the pawn.
Okay, but it looks a little bit clumsy, this whole thing. But it's 2 pawns.
2 pawns now, Ilja.
Queen
2
c6.
pawns. And your knight on c6 is getting there. No, I think 2
First,
pawns.
it needs to be getting somewhere else. Knight c2.
But I can even go back to b5 and give you back one of the pawns. I mean, it's 2 pawns. No?
Yeah, but that might be very drawish then. It's opposite colored bishops. I have pressure on the b file.
That's true. That is true.
I don't know. Might be enough, might be not. Who knows?
But 2 pawns is a lot.
You want to go here, really? I go here or something?
Oof.
No, I'm hitting everything.
No, I was thinking go back to f3, but I'm not completely sure.
To f3, yeah, of course, that makes a lot more sense. Okay, and then you even here, I can still consider queen b3. Strange as it. Okay, maybe still knight c7. I don't know. You know, as a Banco player, you're not afraid of these things. Yeah, it takes 2 more moves to get all the pieces mobilized. Maybe queen b3. Maybe it's not enough. You're right. I don't know. Who does?
No, there is some compensation. Probably 1 pawn is you get in 1 pawn
you
back
get 1
for sure.
pawn, and then you have
and then
bishops.
for a draw, it could be okay.
Yeah.
But she played queen b6, and now she's trying to go bishop a6. Okay. But now Simon played b4. Now I'm starting to think this might have been a blunder, Ilja, more than a sacrifice.
Well, or at least here bishop a6 would have been necessary, because once we get those 2 pawns and they're not as vulnerable anymore. Knight c7, okay. Bishop a6, knight a3. There's no counterplay now. I mean, these pawns are really strong now, and they can be pushed forward at our convenience. So, and here, I mean, we can take, or he went knight a3, but even taking. Okay, I mean, these pieces are not perfect yet, but 2 pawns, and these are 2 passed pawns. Okay, wait, we were just 1 pawn up, but still these are 2 connected passed
2 connected passed pawns, yes.
Okay, but this is now, I mean, they're just marching up the board.
They're marching up the board, yeah. This is what happening in the game. So, and I've seen quite a few of Simon's videos, and he loves pushing his pawns up the board.
I'm wondering
so I'm sure
if
he's
it
very,
wasn't
very
too
happy
premature.
with this. I'm trying to find the game on my screen.
I mean, it wasn't necessary to march that far up. Okay, let's just look at
the pawns are on b6 now on an a5.
Rook b5. So maybe if he can stabilize this scenario on the queen side, then he's just going to be 2 pawns up, and it's despite the fact that it's opposite colored bishops. I mean, these pawns are so advanced, and they're on the black on black squares as well. So they should be able to promote if there's no immediate counterplay. And okay, e6 hints at the fact that there isn't. So even just knight d3, yeah, he played that.
No, but the position is I think that might be analysis, because at least as far as I see on the screen.
But that's not my analysis.
No,
is it yours?
No. Oh, I thought maybe you.
No.
Well, it's strange because
maybe just refresh.
Yeah, it's changed now. There's a rook on b5, a queen on b3.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So rook b5. What happened then?
I'm gonna put the position. I'm gonna get the moves to make sure.
Yeah, I think it's curtains.
So you're on move 26. 26. Okay, so knight d3, queen takes d3, e5, and there rook b1 was played. Rook b7, and queen b3. And now black played bishop h6. She's trying to block on the squares, but there's going to be a breakthrough somehow. Bishop f1 was played now.
Yeah, I think this is.
And now we can all see what's going to happen now after c5.
No stopping.
Black went back to queen a8.
Yeah, okay, it's just over.
And c5.
Yeah.
And this looks very, very dangerous. So
if the bishop was magically transferred
on c5,
to c5, that's a
we
different
might
story,
have some chance of blocking here.
But this is just breaking through.
This is a buster, no?
Bishop is coming. Yeah.
So the pawn sacrifice or blunder was not so good.
We won't know.
But with bishop a6, and possibly black could have played a bit better, no, and get a bit more counterplay
that's my impression.
Instead of queen b6.
Yeah, you can't be too materialistic if you're sacrificing the first pawn. You have to go all in. At least that's what I think in this position.
Okay, let's jump back to the game of Nicholas Pertz.
All right, so I think Simon Williams will win this game.
Yeah, Simon has a huge advantage now, and
good news for his fans.
So we're going to go back to the game of Nicholas Pertz. I'm going to turn off this because I don't like to see it.
Oh yeah, so he went d6 as we predicted. Bishop takes d6 and bishop e4. We had the line knight to e4.
Had knight e4 here.
Bishop e7. He seems to have disliked here somewhat. That was a line with bishop e3.
Yeah, this seemed to have enough. This was good compensation. Yeah. We thought this was good compensation. He played bishop e4.
Also, there is this move queen c2, double attacking
c5 and h7.
And h7 and well, let's.
But of course, here he played d6, so now I can give you the pawn on h7.
But then it's bishop e4.
Ah, that's true.
And then d5 I'll take on c5.
Oh, so maybe it's not so easy.
Okay, but let's say, I don't know.
What? Bishop e7? Queen c7?
Yeah, I'm just trying to make the point that I'll gladly grab the pawn on h7 without being afraid of g6, because this one I will sacrifice, and with the queen on g6, bishop h6 is coming. But maybe, okay, let's just assume queen c7 works. Maybe it's still not that great to take on h7, because all of a sudden this rook
there might be
comes to
some
life.
counterplay later on.
But then again, I mean, the queen is stalemated, so I don't know. Okay, bishop. No, actually, that might be.
It's a bit tricky. Let's go back to the game. He played bishop e4, which is an interesting move because now he attacks the rook, and if captured,
has to take. Yeah, maybe this is more forcing simply.
So now the moves went.
Now, of course, you cannot take because this is just.
This is crushing. Rook e1 is crushing, no? So he went king f8, and this looks like the position on the board.
Yeah, this is.
And he's just played bishop g5.
Yes.
Bishop
g5. Just queen d5.
Queen d5 with a triple attack on all over the place. No, the rook, the bishop, and the pawn on f7.
I don't even know how to defend this guy.
How to defend that one?
You have to go queen f6 because queen
e7, rook e1. So queen f6, and now rook e1 maybe.
Rook e1, knight takes g5.
You can choose.
Pick your poison.
Knight takes g5 is very good. Very simple.
This is just over.
So.
Bishop g5. Okay, black cannot take. But what else?
f6.
f6, then we can still go queen d5.
Looks good. Although he will play bishop takes knight.
Yeah, he'll have to do it. Okay, so same idea here. So this. Okay, now actually black would be very happy, but queen takes a8. Now there's no attack and the queen is stranded. And we might even get to win the queen. So that's not what white wants. I think white should be looking for a forced win here. And this looks quite promising as well, but my guess would be that Nicholas was in the mood of finding something even more forcing, and not only in the mood, but also completely justified. I mean, every move is strong here. Even knight g5.
Knight g5
What are you going to do
well.
against? I mean, same idea here. Deflecting the bishop from the d6 pawn.
This is very strong as well.
And then next move, bishop takes g. Oh.
He does have queen e7 now, but you can take on c8 as well. So this is very good. This is completely winning. It's a matter of taste, as you said before. You just choose the move you prefer and go with it.
But if you don't take, then what do you do against knight takes f7?
It's very, very strong as well.
And then it's a fork, and queen f3 is coming. I mean, it's just over. See? So maybe it's not even going to be 20 moves, but like, say, 18.
18 moves.
So it looks like a quick victory in any case. So bishop g5, yeah, I don't know. Knight g5, knight e5, rook e1, everything is winning. But how does he proceed after f6? Did it happen or no? He took?
He took on g5.
Really?
And
Why?
white
how?
is about to unleash queen d5 here, I think.
But
with
why
big
not,
problems.
Why not f6?
I'm sure he was thinking queen d5 was going to crush him, which is probably true. But he should have played it anyway. No? Queen d5.
Oh yeah, maybe that's actually the point. Now we can get to the. I mean, with the pawn on f7, you could
play king j.
Hope of hiding here, yeah. But
now it's
here,
possible. Check.
Just, I mean, not necessarily aiming for the rook, although that would also, but just mating
maybe
you.
Maybe knight e5 there.
Just mating you. Oh, knight e5. Oh, nice.
But well, he has queen e8, but
yeah, and queen e7. Okay, so but do you have
queen
a defense
f4.
here?
This is very strong. This is crushing. I mean,
okay,
you don't even have to capture the rook.
No, but you can, of course. I mean, it would be.
It's a clean rook. I mean,
yeah.
just capture the rook and that's it. And I'm sure the queen will not be trapped in this position with the bishop on d6.
But as white, you really want to deliver a nice checkmate, don't you?
So this is a good lesson for all of you out there. If you capture central pawn in the opening, it's good, it's correct, but you have to be very careful and make sure you don't fall back on development. And the b5 b4 idea was just too ambitious, and the results is what you're seeing on the board.
All right.
So I'm going to be very careful if I have to go through this.
Wait,
he played queen f6.
Mm-hmm. Queen f6. Yeah, we
now
had
you're thinking of rook e1 or just knight takes g5. Yeah. So matter of taste again. Which way we want to? I actually like rook e1, but I'm sure black will play g6 and keep holding on.
Okay, but I mean, what do you do?
That's very good as well.
What do you do? Knight c6, I guess you have to play.
Now knight g takes f7 or knight, whatever you prefer.
Like
there's a double on h7. You win with knight takes h7.
Oh,
check.
yeah. Well,
so
yeah,
that is crushing. No, this is over.
Okay, so you have to sacrifice this rook as well.
This is over. I mean, bishop b7, you can do it just in case, but I just don't believe this is possible.
Yeah, just knight takes g5 and resigns.
And 1-0 after...
Oh, it happened.
He hasn't even played, so... Or maybe queen f6 wasn't played or whatever, so 1-0, this was our first game.
Look at my prediction skills.
You were very...
I had the idea that this was going to be a short game, maybe shortest of the round. We don't have any other decisive results yet.
Not yet. This is the first, at least in the main boards. But things are spicing up on the Jones board, on the second board. I'm not sure if this is interesting or not, but
let's check.
White is very active, although he does have a pawn less.
It's a pawn down, and it's
what's happening here?
It's a passed pawn. So let's just briefly look how we got here. So we went e3, bishop e6. Okay, it's a little bit of a conundrum to me why all of these moves happened, but here he changed pawns and went rook a7. Queen f8. And now there's a problem. If you take with the knight, then d3 is hanging with...
And if you take with the pawn, you're losing the knight. So a miscalculation maybe by white?
Probably. Maybe he thought he...
Or maybe he thought this looks like a miscalculation, no?
I mean, black's camp is reasonably solid. There's no weaknesses and all pieces are... After e4 especially, you can consider something.
Oh, that's nice.
He wants to jump to d5, I understand, but... Yeah, but... Okay, what else is white going to do? everything in black's camp is secure.
So there might be some compensation, but it's probably a miscalculation by White. When he played Queen B6, he didn't realise that he couldn't take back the pawn after D6 pawn, no? In this position.
Yeah.
I'm suspecting because he could play pawn takes pawn here.
Just take,
and this would be
much,
more or less equal, no? Maybe even D4 now.
Maybe more equal for black than for white.
But maybe White could hold this, no?
Yeah, of course. But if you go D4, I might take, but I might just go E4, and I have the better pieces here, I think.
But between two strong grandmasters, don't you think that a draw could be possible here?
Yeah, absolutely. But I'd rather be black.
Okay.
Because I have the bishop pair, right? And
you
I
can
have,
bring your bishop out
more
by
space.
F8 as well.
And this bishop...
That's
not
very
the pride
good, no?
it used to be.
No, it's not looking very good.
Okay, but
this is better than losing a pawn and having a weak position, no? Or maybe he saw this and preferred the other variation. Who knows? Always difficult
we'll never know. It's difficult to
the mind of the
look
players,
into their heads.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Jones on his way to possibly winning on the second board. And let's jump onto the first board because Howell has just put his knight and prise on b5. So let's see what's happening here.
What?
So, yes, bishop e3, rook e1.
So he went 95 and then decided to go back.
Decided to go back, no?
Interesting. Interesting decision.
So white is about 1 or 2 tempi up on the normal variation.
Yeah, I mean, this is just dream position for white. White has everything he wants to and everything in time. Well, I guess the black player just realized that the knight on e5 was
a mistake.
Was always going to be kicked back. What do you do in these positions? Yeah, you have to be really precise, move by move, with black. Otherwise, you'll just
you just lose.
Squeezed.
He put the knight on e5. Then he saw he couldn't play bishop d7 because he would lose the knight. So he goes back, reroutes to c5, but he's 3 tempi down on the normal variation.
This is just horrible.
But this idea of knight b5, probably to play b4 afterwards, no?
I guess I haven't come to this yet, but maybe he just wants to
well, he'll take back with the knight, hitting
first.
d6 and threatening b4. And he's probably seen that he gets the piece back or at least a huge compensation. Because now what would black play? Queen d8. Because b4 is a direct threat now.
We have to take, right? There's no real... I mean, otherwise bishop f8 or something b4 is just...
Okay, he hasn't taken yet, but it looks as Graham more practically has to take the piece here, no? So what to do now with black?
Okay, let's check the
bishop f8 defends the d6 pawn. Now we go b4.
Okay, and now I guess black will have to return the piece and hope for the best.
Okay, so let's go pawn takes pawn.
Yeah, let's open the a file for the rook.
And now let's look for a good move for black.
Well, there's no good moves. You have to wait until...
Let's look for a move then for black. Any move, no?
But
for instance,
which one?
Queen d8 maybe, or
okay.
Queen a6.
Queen d8 I might just take on d6. And...
Queen a6 is bad because of knight c7, so...
Can we move this knight somewhere for some reason?
Okay, let's play knight e5, for instance, an active move.
Okay,
now what to do?
I will actively attack this guy.
Okay. But now there might be some tactics. No
Bishop
tactics
h3?
here, no?
Not quite.
No tactics here.
You go here. No, I can't take it. Okay, now
now get the piece back. Pawn takes, pawn takes.
This is just...
And e5. This is very good.
Yeah.
This is very... You open up the two bishops. This is crushing. This is... Bishop f5. Maybe...
How crushing is it really?
Well, it looked crushing, but maybe it's not so clear.
It looks nice, but we have rook a2. Even sometimes we can sacrifice this guy and then get the bishop to c5.
Let's look for something more...
More?
Yeah, stronger than this then, because this looks like...
I still think white should be better, but... well, I think he's just going to win a pawn and the rest. Okay, but...
So, for instance, knight e5, maybe not f4. Maybe just take back the piece now and look for something better afterwards.
Maybe. But it looks so natural. I mean, opening up the bishop.
Yeah.
Maybe we have time for that, actually. Why give our opponent this bishop f5 idea and also... Yeah, okay, I don't know, maybe g4 even. Black cannot do too much, right? This bishop is actually...
What about... Does it make sense to put the knight on d6 and try and get the dark square bishop?
What about these knight b4 ideas?
I'm not
sure.
Ooh, that's risky. Yeah, that's true.
I'm not sure, though. But maybe No, okay. Okay.
Now I was going to play Queen D2 against Knight
Yeah, you
B4.
play Queen D2.
Yeah, that was my idea. But
okay, so we start with this one and
B4.
now you play. I mean, we can take on C8 or maybe we can't, but we can go
now.
here.
Well, if Rook D8, then we play E5, which is probably okay.
Oh, but we can just take twice and then go Knight C2 and equalize.
Yeah, that's not in our interest. No, too many exchanges and now maybe White is still a bit better, but.
We're quite far.
Things are not so clear here. No, we've lost some advantage here.
Yeah, that's not what White wants, definitely not.
Let's go back then.
Let's go back all the way.
Let's go back to Knight B5, take. Although Black hasn't taken the Knight yet. Actually, he didn't. He played Bishop F8. He decided not to capture the Knight.
But B4 is still coming, no? I think it's just a
transposition.
Yeah, transposition.
Okay, so B4.
Interesting idea, this Knight B5. I'm not sure if I have seen it, but maybe that's just because I'm not a very strong player. So, but it must be a typical idea. So, well, let's take. I mean, it makes sense to open the FL.
He has to capture the Knight because what are you going to do? You're going to move the Knight and let me make a discovered move here. Knight E6 or Knight F5 even. Knight F5, take D6. I mean, there's so many good moves.
Not many good squares.
You trap your queen. Well, C5 is possible,
okay,
but
we can go here. Oof, I don't know what's happening. What's happening here?
Wow. No, and Knight C7. But you're sure to have better moves, or at least
maybe here is enough compensation.
Here, this could be
or some compensation.
No, but just play Knight F5 and capture the D6 pawn. No?
Or actually, I'm going to have a second fork. Sorry,
another fork.
I'm getting lost. Well, fork, quote unquote fork.
Knight F5 is probably.
Knight F5.
I thought about that move. You just capture on D6.
We can Yeah, okay, let's try it. This, we have to go. I mean, all of these positions. And even just go back somewhere.
This looks very good.
This is crushing. So why did he choose to go Bishop F8 first?
Well, he saw that if he was capturing the Knight, something bad was going to happen. He thought, well, maybe I'll just defend the pawn and hope that nothing bad would happen.
If bad things are happening to you, you might as well just grab a piece and then...
That's one way of seeing it.
At least you have something to hold on to.
That's what I normally do. When I'm being crushed, I capture all the material I can and then think about giving it back at some moment, no? That doesn't always happen, but... Knight A6, and this looks very bad.
Knight A6 is also kind of harsh, isn't it? Or... Well, we can, of course, now take here.
Okay.
And if takes, then maybe queen takes.
Queen takes.
But then Knight B5.
So pawn takes, maybe?
Yeah, it doesn't make too much difference.
And now Knight takes B5. Okay, so he's going to try and defend this position, no? This might just be a transposition to the other line. So Black's a bit worse. Well, he's seriously worse. But maybe not lost yet.
Yeah, maybe we shouldn't take...
shouldn't
take because that limits Black's options, right?
Yeah, okay.
And also D6 remains a weakness, just in case. We're not in a hurry.
Okay, but we'll probably end up taking. But now you can't move the queen, so
we'll take at our own leisure.
Because now Black doesn't have very very useful moves. He can't move the queen because of Knight C7.
It's zugzwang.
Play Queen D8, but then we take and he can't set back with the pawn. Well,
can we take here? It's too optimistic, probably. I mean, it's probably still a good position, but... No, but yeah, exactly. He can't take with the rook, with the knight, because...
He has to take with the pawn, and now...
Knight D6, at least.
Yeah, very good move. Queen D2 is a possibility. F4 is a possibility.
No, this is very good for white. That's what you want.
Yeah, this looks very good.
Okay.
A bishop F4 is a good possibility as well there.
Oh, yeah.
That was another interesting move.
Yeah.
You have several good moves here.
Okay, so let's make another prediction here. I would say, which move are we on? 17th? I would say
Rahal played B4.
Like 7 or 8 moves more.
Pawns were captured and... Well, he might be able to bail out into some sort of, position where he's clearly worse, but not immediately lost. So maybe a few more moves than 7, but...
So this Graham Moore was this 15-year-old... young kid, right? No?
I'm not sure.
Wasn't that what Malcolm told us in the chat?
I think.
he was referring. Okay, I mean, neither of this will help because the position is so horrible. Okay, so this is the position, right?
The position is the pawn on b4, exactly. This is the exact position.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so
let's look at another
remember
game.
Max Shane played b3, and then he played f3. So
he's taking a lot of time.
He's taking, but you were exact on the. Max Shane is another player who every now and then consumes a huge amount of time for some of his moves. I remember seeing him play in London Chess Classic a few years ago, and that was one of the things he was saying when he was losing against the stronger players. He was thinking a huge amount of time. So f3. So bishop c5 was played, and now against f3.
How did we get here? So knight e5. He went with b3. And we said what here? Nothing.
And now, well, we mentioned maybe rook a c8 or maybe bishop a3, but black went bishop c5 here, so he's looking for some tactics.
We had bishop h3.
That was one of the ideas we were thinking about, yes.
And rook c8 we had as well.
Rook c8.
Okay, bishop c5 is sensible enough.
Well, it's somewhat threatening to take on d4 and then maybe knight f3 at some point.
Yeah, that's actually...
but now he played f3.
Decent positional threat. So, but there's no other move simply than f3. What else could you... Like king h1?
No, of course.
I don't know, maybe king h1 is the best move.
But now what happens if he takes on d4?
Yeah, good question.
What's he thinking of doing? Take back with the bishop and then take on f6?
I guess.
Is that the idea?
But that can't be right. Let's see if we're
can't be thinking of taking on.
Okay, but this is all forced, and I mean even this bishop. Maybe we can push it back.
Queen f4 maybe now.
It still doesn't feel quite right. I don't know. Maybe it works. I'm torn.
Well, if he gets the pawn back, he's going to be okay. Because black's king is weak as well, and white's pieces are active. But where to go with the bishop now? Because queen g4 I don't think is very good. Because you play queen takes f6, and you're defending the d4 square, everything is defended.
But I can still push d4, no? But I think I'm just going to take and play knight takes d5. That's the problem. Because this would be quite nice. Okay, I mean, it's not the end of the day.
Oh, you exchange queens and take the pawn on d5, okay.
I just want to push d4. So what if I just go here? And if you take, which
then
is
d4.
not a given, then d4, and you don't have any knight, rook d1.
Okay. Knight e4.
You have this check, but I just go here. Okay, you have knight e4 in these lines.
Yeah, now knight e4 could be dangerous. Or checking here, and then knight e4. Yeah, that's dangerous.
Or knight d5 even.
Or knight d5 even. This looks a bit risky. So maybe now Maxine's got all this calculated then? You think he's got it worked out? Because it seems very forced, this. Or is he going to play pawn takes bishop against bishop takes knight?
No. Here we can just take.
And take, and that's it. So he has to go for this line.
He has to go for it.
And if he plays,
this is nothing, right? I mean, we're not missing anything. I mean, bishop g. But that can't be it.
But then, if he takes on f3 with the bishop, then we play bishop takes e5 intermediate. No.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is the line he's calculated in these 27 minutes after f3. That's a huge amount of time, but he has to have calculated that.
Not for him. It isn't. I think I remember some games when he spent even much more than that on single moves, particularly.
Wow.
Yeah, individual moves. I mean, which is sometimes justified if it's a very critical position. But you have to always ask yourself the question: is it really going to be worth it later as the game proceeds in time travel? Because sometimes you just have like decisions between 0.4 and 0.5 or 0.8.
That's what I always tell to my students, and I explain to them after the games. I put the engine and tell them that you spent 18 minutes here. Now look, all the moves have approximately the same evaluation. But then when you're in time trouble, you drop pieces or make tactical decisions, and that's where you lose the game.
You should try to invest more time where there is a higher amplitude of. There's a higher margin for error, right? So when it's between couple of decimal points of a pawn, I mean, probably 1 hour is going to be too much. But if it's such a crazy position that...
of course, you never know. That's the problem, no?
Well, yeah,
you have to develop the feeling to
exactly.
do that. Okay.
Yes. Experience helps.
Grandmaster in Spade called De La Villa, he says, no threats, no calculation. So basically, that's the idea. He even divides the time of the game in segments, giving 2 to 3 minutes for maybe 30 moves, 15 minutes for 3 or 4 moves, and then sort of making sure that you don't get into severe time trouble unless the game progresses. If it's a long game and both players in time trouble, then what can you do, no?
Yeah, no, some games are
unavoidable.
Just unavoidable.
Okay.
I mean, some positions are so out of anybody's grasp, you have to think because it's crazy.
Okay, so this is the fourth line. Let's go over this line again. Bishop takes, bishop takes.
Time management. Yeah, okay. So
and now I have to think that bishop... Although maybe rook f1 is a possibility.
We can start with
maybe queen f4.
Rook f1, then we have knight e4, I think.
Okay.
But maybe queen f4 would be transposition. But here we have queen...
Yeah, here there are the moves that might complicate things. No, bishop takes knight must be the move straight away.
This is the one we have here. And if we go... This looks like a better version.
This is a better version for black. Okay. So, take on f6. Yeah, seems forced.
And now queen f4.
And now queen f4.
Anything else? Yeah, I mean, rook f1.
Rook f1, bishop e4 maybe?
Yeah.
Or maybe even queen g4. Who knows?
I don't.
The queen g4 looks a bit suspect to me, but it might be okay.
Rook f1 might also be a candidate.
Because now where does the bishop go? If he goes to h5, we can capture on d5. Very strong threats. Yeah. So he has to go to e4 then. That's practically the only move. And now how can we continue with take on f6? Take. And now many threats here. Many threats. Rook f1 is threat.
This heavy pieces endgame will be just very annoying for black due to the weakness of his king. All the dark squares are weak and queen g5 stuff.
This is very dangerous. No, this could be even very good for white. So, what's he going to do?
It's on the board, no?
What's he going to do? We're going to go back to here. This was... Okay, so this is on the board, and now it's white's turn. And he will, in principle, play bishop takes f6.
I'm pretty sure he will.
He can exchange rooks on e1 if that's an improvement. I don't think it is.
I don't think it is.
Okay, so now rook f1.
Rook f1 or queen f4?
No,
you like this one?
I'm thinking that I like more this one. Because, okay, maybe he can play queen g4 now.
Okay, so if I just take here...
Okay, so bishop takes,
but
forced.
Maybe you have enough counterplay here.
And now rook e2, no? That's the idea.
Yeah, your pieces are too active here. I mean, probably I will be able to bail out with a draw at least, but...
So is there another move instead of knight takes d5? h3 can't work. Queen f2, bishop e4. Queen takes f6 with the idea of rook f4. Then he's got rook e6. And it might be okay, no?
Sorry, which line?
Queen f2, bishop e4. And now take on f6. Oh, intermediate moves.
But I'm not sure.
Take, and now which pawn? That one? Yes.
No,
that's 5. Maybe a small advantage for white here. No?
Yeah. Probably.
But even this position might be drawing, might be chance for a draw here.
All rook end games are
chances in a draw. All rook in a draw with a weakened king.
Yeah.
Okay, so
d4. Okay, let's say d4 if nothing else works.
Okay, but then bishop e4.
Bishop e2.
Or bishop e2. Yeah, that is a.
Rook e1. Even rook e1.
Rook e1 is.
It's very complicated. I would have expected this position to be more move by move.
There are a lot of moves.
Clearer, easier to come to a final.
So maybe queen f4 then is. Well, he took on f6, and now it's black's turn. Kotap is thinking, but he doesn't have any other moves.
We go here. Oh wait, we were coming from this position, right? Yeah. This is a draw.
Sorry?
We had this position before, didn't we?
Oh.
No, we didn't. It was the queen that came to F2. Okay. Getting confused here. 2.5 hours into the broadcast. So what does white have here?
Well, a good order would be to play queen f4 first, and then instead of rook f1, and then at least he doesn't get that. But we were worried about bishop h5, no? And now instead of taking on f6, maybe a move to attack the d5 pawn.
But
rook d. No, we can't play rook d1. That's the problem.
That was acceptable for white, or even quite good, wasn't it?
Looks good for white.
Or
yeah.
Am I mixing up? Was d4? Yeah, d4 didn't work because of something like this.
And now knight d5. Yeah.
Okay, so it's not
that
d4.
Was very good.
Yeah, but what a strange position. I'm trying to put some templates onto this position, but it's really so unique with the pawn on b3 and both kings are weak. And this bishop might end up being a strong one if it gets to e4 at some point. Like, if usually you always want to block this pawn.
Yeah,
right?
but not in this
position, because putting the minor pieces onto their perfect squares, quote unquote, would probably favor white black a little more, because this king is going to be so. I don't know. I mean, this king is also not great. Depends on the circumstances. You can't even make any general observations about this position. It's just very concrete.
Very concrete.
Yeah. Okay, but we'll have to assume that Luke knows what he's doing.
Yeah, looking good for very good from actually in this position. He's played rook f1, funnily enough, not queen f4. Maybe there's something against queen g4 that we've missed. Because I don't see any other move for black here. But if queen g4, if we can find a solution against queen g4, then black is in big trouble here. But what could that be? Queen somewhere. Let's see the squares for the queen.
Queen d3.
Queen d3.
Bishop
He's got
b4.
bishop b4. Queen d4, no. Queen f2, we said that before.
Queen h6, I can't imagine. No.
Doesn't look like it. Maybe. Of course, this is tricky, but maybe knight b5.
But then rook e2 is coming.
That's bad, of course. So let's see knight takes d5 again. Bishop takes. And here the problem was that he had rook a d8, no?
Yeah, or rook e2.
Or rook e2,
It's just two active pieces. I mean, black cannot lose that. The question is whether white can hold this. I mean, here really the activity of the pieces and the security of the kings are decisive, not these double pawns or this pawn hanging.
So, no chance of capturing on d5 then? So what is he going to do against queen b1, queen g4? What is his idea? You mentioned queen f4 before, but that...
I'm dreaming of something like this. No, but you have queen e3, that's the problem. Otherwise, of course, once the knight becomes jumpy, this is not going to be fun.
Okay, and if you play knight takes d5 now, he plays rook e2.
Yeah. We have knight f6, but then just king h8.
He moves his king, no?
Oh, wait, also this rook is hanging, so we can't take on f6.
Oh, yes, he takes... And if you play rook f1, what was the move? Queen e2, no? Hold on, maybe...
queen e3. Simply.
Queen oh, yeah.
I mean,
and
this
now,
is
not
enough.
No, that's not enough. Rook e6 or rook e2, no? No, rook e6, no. So rook e2 is okay.
Rook f3.
So that's not good.
Doesn't work. Maybe he wants to build it slowly. Is that possible?
That would be a very nice move. Rook f2.
d4. Black has ideas of his own.
Maybe knight b5 now.
Well.
But this seems... Well, we're threatening rook f1 and we're threatening knight c7. What is he going to play? Rook e2?
Rook e5.
Rook e5. Knight takes d4.
Is this an idea?
Bishop
knight
c6.
Takes d4. Yeah, I want to get around
Queen
like
e4,
this,
yes. Yeah,
but
queen e4,
you're not going to allow that.
I'm going to play knight somewhere. Knight takes d4.
And now rook d8, just c3. But then queen e4. Yeah, this looks...
I do have rook f4 intermediate here. It's all very tricky, but it seems strange, rook f2. I'm not sure about that move. Well, it's been played.
What else?
He played queen g4, he played queen f2.
Queen f2.
We considered that move, and now d4 was the move that was worrying us.
Oh, yeah, it was just this rook endgame. Okay, maybe we're heading towards this rook endgame. Yeah, but d4 is kind of forced, isn't it? Or bishop e2. So many lines.
Well, that was a repetition. No, d4 looked forced. Maybe there's some move which isn't...
Here, yes, and then we didn't see a way to progress. Okay, I mean we're kind of getting lost in these lines. So I would be curious what the machine is saying, but we won't look at it.
No machines here.
No machines.
No machines here.
Let's just assume that Luke knows what he's doing. We've looked at all the top games recently, and I would suggest a quick breather so we can be back in 10 to 15 minutes or something like this.
And he's played bishop e4, funny enough. He had time enough to consider this position, and he played a move that we didn't even consider. Queen f2, bishop e4 he played.
Okay, so there I was announcing a little break and
we're
nothing of sorts.
but this move we saw before, queen takes f6. And
the final verdict was... Did we even consider this move?
Something very similar. I think we were thinking that this was very good. But now he does have rook e6. So maybe that's the move.
Then I have knight takes e4, if that's of any... Oh, wait, I'm threatening on f7.
Oh, whoa. So why did he play... How could he play bishop e4 then?
Don't like it. Maybe it's time travel?
But the time travel should be for Luke, not for his opponent. Because... Well, you never know with these clocks, obviously, but he has 16 minutes.
Okay, I mean, he's a 21-51 player after all, so we can't expect him to find all the perfect moves.
Maybe he's just missed something or...
That was a cocky thing to say, wasn't it?
Sorry. No, who knows? No, but this is true. Sometimes we expect much more because he's playing very well. But obviously, if he played very well all the game, he'd probably be 2600. So maybe he's a good player, but every now and then he makes some calculation mistakes. So we take a small break?
Yes.
Guys, we'll be back.
I don't even know how to do it, but I guess Macaulay will help us out.
We're going to be back soon for the last moments of this round. There's quite a few very interesting positions, but we've been about nearly 3 hours, so I think it's time we did a small break.
Kudos to your stamina.
And I'm going to be here all week, so...
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so thanks a lot, and we'll be back
Let's
in a
just
moment.
assume that somebody hits the pause button, otherwise we'll just stand up and go to grab a coffee, right?
Okay.
All right, see you guys later.
See you later.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to the first round of the British Championship. Brought to you by International Master Michael Rahal and myself, Ilja Zaragatski. And we've been talking about the games for the first, well, what was it, 3 hours, a little bit more than 3 hours. We've got some decisive results already, and now we're going into the second phase of the game, where most of the games will be heating up, and we expect some more decisive turnarounds, or at least some decisions in the game. We brought up another game of a popular chess presenter and player, which
Lawrence Trent.
Which we haven't looked at before. So let's do that before we dive right back into the other games.
Very good.
Of the top players.
And we won't forget to see the game between Morby and Hawkins. One of our contributors in the chat asked for that game. It's finished, but we'll go over it.
All right.
Before we
Sounds like a plan.
How's Lawrence going?
Let's just look at the current position.
I thought he retired from chess, but he's back again. So
yeah, he retires, then he comes back, then he retires, then he comes back, then he tries again to go for a GM norm. Understands that after failing miserable, there's probably no point in continuing his pursuit, and then he changes his mind again. But still, we wish him the best and that he might achieve this long goal of him.
So how's he doing either? What about
so that's the position. He's an exchange down, but this... Oh, wait, no. That's not... That's this is not the king on G1, but the queen.
But that's, the pattern. I thought the king was on G1 as well. It's what you normally see.
But still, this is not very trustworthy.
King's in a bad position. So it's got exchange for one pawn, maybe? 2, 3, 4,
so bishop c8 was the last move. Hinting at some bishop a6 ideas. I believe with a well-timed f3 and just opening up the position against the white king, this should be horrible for white. I mean, it's 2 pawns for the exchange, and this is a very good bishop holding together everything.
The black bishop is as good as any one of those 2 white rooks. And I agree with you. The queen on g1 is completely hopeless. This is falling down. He still has to play with certain precision, but he's even got a threat now, which is f3 and then queen h3. Well, maybe he can't be so quick because it's queen g2. He has to play a bit precise, but
well, first of all, it's bishop a6, bishop d3. How bad is that?
That is... Well,
it's not that great, but...
I would actually...
Well, maybe the threat is now to go f3. Well, first of all, white has to come up with some move. And, he can't pass.
Thinking that...
Maybe f3 and then bishop a6, and then combine it with queen h3 checks, and in the end, the rook on e1 will be unprotected.
Yeah, but the thing is, we have to find a good move for white now.
Yeah.
There is this... Let's say, for instance...
Let's say rook d2 or
rook
something.
d2, for instance. I want to sacrifice on e4 straight away, but he's got king e1. But now you play queen h4,
queen h4, maybe.
Take away the square e1.
Although...
But
even that is not so clear.
Oh, so there's tricks here.
And Lawrence likes positions with tricks.
No, this is crushing. I mean, this is completely crushing. So we have to be careful with the trick. Bishop takes h7, and but even that trick seems to be working for black. So
well, I believe the main advantage of black's position is that he can decide when to go for which forced line. So he can maneuver a little bit around until it's time to strike, and it's actually not so difficult to figure it out over the board. I mean, he can prepare everything with rook e5 and then queen h4, if he so pleases.
King g7 he can play in any moment as well.
Yeah.
So
makes sense. King g7.
The problem is when he gives the check. Of course, with the queen on h4, he's busto. And if he plays f3, that looks to be very good as well.
And then in these lines...
check, king g2.
So
now he's dropping the rook on
the rook
on
is
e1.
dropping. No? I mean, we can choose in which
you can
order
win the queen.
to
take on d3, take on e1, and then the queen is dropping on g2. So he's tactically winning, practically.
And this is just a mate.
And he's mated there. So
something like this could be possible. Yeah, we expect a quick win.
A swift win for Lawrence in this position against
Sheila
Jackson.
You say Sheila?
Sheila.
Okay.
How do you say it? Sheila?
I don't know.
Sheila, I think it's Sheila.
You're the native.
I think it's Sheila, but not completely sure there. And with women's names, we have to be very, very careful, especially because...
Do you think they could be offended?
We have to be careful. I think it's Sheila. Okay.
Says the guy who almost misspelled me in the chat just a second ago.
Okay, so this looks good for Lawrence, and it should be a win.
Yeah.
If you want, we can go back and see where he sacked the exchange.
Game's over.
It's already over. So we've been told in move 41. So
why is this not showing then? Let's see. Maybe we have to update something here.
I'm going to try and find the moves here.
I think you just updated. No. Let's see.
So he went.
Oh yeah,
he went with. He went with.
I got it.
Okay, bishop c8, bishop d3 to stop the check, and then he went rook f8.
Yeah.
Very, very intelligent to play f3, king e2.
Okay.
And then f3 was crushing. No, queen e5.
No, it's just forky.
Okay. Take. Oh no, he played queen e5.
Found something better.
And he went in to queen b2. So this is also very good.
Yeah.
That was quite nice. That was quite nice. So
in such a position, the bishops are not really worse than the rooks.
No,
the position is open and not only files but also diagonals. So
well played.
Yeah. Congrats to Lawrence.
Let's go and check the Hawkins game.
Let's do that.
Finished before.
Who is the reigning champion, or is he? Isn't he?
He was champion last year, or probably the last year champion. I can check that. But I think it's he was champion last year.
Actually, the game has been finished also. It was this quiet Giuco piano which we kind of refused to look any further because it was going to be not exciting for a long period of time. But of course, at some point, the game has to become more juicy, and I believe that's what it did. Okay, so everything looks quite normal and also quite balanced, but just a tad more comfortable for black because play on the queen side with these weaknesses, it's probably going to happen, and then the white knights are a little bit far away. But I mean, these are just nuances. But of course, if you're a strong player, you learn how to exploit them.
Okay, here's a tactical sequence.
Okay, so, well, that's yeah.
Black took one, but the D1 rook's hanging, you know? So this is a blunder, no?
Just a blunder, yeah.
Okay. So...
unless we missed something, but yeah, that's...
That's what you possibly missed, that... because if he takes with the rook, then the queen on b3 is hanging, you know?
Yeah. But like this.
Or rook... yeah, that's the order, yeah. And winning. So it seems that James Morby, 15-year-old, has been... This is the kid with 15-year-old.
How many of those are there?
Many.
Right.
So he made a tactical blunder in the middle game by capturing the pawn on e5, which I'm sure that Jonathan Hawkins had considered before playing queen b3.
Yeah,
you know?
Definitely. Of course, being the strong grandmaster that he is, he sees.
He maybe even planted this trick, no? See if the other guy would fall for it, and
but it's just a good move. Just
it's a very good, very
like
strong
even
move.
if you would have had to take here, I guess
he
must be a little bit better.
He must be better here. Yes, I agree.
Not sure how much it really is. There's even more moves that have to be considered. Okay, I guess something like this. Even some knight d2 ideas, but just take.
You can just capture
anything is good. But of course, this is much more forceful and looks decisive.
Quite nice. And the game finished here. And now we're going to move on to the games. Let's see, we're going to move on to
but the game continued for another 20-something moves.
Essentially, the material balance was changed here.
Oh, it's just an exchange.
And with the exchange, the stronger player was
and
able
the
to
rest
convert.
was good technique, how they like to say in Russian chess books. Have you ever read a Russian chess book, Michael?
Not in Russian. Not in Russian, but I like to learn Russian, but
I can teach you some live on the air. How would that be? Like, what do you want to learn?
For instance, what would I like to learn? I do know some Russian words. I had a student, but very few. Хорошо, очень хорошо were the two words I used a lot. And
to describe your playing strength.
And a few more words, but yeah. So
all right. Maybe learning Russian as an opening could also be something to be considered. Or you say Petrov in English. Okay.
For instance, you could put up the game McShane. The McShane game is going quite well. It's quite interesting. Let's see where we left this. We left this after
here bishop e4, which was a decision we didn't quite approve. We were advocating bishop e2 or at least d4, to try and hold this
rook
end game, which could be decent drawing chances, but could be also quite bad.
I was thinking here, by the way, rook e2, maybe rook f1, with the idea of rook f2.
Yeah. Maybe I should come with the other
rook
d8. Doesn't make a big difference. Here also rook f1.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess with precise play, white should have...
At least he can press. Something. He can press a lot. But sometimes these endings are holdable, no? But, okay, so what happened in the game?
Bishop e4.
Queen takes f6, and queen g7. Okay, trying to go... Oh, that's an interesting idea. We hadn't considered the fact that the knight was hanging on c3, so... Very good, Roger Kotap, seeing this idea. Probably he saw it quite a few moves before.
He needs to do something about this.
Exactly. It's very, very well played. So he forces the exchange of the knight for the bishop, and now goes to the ending.
Yeah, we talked about this this type of position with the queens on the board, like a heavy piece ending, which I deemed to be very difficult for black to play. But maybe if he exchanges queens and gets some rook activity in, it's bearable. So d4, rook d2.
Rook d2.
Can't we swing away with the queen? Now we have to activate our rooks first.
Now he
moves.
Okay, so now...
So white is SQing the exchange of queens. Wisely so, I believe, because the weakness of this king...
of the king.
It's just very annoying, especially if they're approaching time trouble. There's going to be tactical motives.
I'm going to try and find out the time situation. So yes, they are in time trouble because by the way, the playing rhythm is 90 minutes for 40 moves. Then there's a time control, and then they've got 30 minutes for the rest of the game, always with a 30-second increment. So they're now on move 33. So both players have less than 2 minutes to get to the time control of 40 to do about 7 moves. So they're in slight time trouble. Yes, we could call it that way.
But at least black has very active pieces, and he's always hoping to get a rook to the second rank and create some threats against the white king. So.
But I have to say that Roger Kotop is playing very, very well against Luke Machine. I mean, to hold up to here with options against a 2700 player, that's really good. But the position has changed. Now the king has gone for the wall keys, as I say. The king's on e8.
Wait, no, that's not it.
No.
I jumped. Let me come back.
There
king,
you go.
yeah, that's
There
the
you go.
that's the current
That's
position.
the current position.
Okay, that.
But that's what you were saying before. With kings on the board, to keep the queens was a wise decision because now he can play for the attack as well.
Of course, white's king is also not exactly the safest of kings, but.
But now he's played queen c6. That's a crusher. Now what to do? He has to go back. If he goes there, rook d5. He has to go back to f8. And now let's see if there's tactical things here. How to go here?
No, we just check. Rook
and then
e8
rook
is not
f7.
possible.
And if he goes to g7,
I guess
go with the
from
rook
here.
g5.
Oh, is that going to be enough though?
Where can he go with the king?
Does black have any threats? He doesn't. It's just
No.
queen e3, king h1.
Yeah, no immediate threat. So
No, then
queen
it's just
queen g8.
Here's.
Nice, very nice. He could even play queen f8, I think, and queen g7.
Yeah.
Or maybe not. That's a bit risky. So,
Well,
because
I
he can
think it
go
works.
king h5, and I couldn't see any moves there.
Rook f5.
Oh well, then he's crushing
made
there
in
as
one.
well. Okay, fantastic. Yeah.
Okay, well then it's just.
So
over.
he's lost. Well, king f8 has been played.
And what about? So we have this position on the board. So this can't be too good. Oh wait.
Oh.
Rook f8. So rook
Very nice. Very
Eight.
nice.
This doesn't work, but king g7.
King g7. But now we can
we have to have something.
rook f7 and queen f5. And queen h3.
Okay,
then.
queen h3, but also maybe this is mating.
Oh, that's very nice as well. Queen f5 and queen
Yeah.
f6 and. But we don't have.
Should be
find a
mating.
mate there. Find a mate. Find a mate.
Here.
I know you'll find one.
Okay.
There you go.
Oh no, wait.
There you go. Oh no, but then
I'll have a.
you can mate on queen f7 and queen g7.
We'll find a mate somehow. Yeah. Okay, this is just mate now.
He's fast mating here. You know all the patterns. So yeah. So he's lost. Roger played very well.
But not well enough.
Oh, but he hasn't gone.
Queen c8?
No, he went.
Okay, he's just repeating moves because of time control.
Okay.
All right, we'll expect.
No, he went rook f2.
What?
How come he didn't find this? This is unbelievable.
Wait,
What are we missing?
Did we miss something?
Check on c6, king f8, queen c8.
No, there's just two moves. I mean,
That's the only move.
this
Queen
is-
g5.
This is everything.
What has he
is
got here?
forced. Everything.
Queen g8.
It's only moves. He just missed something. This is only moves.
But he could even have played queen g8 because there was no
Yeah.
checks.
Yeah. Well, maybe
No.
he was afraid of something. Oh wait, is there some idea with sacrificing the queen and then delivering a
Oh
perpetual?
no!
Not really.
I know what you're saying. I understand. If we play queen g8 without check, then he plays queen e3 and he catches the rook on
all
g5.
right. Maybe
so
he
he had
missed
to
king
see queen
f8.
f8.
Queen f8.
Possibly he missed queen f8. But that's understandable because he was low on time and he probably calculated the variation. He couldn't see the sacrifice of that. That's understandable.
Is this a problem if you don't see rook f8?
That's the other possibility. But he'd have queen
maybe
f5 here.
Maybe not. I mean, this never works because I can run away. I mean,
No, he missed queen g8. So he probably saw queen g8, but saw he was losing his rook, and then didn't find the sacrifice of the rook on f8. But that's understandable. We're moving the pieces here. He's doing it in his head, and he's less than 1 minute. So, and he still maintains the advantage. So this is probably the correct
maybe
decision.
it's still good enough.
Because there's no other move apart from queen f8.
Yeah, queen
So-
f5 doesn't solve.
Queen
the
f5
problem.
check and queen takes rook. That's the problem. So
Yeah, okay.
So
Yeah.
he had
You
to
have to
see
see it.
before, and he didn't see that. So But he's still ahead in the game. Okay, so let's jump over to the game. Look, Murphy has got to an end game with Jones. He's a piece down. Let's see if he has any drawing chances. What do you think? Does he have any chance at all to draw here? The H-pawn promotes on a white square.
So it's Murphy Jones, right? Isn't that like some TV character or some movie character? Murphy Jones sounds familiar.
Not sure. Maybe.
I think so. Can anybody please
Google
Murphy
is there's this
Eddie Murphy?
Eddie Murphy is the
right,
the
and then
comic.
there's Indiana Jones, but I mean Murphy as a forename and Jones as a surname.
Okay.
Isn't is that a person? Is that a real person or some character?
We'll leave that for our YouTube followers. If anyone knows anyone called Murphy Jones in the comic world,
maybe someone personally called Murphy Jones.
Murphy Brown. Murphy's name.
No,
is
Murphy Jones. Isn't that some character from some movie or something? Okay, we'll leave that question open and check the game.
Where did he lose the piece? Yeah, because we were considering this.
Yeah, we saw this.
Up to
King
E4.
H7 is a very prophylactic move. Why not H5? You just ask yourself, which piece can I improve? And all of this construction is very stable and nice.
You said H5 before, and that seemed very, very logical to play bishop H6.
Maybe he didn't like something concrete. Knight D5, does that work? Wouldn't know why.
Who knows? He's probably worried about queen takes rook and rook A8 at some point, and then losing the D3 pawn.
But this is just winning endgame.
Probably. Well, there's bishop C8 there now, but.
Oh yeah, okay. But I mean, these endgames
But that would
they can
explain
never.
King H7.
They will never be drawn.
Of course not. I was trying to.
Okay.
Or something around that.
Maybe he was planning to go rook D6 or something like this.
Or maybe, yes, yeah, or rook B8 even. Yeah, that's rook D6 probably. That's the reason. Yes.
Okay, I mean King H7 is not such a bad move, but I like playing with purpose. Okay, rook A5. Okay, does white really threaten to take this guy? Maybe, but maybe not. Probably not, because I've got knight G4, bishop D4, double attacking the queen and F2.
Okay, so Murphy Brown was a character.
Not Brown, Murphy Jones.
Shayla is pronounced Sheila.
All right.
Okay, so
I want to know about Murphy Jones.
For that information. Murphy Jones is from a 1985 film called Murphy's Romance, played by James Garner.
There you go. I'd never heard of this film, but this name somehow rings some bell. 1985. That's the year I was born. Maybe I made some.
That's the connection.
Some esoteric, mystic connection there.
That's the connection. Very good. That's the connection. Okay, so what happened here then? Queen D6. Ooh, that's pinning the bishop.
Still looks very strong. Okay, maybe it's just one.
Knight D5, and now he played rook B8, and it looks like something's going to hang here. Mm-hmm. Because there's also the first rank problems for white.
Yeah,
I mean that's the other problem.
It's white who will be overloaded and have some problems. Also, he's just a pawn down, and it's a dangerous pass.
Very dangerous passport.
That pair of bishops. I mean, this position must be very, very.
And now he attacks the bishop, and when the bishop moves, he changes queens, and there it is.
There's where he loses the piece.
There it is.
I guess D2 knight E3 is not totally curtains, but but here's.
That's the intermediate move. Rook C3 gets the piece.
Okay.
And now he wants to transform. So we go to the end position, and we were wondering if
I thought that we could stop looking at the game here because I would expect Gawain to.
Yeah, for sure. No, but as the other, okay. But funny enough, in the end position, I was thinking if White was able to exchange enough pawns, but that doesn't seem to be the case. No,
that's not going to happen.
And also G5 might be coming soon, so
just
King E4
coming in
completely lost. So we're going to have a decisive result in this game. Gawain Jones for sure will get 1 out of 1 for the first round.
So
and it seems that Howell has lost his advantage. What's happened here?
Is that so?
Let's go to Howell's game.
So
Howell against Moore in the first board.
Okay. By the way, this one's clear. Let me check here.
Wow,
that's very drawish. What happened here?
Big change of events.
But this position was so great. At least that's what we thought.
Here we thought he had a very good position.
Okay, that's what we expected. Knight e5.
Okay.
bc5.
Took. And now knight c3. Here we considered f4 and e5. That was one idea.
Yeah, or f4 and something.
And queen d2 was the other idea we were thinking about.
f4 and something. Or knight. I mean, I don't want to go f5 immediately because I'm inviting some counterplay.
Yes.
But maybe just g4. Okay, still, I think Black's best try in these positions is to
sack a pawn and hold, no?
To try to get some counterplay in. Yeah, maybe this is actually quite good drawing chances.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just a draw because the king is also quite.
King is weak, only one pawn.
Yeah, the pawn, of course. So, okay, that was the position.
So he went knight c3 to get the knight to d5 and to attack.
Just to check. Oh yeah, this didn't work because
of the knight b4 trick. Yeah.
And then exchanges here and then knight c2.
And knight c2, yes.
Okay. So not so easy.
He played knight c3 to go to d5, which seems good. Sacked the pawn, knight d5, took on e3, took on e3.
Maybe he miscalculated.
Well, it still looks very good because.
Okay, it's attacking the queen, but or did he expect to win an exchange here?
Well, of course, if the only move is of course, but here e5, yeah. So I was thinking queen c3 instead of e5.
Bishop g7.
And I was thinking knight e7.
Oh,
no,
wow.
That's not working because he blocks. He blocks after.
Almost.
He blocks.
Almost.
He blocks. He blocks, but he blocks with rook e8. If not, there was mate on h8, but he blocks with rook e8. Okay.
Anyway. Okay, I'm not... something seems to have gone wrong here.
Why does he give the pawn?
I mean, here's kind of a critical position. Black is not threatening that much. Or is he? Bishop e6 maybe is his next move. Okay, so...
f4 must be the move here, Ilja.
But I'm kind of worried about this simplifying mechanism.
But you'll still be ahead. I mean, you'll still have the advantage.
Maybe queen f2 or something?
Yep, that's good. More control. Attacking
c5 is now in the air.
Pressuring c5. That's the move. Queen f2. I like that move.
Okay.
Very good. That's a nice move. Because the bishop can't go out. He might have bishop e6.
And now maybe this.
Now e5.
And then just rook e2. Or rook d2 after attacks. And otherwise, jumpy.
No, this looks good as well. I have the feeling that he sacrifices the c4 pawn because it looks as after knight d5 he's going to have a huge attack on the king side. Well, because black played queen d8, putting the queen in front of the rook.
Yeah, maybe he oversaw this move because you don't really allow that if you just have a hunch. Yeah, you can't go with hunches. You just calculate, and I guess he must have miscalculated something. So this and
queen d8, and now maybe he had a killer move and it e5 fails for some reason.
It looks promising, but
e5 looks like knight f6 is coming, and maybe he overlooked bishop f5 because, for instance, if he plays bishop g7, then what happens? Bishop g7,
knight f6,
knight f6, and winning material, no? So
king
bishop
h8,
f5,
knight f6 as well. Okay, so just a tempo move, but the queen can.
Queen goes to b2, attacking b7 and f6. Again, he threats knight f6, and now king h8.
Oh, now the rook is unprotected.
Ah, that must be. Why didn't he play queen c1 or queen e2?
Maybe because of
king h8 and
reasons,
and give the exchange for a pawn. Sacrifice
maybe
the
something
queen.
Something like this.
Sacrifice the queen. Do you think so? Has to take with the bishop, but there's no coordination here.
Yeah, no, that's
but
not
king
enough.
King h8 probably.
Can that be enough? Okay, so king h8, still knight f6.
Knight f6, and now give the rook, some way or somehow.
One way or another.
one way or another. Queen
getcha.
C7.
Getcha.
Queen C7. Take.
What's happening here? I guess we take G4.
Of course, we're calculating all of this on the board, moving the pieces.
Yeah.
For the player in time trouble, it's much more difficult for him because there's a lot of intermediate moves and it's very tricky. So
this must be good. I mean, you don't have to
looks
calculate
good.
so much.
So which move did he probably miss? Maybe the bishop f5. Maybe the idea that the rook on d1 is hanging after queen b2.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's very speculative what he might have missed or not. Well, of course, in hindsight, we're so wise and we know that
we never know.
The way he went ahead was just a little bit too double-edged. The position looked very nice, so we didn't have the feeling that he had to go for something like this to give his opponent quite so many counter chances. But of course, you never know in foresight, right?
But also, the position that we see on the board after sacrificing the pawn looks very nice.
Yeah.
And he probably calculated some nice variations as well.
Yeah, but you know, the margin for escape is a little bit broader now for black because he's a pawn up and he's got the pair of bishops. So sometimes he can sacrifice the exchange and then he might have enough counterplay. It depends on the concrete circumstances of that operation. But there's just a little bit more wiggling space for black. And in this case, okay, just...
So now that the rook is...
Maybe he want to go e6, but then bishop g7 is strong. We'll never know. Okay,
he went rook e1. Now he's turning e6.
Yeah, but now the worst is over.
Queen b8.
One might. Queen b8.
And he defends the b7 pawn.
Why not queen a5? Then rook a8 is capturing the queen. No, okay, not quite capturing, but has to go back. And then we can take on a8 and fork on a7. The least, of course, we have
also e6 check was winning. Yeah. Bishop g7, e takes f7. I think was winning as well. So no, queen b8 defends everything.
Queen b8 probably just
it's hanging by a thread.
Only moves by black. Yeah. We don't have we don't want to consult the engine, but I could imagine it's all only moves for black. So that's sometimes. You know, it's easier to find only moves than making good moves in a position where you have a lot of choice. So black is just hanging by a thread and finding the only moves.
But he's finding them,
despite to the elo difference.
But he's fine. Sometimes when there's an only move, players just find them. I mean, if you give him 3 options, the low-rated player makes the mistake. But when he's got only 1 option and it's not tremendously difficult, he'll find it.
Because if he has 3 only moves, then he will find the one move of these 3 that is not an only move. So it's like
the 4th option.
It's like those hustlers. What do you call them? With
but things are getting very exciting now.
Wow! Okay, let's
see. Let's carry on to the position
where
bishop g7.
Getting lost in the past sometimes.
Here he was tactics. Pawn takes pawn. Rook takes. That loses because of rook e8. Very fantastic. So.
And now, it's just losing.
So he played rook f8. Maybe he saw something like this and he thought it was completely winning. Queen b5, queen c7, knight d7. Now bishop takes only move. Take with the rook, queen a5, and now hitting the rook on e1. So what? Queen b1.
Yeah, you can't exchange because this queen is not going to promote without the queens. Probably. Oof. What's going on here? So that was the position we had on the board, which looked dead equal to me, but maybe it's not quite over yet.
Now things have become very tricky now.
Right. But that's exactly what I meant. When you want to have a chance against these players, just create a messy position where both of you will be lost, and then this will contribute to your chances increasing. So, wait, that's the position.
That's the position now. But let's go back a bit, see what happens. So this was the position. Okay, he took the pawn on c3.
Both pass pawns exchange. Now the
take.
pressure along the 7th rank.
Now black played rook f3.
It took them seconds to go rook cc7, rook f3, queen takes f3, rook takes f3, takes on
check,
g7.
and king g8.
King H.
So white sacrificed the queen on f3.
Looks like a perpetual to
for
me,
a draw.
doesn't it? Oh, wow.
Because if we move the rook any other place,
we would have our first major upset.
he has to take the perpetual. And is it a perpetual?
That's a valid question.
Can he go to f8? Or am I missing something here?
We can make him.
Ooh. Now this would be very, very tricky. Wow.
So,
wow, rook f7, rook f6, and rook, bishop, and a pawn. H5 might fall. He might be able to win this if he changes the rook.
this is an endgame I have seen in... I think it was Magnus against Aronian? Something like this.
Yeah. It was Magnus Aronian, rook, bishop, and 2 pawns, but I don't think they were together.
I think they were, but
were
they
together?
weren't... They were... Wasn't it like exactly this kind of position? Can somebody please look that up? Or was, just know it by heart?
Aronian Carlsen, I think it was 2015 or 2016. Just check the latest games of those two, and this position will.
I think it's not that.
And it ended in a draw. Carlsen was winning, but he missed at the end. I think it was.
Yeah, he didn't find a way to proceed.
But this.
I think it was in 2016 or maybe even 17. It seems like not far.
No, it wasn't this year.
No?
It was last year. It was last year. It wasn't this year, I think.
Who knows that?
Unless they played in Tata Steel.
You think it's Tata Steel? No.
It rings a bell as well. Okay, so how...
Magnus versus Giri, Lee Chess says. Oh, wait. What a pun.
Let's see.
Lee with a double E. So... Magnus versus Giri, and was a draw.
Said Lee Chess.
See? So which year was that? And what was the exact position?
Okay.
But it's very similar.
I seem to remember it was against...
Norway Chess 2017. There you go.
Norway 2017. Someone sell them. Well, that was this year then. You were right. And not long ago.
Good job.
And not long ago.
Was it a classical game?
We're going to know now. Carlsen.
I think it was a classical game, although they were playing...
Really?
Oh, yes, now I remember. Magnus was completely winning, but Anish withstood him.
Yeah.
He had this forced combination, but he missed it.
Back. But the game, there was a game with Aronian, queen against several pieces, and that was confusing me. Here it is. It must be this one here. Chess games. The Van Dunst opening. That can't be this one. This was the Blitz one.
So it was Blitz after all.
No, it can't be this one.
No, it can't be.
Van Dunst opening is knight c3, I think.
Okay, while you are looking for this game, let me just...
see if they get there.
Yeah, let me just speak a final verdict. Really? That happened? That happened?
So, no, the Blitz game was knight c3.
I mean the moves
game
that we suggested. Did that happen? I think it happened.
Now they're...
But why rook f6? Is that necessary?
No, rook takes g6. Now it's black's turn.
Yeah.
So I'm going to try and find.
I guess rook f6 exchanges the rooks by force, because this rook has no way of getting out, or does he? Because I think you want to exchange the rooks, otherwise I'm not sure. There might be some threats against black's king, while white's king is a bit safer. I'm not sure if rook f6 has been played or is still our line.
No, that was our line. They're now after rook g6. This is the position.
Is that more dangerous?
Queen c2 has been played by black. Oof. Instead of rook... after rook takes g6, queen c2.
I guess, yeah. That's not what you want to have. You want to have the rooks exchange. This increases white's chances.
To win. Yeah. So he played queen c2 here.
Wow.
Attacking the 2 rooks and maybe... introducing the idea of rook f2.
Yeah.
That's a tricky one, this.
This Graham dude.
What to do now? Graham Moore is playing a very good game. I mean, taking into account the rating difference. He's playing very, very well. Of course, he can play rook g8 and rook f2, rook f8 check. At least exchanges the rook, so maybe... Yeah. He'll get to the same position. That's probably the best chance, no? Check.
But now he doesn't win the...
That is true.
I mean, of course he can repeat
G8,
moves,
G5
but that's not what he's looking for.
So now, for instance, if he changes rooks and plays rook g8, take, rook g8, g5, or check first.
This is just a draw.
Will this get to a draw?
Yeah.
No way of eating up that pawn, no, with rook g5 and some way getting the bishop to...
No, but I have a perpetual. You can't move the bishop around without exposing your king. No, you have to have both pawns, and then I think David will actually win the position once he gets, or if he gets the second pawn.
But of course, what does he do now against Queen C2?
I don't think he can do it though. But if he would,
that
then
is the problem.
I think the chances would be great for David to win, because it's not the same as if to play against Anish Giri.
So Jose Daniel Davila Paredes says the comments are very good, but he wants to know, why don't we use a chess program as an analysis tool? And Lee Chess says it's more exciting this way, so we get the feel in the position.
Thank you, Lee Chess.
That is true, Lee Chess. That is true. Of course, why should we use the analysis engine?
Because we're patzers, that's why.
But we don't want to be...
We're proud patzers, right?
We're proud patzers. We want to make the mistakes by ourselves. We don't want a computer to tell us the mistakes we're making, for it to make them by themselves. But that's a more fun way of doing it, is we also use our own brains to find the moves. We do have the option of playing out the moves on the board, which is always easier than if you're calculating in your head. But, okay.
Yeah, I don't see it.
Tell us, if you prefer us to use an analysis tool, we'll take it into account.
We'll listen to you, but we won't do it.
Okay.
No, I mean, anybody can read the first 2 or 3 computer lines.
Even so
you guys can check the engine, even though I personally wouldn't recommend it. If you really want to learn something, then use your own brain.
Yeah.
And later on you can compare it to the computer lines.
It's easy to use the engine, but there's no work there. You don't do any hard work if you just look at the engine and see what's.
Do people want to do hard work on a Saturday
evening? That's the problem.
While they're watching chess, or do they just want to have entertainment?
You'll get entertainment here. No computer chess.
Edutainment, maybe.
Edutainment. That's a new word. Edutainment. I like that one. Edutainment.
I didn't coin it.
Edutainment.
Yeah, I think there's going to be more edutainment if you don't use the engine. At least not immediately. Maybe later on. But yeah, we consider our mission to be trying to explain how thought process work in these players' heads.
Murphy is still holding this ending against Jones. He's trying to get to that bishop ending. It's unbelievable. We thought the game's finished. Over.
Yeah.
Totally finished. We can't look at it anymore. He's holding on. Murphy. He's holding on. Look at him.
Murphy Jones.
Holding on here to that ending.
What is he hoping for? He's hoping to sacrifice the knight against the knight and the pawn, and
make him so tough, no? But he's holding on. He's holding on.
Wait. He has to get his king, of course.
He has to get the king to h1, exchange the pawns off.
Not happening.
And exchange knights. Not happening, but
I think if Gawain doesn't win this game, he will stop chess.
You think so? No.
Or jump from a bridge. No?
No.
Probably not. Hopefully not.
Hopefully not.
His wife would be sad. And everybody else.
But he's making Gawain, play out the game. 60 moves already.
Yeah.
And
I think he's just enjoying being in the limelight, getting his game
he's playing as a
commentated by us. Right?
We're always telling club players to practice their endings, to play more endings, play them out. So he's playing it out. And, well, he'll probably lose, but he's going to have a good time and learn some tricks along the way. So
yeah.
What about this one?
It's borderline kind of disrespectful. But you could argue about that.
I could argue that position, although he's lost, as we know, there's some small chances of a mistake or a
very
draw.
Small, tiny,
very small. But I don't think that would be disrespectful. What would be disrespectful for me if he would force Gawain to give him the checkmate with bishop and knight? Which I don't.
I think that's fine.
Do you think so? Make the grandmaster show his technique.
Why not?
I think that would be.
There have been cases where grandmasters weren't able to do it, usually with time pressure. Even in German Bundesliga, I believe. Was it Yepyshina or something?
The world champion, the women's world champion. She didn't do the mate.
Oh,
that's a famous one.
Oh, I didn't know about that.
Pushenia, we'll check it afterwards. She was the women's world champion at the moment, and she couldn't do the mate. And there's other.
What
other
does that
cases.
say about world champions?
It says a lot about a tricky mate.
Okay.
I force my students to practice it every 6th month.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so something.
You think that's a good idea, though? Because how many times will you get knight and bishop?
But I don't want them to lose a championship in the last round.
But how big is the probability for that? Instead, if they repeated all their opening lines, or let's say each opening line...
They should do that every week.
You're a strict teacher.
But they don't do it, but they...
I think actually, simply because it doesn't happen ever, almost. I mean, I've gone through a whole quote-unquote career without having this a single time.
I've never done it.
I once was mated by Fabiano Caruana in this ending. Impeccable technique, I might add, of him. But me, myself, I didn't...
A blitz game or...
Not even that. Never in my life. Not even online, never. Not even once. And I've been playing chess for...
not even a blitz
pains
game.
me to say 25 years.
I've had to do it a couple of times in blitz games or rapid games. But
maybe, okay, this is a sample of one that I'm referring to, which is myself simply.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't really see it that often. I mean, it happens like, let's say, on average 3 times in a lifetime. Doesn't really make that much sense to practice it. You learn the W and then it's good.
Enough,
it's
no?
good,
Yeah.
and you can use
maybe
the time
it doesn't appear often
more
because
efficiently.
Because your opponents resign and don't sacrifice the last 2 pieces.
You don't resign. You get mated.
Maybe.
That one I would not resign. I didn't resign against Fabiano.
You made
trying
him
to justify myself.
show his impeccable technique. Okay, so let's move on to the game. Well, let's. McShane is winning now. He's converted, and he's got 3 pawns up, so that's good. Why don't you try and get one of the other games that we haven't seen yet?
All right.
For instance, of the second half.
Let's look at Luke's game. What happened here? Okay, Luke's winning, but
he's converting now. It looks like he's converting.
He had this this winning idea, just for the viewers who might have tuned in a little bit later. He had this idea of sacrificing the rook. All only moves for black, and now it's just a mate with rook f5. Not queen h7 or any of those. Even that would work. Mm-hmm. Or would it? King g4 then. Yeah, I guess he just missed the rook f5, which is a very strange mating pattern, but it still works.
Yeah. It's a pity because it would have been a nice way to end the game, but understandable. Under 1 minute, understandable.
Yeah, and time pressure. Okay, he repeated moves, or did
because the thing is that if he doesn't see this mate, then his previous moves would be bad.
Yeah,
black would consolidate, so he preferred to repeat moves and come down and block. So how did this continue? Queen g4.
Okay, still white's positions probably.
Took the pawn h7.
Very good.
And now consolidates another pawn in.
Okay, this is move 42, so he had some.
Now they get the extra half an hour.
Some time to contemplate. Okay, here black's counterplay simply is not enough, and this is going to be resigns. Okay, easiest probably would be this, and then 2700 former 2700.
No, this would be
master.
A good position to
just push.
Call it a day, no?
Yeah.
In this position here.
You know,
so
that's how it goes.
They're still playing, and well, this is funny because put the position with Murphy and Jones just a minute again.
Murphy Jones.
Yeah. I'm holding out my hopes. He just played g5.
Can people see my mobile phone? I think they can.
Probably.
They see that I'm cheating. I'm just reading the chat.
Try and refresh this position because it's a few more moves further. Okay.
I got this. This one's what I got.
Okay. Well, we're gonna move it forward then. So let's do the moves on the board. So which move are you on now? 60.
Yes.
So.
Okay, what would be the easiest way to
knight c7,
convert this one?
knight g1 check.
What's threatening? The only threat can be going after this essential.
This is what happens in the game. Knight g1 check, king g3, bishop e7.
Okay, just
knight e6,
delivering a check.
Bishop d6, king h4, king g2.
Maybe playing
g5.
for some stalemate ideas.
g5. He goes white plays g5.
Yeah, that's not advisable because then. Okay.
White plays g5. And now bishop g3, check, king h4, and h5 checkmate. Game over.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Nice checkmate.
Nice. Very nice. Very nice.
So
you're right. He could have resigned before, but the game was over. But he tried well. He was going for some stable ideas or some sort of sacrifice, but
And you never know. Maybe your opponent will underestimate you anyway, or get annoyed, or something like this.
Well, we've seen mistakes already here, so
and then
that happens sometimes. That you get frustrated or get annoyed,
and you miss something
because the other guy is not resigning, and then you just play fast, and that leads to mistakes. So always good to carry on. Okay, so
Mr. Shrayan Majunder says, in that game, Magnus missed a mate in 3. Yeah, I remember something like this vaguely. Invented in a marathon game. Probably was like 130 moves or something. And someone is calling us old ladies.
Wow.
And then there's something, Vikan Z. So it wasn't Norway Chess.
It was Tata Steel at the beginning of the year.
Yeah, that sounds more like it, because Norway Chess we would have remembered more vividly. Okay.
We're squabbling like a couple of old ladies, Ilja.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, I can't squabble anymore. Okay.
So many games have been finished, like almost all of them, except David Howell against Graham Moore. We have this position on the board?
Queen C2, yep.
Oh, no. Okay, so still Queen C2. Yeah, now I guess David is taking stock, realizing what he's done, how he's bungled it, and still trying to come up with something to at least to have some chances, not necessarily have a good position, but maybe have some chances where the opponent can err. But
he's got 10 minutes on the clock. This is the second time in control, so now he's got these 10 minutes plus 30 seconds for each move, and he's already spent quite a lot of time. I think at least 13 minutes on this move.
Okay, we'll get back to this one.
Okay.
So a game we haven't checked at all is Danny Gormley versus Akshaya Kalayala. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Kalayalayan.
Akshaya Kalayalahan. Okay, excellent. Let's see this game then.
Akshaya Kalayalayan. It's very poetic. Okay, now we don't have to go through the whole game. Everyone can do this. That's the position they got. I can't believe it.
I'm going to try and find this.
All the other games are so advanced. Yeah, it looks like it. And white is not even that great here. This looks
this
at least
seems to
at
be
least equal.
The current position, but
all right.
Well, but something strange here, because this is move 20 and the rest of the games are finished, and Gormley's clock says 2 hours 10 minutes thinking time. So obviously there's been a crash on the board, so we can't continue this game here.
Okay, so let's skip that.
Let's
look at the game Alan Pleasance versus Keith Arkle. Okay. Good old Keith. Oh, something's wrong here as well. I think they're not updating. Okay, this is after move 26.
No, this is a lower board. This can't be like this.
Just one of Keith's positions. Pair of bishops, nothing going on. And
he beat me years ago in one of these positions. Karakan with e5, c5. Right. He crushed me.
Who else have you played from the field?
I played with Arkle, but I have to look here. For sure I played with someone else. I played with Ginger online, but not in real life. Let's see if I can find the...
In the meantime, if you guys know some games which are exciting and still not over, or maybe over but have been exciting, please give us a hint, because almost all of the top games have been finished.
Could you find the game between Sun and Gassi? Is that one there? This one here?
Yeah, I could. Apologies for messing up the screen for a brief fraction of seconds.
Another game which is very interesting. Handley contra Lamb. That's a good one to see now.
Okay, let me see. This must look funny to you guys out there, but I need to do that in order to get into this game. All right, so this is it. Oof.
Okay. No, this one is nearly finished.
Yeah.
No,
too many pawns.
Handley against Lamb or Burrows against Ward. These two here. These two look interesting, especially the one of Burrows against Ward.
Okay, let me just
are they there?
Close a couple of games that have finished already.
Close the Adele one.
At least the ones that we looked at. Adele, Murphy Jones.
We can
close.
And
we haven't looked at these. We have looked at the Hawkins game. Okay, we might get back to some of those, so we have some space for additional games. Which ones?
The one between Burrows and Ward. That's the one. Yeah.
Okay, and which one?
And the other one would be Hanley against Lamb, which was just a bit above. There you go.
Ah, yeah. Lamb. He's a Grandmaster?
No, Hanley is an international master.
Oh.
I don't have the pleasure of knowing.
Oh, it's his initials, G and M.
Oh, GM Lamb Paul. Nice. That's good.
Right.
So it's Paul GM Lan.
Yeah. Okay, so you want to take a look at this game now? That doesn't seem too exciting.
There you go. The Burrows Award. That one's more or less interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So Chris Ward is Grandmaster.
Could be another upset.
Now King G5 is an option, and Queen H3 is the other option. But King G5.
I think Queen H3 should be good enough for a draw. What are you going to do?
Yeah.
If you exchange, I mean, the rook
That's
game
a
is
draw.
just dead equal, and Queen E4 say, I just take
that
here.
is very good. Queen H3 is probably a draw. But what about King G5? Can we play ambitiously here? Or is that too risky?
It's not threatening that much.
Not threatening much here, no?
Something like this.
Queen F3.
Or did you want to go for a mate?
That would be unbelievably strong.
But Rook F6 is quite... Wait.
Rook F6.
Oh, it works because I'm controlling the A8
square. But if not, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, it doesn't quite work, but it would be Nigel Short versus Jan Timmat style, right? The Wandering King, almost.
So King G6 loses because already...
Yeah. But let's say I make some other move.
Then that would work. May work, yes.
May work. Okay, I have Queen G4 at least, but yeah, I also have this check. Yeah. Okay, not quite.
So Queen H3 looks like the move to be played here, no?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it looks like a draw. So another upset.
This may be a small upset if because what can he do instead of exchanging queens here?
Wait, there's some. Oh.
I thought about G5,
but Rook takes.
Rook takes. No, it's not working. And pawn takes. Queen E4.
King takes H5. Queen H7. King G4. Just a draw. And I also have G4 after Queen E4 check. No, but I mean Rook G5. G5. Okay,
so this looks like a draw.
Just draw.
This looks like a draw. So Chris Ward starts off
potentially
probably with a draw. Yep. And then the other game was it's just finished. Hanley against Paul Lamb, and he got the pawns to the sixth rank and
nice final position.
And F7 mate can't be avoided, no?
Yeah. Wow. Well, nice one. Okay, Rook F1.
Rook F1, but that's the same as resigning, which is what Paul GM Lamb has done. So I'm going to scroll and see if there's any other interesting games.
Actually, why not try Rook F1 and then speculate for E7? Then take, and go A2.
A2.
Don't resign too early. Actually, even that is lost.
Yeah. Yeah, because he gets a queen.
Wait, is it?
Probably, but...
Why are we looking at these lines? Yeah,
no, that's
still winning, yeah.
So, of course, there's some games here which obviously have been...
This is, by the way...
broken down in the opening because of the...
Easily
so I'm going to see if there's any other games here. Arakamiya is still playing. Let's carry on.
I have some more games which we haven't looked at, which have been finished though. For example, Jovanka Huska, commonly known as Jovi, since the not Syncfield, but Grand Prix broadcasts, won her game against Jonah Willow. Okay.
Could be interesting to go back a few moves to see how this ending came about, no? This would be mate on F1. Really. Oh. No. Okay, that way is also good.
Well, I guess if you like torture, you could.
Wow. That is...
No, this is not a nice thing to do. Okay, what else we got?
Well,
we have this game. Yang Fan Zhu against, which sounds like the Nigerian
Yangzhou against Ogunshola.
international. You quoted.
Ologbemiga. Yes, this he's from London, I think, but playing under the Nigerian flag.
Okay. Do we have to go through this game?
Well, we could look at the last moves if you want to see if it was interesting.
Looks all clean.
Very clean, no?
Yeah. Played against him once.
Against Yang Fanzhou.
Yeah, he had almost the same rating, I believe. It was in 2013.
Okay.
He's a young kid.
A young kid, yeah.
Comparably young. So, who have you played against? You wanted to tell us.
I've played against, for sure, against Arkle.
Oh.
And I have to look at the rest of the... I think I might have played against Pert, but I'm not completely sure. Haven't played against Hebden. Haven't played against Ems. Not many more, I think. Not many more. I haven't been playing it a long time in England, so...
Yeah, so for those...
These games were in years 1995.
Oh, right.
When I was going back there to play.
So, for those of you who don't know about Michael's background, which should be just nobody, because everybody knows you.
No.
You were born in England.
In England, Aldershot.
Aldershot, whatever that
1970.
is. Right, and then when you were 12, you emigrated to Spain, to Barcelona.
Yes, that's correct.
So this is why you're playing under the Spanish flag
That's correct.
right now. But actually, this is your mother tongue.
That's correct.
But you consider your Spanish even better these days.
It's very fluent these days,
right.
yes.
Yeah, so have you returned to England ever since to play some tournaments?
Yes, I played several tournaments in 1990, 1992. The Lloyds Bank was a famous tournament there.
Mm-hmm.
Then I practically stopped going back. I went back for vacations, but not for chess reasons. But there's not many tournaments in England, Ilja, so it's not easy to find a good tournament. I would like to play the British one year. That's one of my...
Can you do that, though?
I'd have to check, but I think I can, because I am English.
Okay.
So... I have to check. I have to check if
so you have to be an English citizen, but not necessarily be administered under the...
I'd have to check. Maybe
English Federation.
I'd have to see.
FIDE.
I'd have to see.
Okay.
And if not, I'll go back to the English Federation, play the tournament, and then go back to the
I
Spanish
played
one.
only once on British soil in Hinckley at the 4NCL a couple of years ago.
Rapid or...
No, the National League, classical chess.
I did go back to see the London Chess Classic a few years ago. Very nice. And I played one of the Rapid tournaments, but not the Open. That's another interesting tournament to play. The Open, because until you get to
or the main
tournament,
tournament,
the main one.
if you're invited.
You'll have more chance than me. Okay, so let's go back to the Howell Moore game, because
this is like one of the last games going on.
That's on the top boards. It's the only game going on, actually.
Yeah.
And now
so Queen
they're
C2.
Now they're Queen C2. There's a few checks.
That happened, right?
Yep. He's played.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe he'll just repeat
Rook
moves
H8, King F7,
by lack of alternatives.
Rook G8, Rook F2, Rook F8 check, King G6, Rook H G8. So now Black has to play
2 legal moves, and it doesn't look like they'll make a lot of difference.
King H6.
Of course, White has a perpetual, but David,
What do you think?
I think it's just a draw. I don't see anything.
But do you think he'll carry on playing?
But how?
Well,
I mean, he's not a wizard.
let's
He's a
say
strong player, but he
He can't do what can't be done, no?
Yeah. He can't.
Let's try King H6 there, and let's just...
Okay, let's try.
Yeah. And now what could
Now
we
show
do?
me your winning plan.
Well, Rook G5 seems solid.
Sure.
We'll start with that one. And the Queen would go to, let's say, D2
Anywhere.
or E2.
I don't know.
Now we have to unpin. So let's go King H3.
No,
Let's just
not
try.
gonna happen.
And now find a good move there for you. I don't think you're going to play King H7.
Magnus couldn't win this with White against
With the
1500
pawn.
player.
So
Okay, he might swindle him, but
let's say Queen F2. And now we need a move. Now we need to find the killer move. What can we do?
good luck.
Okay, so let
Try
me give
something,
you an
right?
idea. I'll give you a plan and see if it works, okay?
Yeah.
Put the queen back on. If I can get the rook to F5 and the bishop to F3, then I'm picking up the H5.
I'll give you a check on F1 then.
No, because I have my rook on F5. So I need
But
to
your
play
bishop on F3 at this point.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Okay, Well, first of all, how are you going to do it? Like, you can maybe do this
Now,
now.
this for instance.
Okay, I'm going to keep your bishop pinned.
Now I unpin with king h3, and now you prepare the check on f1.
Somewhere. I mean, I can also hit your rook at any point.
Yeah.
Nah, it's just, there's nothing to play for. I mean, you could exchange the pawn, but then, of course, you're not going to make any progress. I can even sacrifice
But then you can sacrifice the queen for the rook, and the h-pawn is a draw. Yeah. So,
there's and also David is running low on time. Yeah, he's just repeating moves.
He's repeating moves.
No, it's just a draw.
But he doesn't have a risk of losing by changing rooks, or could he have any risk? No,
there's just nothing to do. Nothing to try. Draw.
So this is a major upset. I mean, this is border 1. Mm-hmm. And the top-rated player with white is dropping a draw against a very combative Moor. He played very well.
I believe this board actually has been the one with the biggest rating difference.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure.
Yes.
Which is 550 points.
550 points.
So with this game, David is going to lose 9.2 rating points.
9. The maximum.
While Graham will win like some almost 40, right?
Well, it depends if he's under 18 or not. Oh. If he's under 18...
But I think he's 15.
I'm going to check that. That was the James something. I'm going to check now. I'm going to check that.
40 points in the game. No, wait, he drew. Oh, no.
No, he'll win 30, 36 or 35.
But David is losing only 4.6.
4.6.
Of course, yeah.
That's not quite a bit.
9.2. Yeah, but I mean, that's what you lose if you lose against an equally rated opponent, right?
So it's we're looking for the name Graham Moore. No, he is actually senior player.
Wow.
So very good, Graham. Very good. Very good.
I saw one of the players from the first boards joining into the chat, so probably looking at our broadcast after having finished this game.
Very good. If he is able to defend this, he's changed rooks. He's going for the win, but as you say, it seems very unlikely that he'll be able to find a win unless Graham.
Ian Lamb says that Hunt versus Shaw looks like a chance for an upset. Let me just.
James Morby. Did you like my game against Hawkins? So, James, nice to hear from you after the
Michael
game.
appreciated your stubbornness to resign, at least.
You tried.
Oh, no, wait, it was...
that was
the other one.
That was
sorry.
That was the one he made a tactical mistake after Queen B3.
Ah, yeah, this 94 thing.
So you played quite well until you make that small mistake, tactical after Queen B3. But
why
well
can't
played.
I call up this game?
He said the board 4 was the best game. Well, maybe it was, but...
I can't find the game. Hunt Shaw. Oh, there it is. Oh, it's still in progress even. Let's check it.
Shaw on top versus Hunt. But this is the position? I mean, it can't be the position. It must be blocked. It can't be the position. I'm going to see, but...
It doesn't update.
It's very unlikely that they're still on move 28. I mean, after 5 hours of play, it can't be possible.
It was one of those snipers.
Now, some of the boards are not working properly, or they have been, the positions are blocked, so we can't get any more moves. Yeah,
Black playing very well and holding his own against 300 rating points.
But this is
a stronger player.
Which board is this? No, I can't find it here.
Don't know.
No, it's because many of the boards are like this. Yeah. They're blocked, and the only really important main game, is the one on board 1,
which should be finished.
Which looks as if it's going to go to the draw.
Soon. Yeah. Oh wait, something happened. So he exchanged the rooks, and now he's just going to move around his rook purposelessly. Is that a word? Just arbitrarily.
Look, both Pleasance against Arkle and Hunt against Shaw, the positions are blocked in move 2025. So
yeah, there seemed to be some.
They're probably finished somewhere.
Failure.
Or the board. Sometimes the board is working well, and then at some point, depending the square where a piece goes, it just blocks the it doesn't carry on.
Do you think maybe one of the players spilled some orange juice or something?
That's also possible.
We don't know.
You never
simply don't know.
You never know. What we do know is the game has to be... They can't be playing move 25 after 5 hours. I mean, that's impossible.
Yeah, there's no way for us to retrieve the moves, unfortunately. Other than that, I believe we've looked at all the games. There's only one in progress, but I mean, there's nothing going to happen.
Board 20 was very instructive, so I'm going to find board 20.
I believe this is this...
and tell you which one it is.
This game that we just looked at. Shaw... Hanshaw.
Board 20 is... No, Brozel against Paischer. Richard Paischer, he's an author of many chess books. So try and pick that one up. Sacha Brozel against Richard Paischer. Very instructive, someone's saying in the chat.
So
there you go.
Sasha
Baron you're
Cohen.
becoming a wizard. You are a wizard now. Taking back and putting in new games.
Yeah,
so, let's see this game.
This game we don't have it updated either. Why not?
It's finished, no?
Oh yeah. It's finished.
So we could go through it, see if it's
let's go
so
through
instructive.
Another English.
Another English. Sacha Brozel playing the English,
which we commend. The choice of openings to honor the tournament. Another Botvinnik style approach. Look, and we've got the same position as in Mararoa versus
against Williams.
The other way around.
Simon against Mararoa.
And here, this idea that we talked about.
Exactly.
With the knight
before castling,
being away from the f4, f3 square. Yeah, you always have to watch out for this. I mean, it's not always deadly, but it's sometimes unpleasant, and sometimes it is actually very dangerous. These.
So it's best not to castle with white until black has castled. Then.
Well, at least I would not.
Maybe d3 or rook b1 or something like that. No.
So the thing is, you can go h4 here, and I don't think g5 is not going to work. But in some lines, it's going to be annoying to have a pawn here because
you can't play f4 so easily.
Black will have easier ways of exploiting this weakness in white's camp, while white's knight is a little bit too far away from the g5 square. And even if this knight comes here and is going to be kicked away by means of f3. Now this bishop is blocked, and f4 can never happen because the knight will jump back, and this is really not the constellation that you would like to have. So h4 is not advisable. I believe h3 is always the better idea in such positions. There might be some concrete problem with that, but I don't really see one. Can we go g5? No, not really. Yeah, he should have gone h3. I'm pretty positive about that. Because d4, now h4, yeah, that looks dangerous. And white probably thought, now, okay, at least I'm getting under an attack. I'm going to exchange the queens. And even this endgame is quite unpleasant for white because he has some weak squares. And even in the endgame, the rook can be useful here. But this is lesser evil. Or at least it seems like.
Queen a5, very aggressive, very nice.
Queen a5, interesting.
Going for the attack. Well, this is what you were saying before, no? When you're playing against a low-rated opponent, try and make the game more unbalanced.
But it's black who did.
Yeah, well, the stronger player.
Yeah,
so trying to unbalance the game and take risks, even if that means there's some chance of losing, no?
I was propagating that kind of approach for the weaker player.
Oh, for the weaker player as well.
To mix things up.
Okay.
Well, that's what we saw in the Howell game. But I mean, if it's just good to mix things up, then it's just good. And it seems like actually we might want to take on.
He took on g3 first
because otherwise there might be ideas to exchange. Maybe knight g3 is in order, but I mean
that's a difficult move to make. No, knight g3.
This looks just very bad. And just don't
check
mind the minus
h3.
pawn. So maybe white will have to take
with the knight.
Okay, well, I mean
pawn takes, queen takes.
Okay, this guy is not exactly too happy either. So, Mr. Palliser, what have you been planning here? Maybe no.
Pawn e5, no.
Maybe some quick
Bishop
Bishop
e6,
g4 and
bishop
castles,
g4.
but we'll have f3. Oh, wait. Was he
Now there's a check
gonna
and
be brilliant here?
something
Sacrifice?
along the lines of rook takes and castle. Don't think it
That
works
might
because
actually
there's
work.
bishop h3 afterwards, no?
No, but I give you a check on g4 first.
Ah, nice. No, or check on h8 and then knight g4.
Is this a mate? Oh, I can't think anymore.
But there's queen takes
My
g4 as
brain
well
is
against the
mush.
check, not king h3. So
Huh? Oh, yeah. Sorry. Then it might just not work.
it might not
What a
work.
pity.
But you can try it because there's bishop e5 afterwards. So rook h8, then knight somewhere with a check if possible, but you can't check. So the other knight. I'm trying to get bishop e5 in somehow.
I understand.
Oh, knight e5.
I don't know. What have we invested to
Quite a bit.
One piece? No, and a rook. Okay.
And a rook, quite a bit.
That's not gonna
It's not a word,
cut
no?
it.
Okay. But it was nice.
Some ideas at least.
Mm-hmm.
This. Maybe bishop h3.
Well, bishop h3 at least gives some attack
I
now.
want to make it work. I don't know.
Castle?
There might be something.
Take?
Like, they don't have to sacrifice the rook right away. Maybe some knight e5 and then...
Rook takes d6 at some point.
Yeah, maybe even that. And then the queen has to...
e2 has to go to
then we
e2 and then
jump
maybe
here.
knight d4. Yeah, there's some tricks here
Yeah,
for sure.
it's impossible to calculate everything. But it looks very interesting. Okay, we'll never know. But looks like still the more critical approach, because after 95, what happened in the game? H file got open, and then now it's a risk-free business for black again, and he managed to avoid the exchange of queens. But here, okay, I should not make any premature conclusions.
Well, white doesn't seem to be in a bad position here. It seems more or less okay.
Okay, the H file, of course, does make white's king's position a little bit awkward. I'm not sure how bad that really is. Okay, let's just look. Oof.
Knight f4, wow.
Nice trick, though.
Yep.
If it works.
Because
So
then you take and then take on h8. And afterwards, bishop takes queen, and he catches the rook on h8.
Yeah, or
That's a nice
the
trick.
bishop, yeah.
Or the bishop. Nice trick if he takes, but when he doesn't take...
No, we'll just exchange and no problems.
Yeah.
At the very least. Okay, so knight g4.
Knight g4.
Yeah, the idea is to take on f6 and plant the second knight.
But if he moves the knight, then you're in trouble.
That doesn't work anymore.
So yeah, knight d3.
Okay, right.
So
Now,
not such a good square for the knight.
what about... Okay, maybe not enough.
Oh, to give the rook. Queen g5, check.
It's probably not
King
enough.
f8, take. Queen h5.
The knight is in the way of bishop h3. Okay, let's look at the game. Knight h2 and
That's
knight
the rook,
d4.
and knight d4.
Well, black has to somehow combine his attacking ideas with being just solid enough not to fly away in the center or on the queen side. Which he managed.
Take.
Bishop g4 is in the air.
Bishop d7, queen b4.
Yeah,
Bishop
no.
g4. Now he's threatening knight f3, so he
Oh,
plays f3.
he has to play f3? But knight f3, king f1. Is that so
Maybe he panics here because f3 is just losing the pawn, no?
bad? Okay, this is of
No,
course hopeless.
This is winning. So, yeah, so go back to that move. Instead of f3, was he in such big trouble there?
I'm in trouble.
What could he have played? Another check on a4, maybe?
Okay. Yeah?
Or even capture the pawn on b7. Or
Yeah, maybe just a check.
check on b5, king f8.
Because you don't really want to run to g8. I mean, you just straight out can't.
Yeah, because then the check, because then you lose the knight. Very good. Yep.
Oh,
So maybe
it still works. Ugh. Why is it just so complicated?
well, even
and
there, I'd have knight takes
he
e5.
just- And you can't go queen d7 because of
Because of
knight
the check.
d7.
He has to go bishop d7.
He has to go repeat moves.
So really, f3 was maybe a blunder then. f3 was possibly a blunder.
Yeah,
He still
pretty
could
sure.
give some checks. Maybe he didn't see the idea of pushing the king to h7. Yeah. Who knows?
We also have queen c5. Now.
And now you can't go back because of the check. Yep.
So this looks...
Anonymous person says... Anonymous person. That's a good nickname. Says f4 instead of f3 was an advantage for white.
Oh, wow, even that. Yeah, that's quite possible, actually. Because...
it's nice to have... We don't need computers. We have anonymous persons giving us the moves that we miss.
All-knowing anonymous persons.
f4, that gives us the f2 square. So and doesn't lose the pawn. So after the check, maybe, or maybe even... No.
Nothing's threatening.
And nothing is threatened, so we have a tempo to play a check, or maybe to capture the pawn on b7.
Yeah, maybe. Is castling still possible? No. Not sure.
You never know. After so many moves.
It's possible.
A good way to find out is to play long castle.
Well, if you're doing it digitally, but if you're doing it on, there have been cases like that. Where
in the Spanish Championship 2 weeks ago in the under 8s,
under 8,
a guy played bishop takes f7, king takes f7, knight e5 check, winning a bishop on g4, which was pinning the knight to d1. So the guy played king e8, and after queen takes g4, some move, and then long castle next move, and everything's okay. None of the kids realised, game finished in a draw, and he improved from -4 to -1 just with that move.
How did the engine even?
Well, the game blocked. It freezed, no? But
do you think this is why all those games froze today as well? Because the people kept playing illegal moves.
You never know.
I actually wrote an article once for Chess24 about illegal moves, and there were some prominent examples of strong players, even strong grandmasters, and even I think Tal or some world champion was amongst them, where the king has, or Korchnoi, it was Korchnoi.
Korchnoi asked if he could castle with the king with the rook on h8.
Yeah, but attacked. I don't mean that. It was just a game, and then it was a check. The king moved, or the rook moved, and then he tried to castle, and they didn't notice. But of course, if you try to castle and you touch your king, you have to move with the king, and then most of the time it's not going to be the most brilliant move. So it happens sometimes.
But if it's an illegal move, then what happens? You have to move it anyway, no?
Well, you have to move the king.
Because if it's your move.
But only if the opponent notices.
Of course.
Or is it?
Well,
someone needs to notice at least.
In the under 8 game, no one noticed. And the game continued. Young kids, no? Well, you never know if one of the... Obviously, the person who did the sacrifice didn't notice because the game continued. No? You never know if the kid that did the long castle, if he was realizing that he could do it, or just thought, long castle's good.
I don't think they're sneaky enough at the age of 8 to
probably not.
To be.
You never know.
You know what the funniest type of illegal move was when I did my research and I wrote the article, which I found out. There's
the funniest type of illegal move.
Yeah.
Something to do with capturing en passant, maybe, or who knows?
No. It's funny because in the FIDE statutes it says that the game is finished as long as neither of the sides can theoretically win the game, right? So this applies to a wider range of position than you might think. So, for example, there were a couple of games where one of the parties, either black or white, played a move, and then the response was forced, and then it's a stalemate, right?
Okay.
It's a reasonably imaginable scenario. So you sacrifice the queen as your last piece, and then it's a stalemate, regardless how white recaptures. Say you can recapture with a pawn and with a king, and then in these games people would still make the last move, like h takes g5 or something, capture the queen. But in fact that was an illegal move because the game ends when neither of the party can win the game, and sometimes you sacrifice the queen and there's only 2 legal moves and both lead to a immediate draw. So it doesn't matter what you play, the game is decided already. I mean, you're not gonna get punished for that. You're not losing your game, but technically that was an illegal move. And same, like for example, sometimes people will play against until bare kings, right? Like for example, pass pawn, but then bishop sacrifices against for the last pawn, and then king takes bishop, and it's 2 kings. Actually, the game ends once the bishop takes the pawn, because regardless what you play, there cannot be any situation where there's a mate, right? So this also was a type of illegal move. Of course, nobody knows about that, and it's just a technicality. But funnily, according to the official rules of chess by FIDE, it was illegal moves.
Yes.
So, okay,
it's a thing about the wording, no? It's the wording of the phrase, no? So Howell and Moore are still battling out, and Howell is trying. He's trying.
He's got no mercy with us.
Rook, bishop, and 2 against 1, and he's trying.
I will complain.
He is trying, but what's he trying to do? The thing is,
nothing.
What's he trying to do? Has he seen something that
hoping for something like
well,
this?
Of course, but let's say that the opponent doesn't fall into that trick. No, is he trying something? Is there any idea?
Nah, there's nothing.
Well, he has to capture the pawn on h5 without allowing a perpetual.
There's nothing. I mean,
any move, we start checking, no?
Okay, so at least we have no check here.
There's no check here.
But
the queen e3 is... Well, he has to be careful here. Because there's a check on e2 as well.
Yeah, but bishop f3, we might be just in time.
Ah.
Look at this. We found a line at least.
But now queen d2, king h3, and queen f2. Rook g5 and then bishop takes h5. Ah.
No, but bishop h5, queen f1 might be perpetual.
Ah. Choose your square then, yeah.
Oh, I mean...
This is a draw, yeah? Or...
Yeah, it can't be anything but a draw. Or can it? Yeah, it's a draw. So wait, how did we get here? What's the position? King g7 was played. I mean, he has to go for rook f5. Well, white can even
King g7
allow to drop this bishop. It's still going to be a draw because you just put the rook to f4 and it's a or any square on the f5.
That's a theoretical
fortress. So you have some margin for error to get away with.
So now the rook is on f2. Now we're thinking of rook f5.
You have to go rook f5 if you want to
go rook f5. If the time is right, Howell's under 1 minute again. But of course he's checking queen e3. But there's no problem.
Nothing can happen. He's not risking anything.
Is there any other move instead of queen d4 maybe? Or is it more or less the same thing, no?
It would be more realistic.
Oh, then he's got to check on d2 against rook g5 check. King moves, bishop f3, queen d2 check, king h3, and then maybe the queen f2 move. That's it. Yeah.
I want to go here. Doesn't
you don't check on g5 then? Okay, queen d2.
No, you just go back then. No.
Queen d2 and then queen f2. That's
queen
that's
f2.
Tricky.
That's the only move. What about this one?
Maybe even that one, yeah. But you can check on g5 at any moment and then take the pawn on h5 with the bishop.
Yeah, but then it's a perpetual again.
Oh, down the bottom, yeah.
Yeah,
but queen f2 looks to be the...
We can go to the
He's
first...
played rook c2, actually, instead of rook f5, which seems... Yeah, but this seems, look more... a bit... How many moves have to be played in this type of position? 50 moves?
Yeah.
But they've... So, since 47, no?
The problem is, though, that it's David who's low on time. If it was the other way around, he could hope for
mistake.
Yeah, swindling his opponent into believing or into seeing some ghosts maybe and not going for the most critical line somewhere. That's imaginable.
Look what he's thinking now. Queen e3, rook c7, where do you go with your king? Don't go to h6.
Okay, you can try that.
Don't go to h6. The problem is now, he's just... uncoordinated, but he can check on c6 and then bishop f3 or something like that.
I wanna construct a crazy line. Can I do that?
Okay. Oh, you want to do I know, stalemate. Nice. I knew you were going for the stalemate. Very nice, very nice.
And then black is like...
now, queen c7. Oh, mistake.
No. But
no
wait,
problem.
We have to put the bishop here.
Here, and then rook b7.
Somehow... so that there's no check either.
Oh.
So, okay.
And now
you just
start,
go anything.
Now you can start sacrificing the queen as well, no? Queen f2.
Oh, queen f2, yeah, that's also
it's called the
mm-hmm.
Dama Rabiosa we sell in, the Desesperado queen, no? Mm-hmm. And queen h2 and... And
of course, you don't go anywhere or take, but you just make any random move, or just sacrifice the queen. Just not on f3.
Not on f3. That's just the square where it will be.
But this is never going to happen anyway.
So queen e3 was played. White played bishop f3.
Yeah, they're just gonna move around for all eternity until move 50, which is kind of a contradiction, but I'm sure you guys know what I mean, and then it's going to be a draw. I believe David will test his opponent if...
Lee Chess says, the problem for white in this position is that black can always draw by sacrificing his queen for the rook and the g3 pawn. He can even lose the h5 pawn and still draw as it's the wrong bishop. That is true, Lee Chess. That is completely true.
Really? I thought the problem is that simply there is no way to make any progress without getting into a perpetual.
That's another problem.
Another one.
So
many problems you can't get.
The only way white can win this game is if black makes a big blunder, and it doesn't seem...
Marcus Harvey says Howell win this. Is this like a prediction? Like Howell is going to win this?
Well,
or is
just
this
above it says, he says how. Try getting the bishop to f3, king to g2, then keep the rook on the second, and eventually win the h5 pawn.
Yeah, but how?
How do you win the h5 pawn with the rook on the seventh?
How?
On the second?
How well is that going to work?
It's
not going to work.
That is not going to work, my friends.
Okay, guys, last chance for a request. If you see some interesting game, if you have any questions, any remarks, anything you'd like to share, let us know in the chat, because I will protest if David is going to continue making random moves, not even making any progress, because I think it's just a dead draw. Because there's really no way for black to go wrong. There's really not much that white can hope for.
So, Ilja, basically on the top boards, apart from this game, which in principle should be finishing in a draw, there's been decisive results in all the games. We don't know what's happened here because the
against
board...
Hadam against
because the
Hunt,
board...
Adam...
No,
sorry for interrupting.
Burrows and Ward, because the board was frozen. We don't know what happened here either. Pleasance and Arkle, the board was frozen.
I think Keith won, and he has a pleasant position against Alan Pleasance. So it was a Welsh.
Okay.
Not too many Welsh I've seen in this tournament.
But yeah, not many. Which is strange because the tournament is being held there. But there's only a few with a Welsh flag. Maybe there are other players that are Welsh, but they haven't put the flag yet.
Right. So what else we got?
And basically that's it. All the rest of the results have been decisive.
Just 2 draws, yeah?
But this means that tomorrow, in principle, we're going to have players such as 2600, 2500 against principal number 24. So we'll have good matchups tomorrow with strong 2300 players playing against the title players in principle. So, yep.
All right. So what's the chat saying?
The chat, let's see the...
Yeah, check this one. I'll check the other one. It's optimal division
Kudos
of labor.
to our commentators. Ilja did sweat it, Ilja.
I sweat it?
You sweat it.
What did I sweat? Really?
Yep.
What?
Also, is someone keeping a 3-move repetition count? Well, the computer does that for us, so...
Well, the player should be doing that. What does it mean I sweat it?
You did a great job.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I thought you say don't sweat it like don't worry.
No, when you sweat it, you got to the gym and you sweat. You did a good workout, a good job. So.
Oh, thanks.
That's a compliment.
Gourmet won.
So black king on h6, bishop on e4, rook b7 threatening mate, then queen f2 because king f2 is stalemate. That's what you were demonstrating before.
Yeah.
For anyone who wasn't watching the video. Now they're repeating. So if he goes back to h3, then it's a draw.
Yeah, it's a draw.
Cool stalemate idea by Ilja.
Well, it was a little bit artificial. It didn't work by any means, but yeah, I just looked at some studies yesterday, and you can't look at 3 studies without having like 3 stalemate ideas at least in them. So I guess that resonates for the next day as well.
Yeah.
What are the guys?
I'm seeing if they're repeating, but only way for Howell to win, says Ezram, is by the favour of a huge blunder from Moore, which is
it has to be really huge, but
going to happen.
He's got 17 minutes and 17 minutes more, 17 and a half minutes and 17 minutes more on the clock, so that's not exactly...
Yeah, it's funny because rook b6, so Howell is still pressing.
It would be so interesting if he would have gotten a position where he won this h5 pawn when they went into this endgame, because then I think he would have won it somehow.
I think he would have
made it work somehow.
Yeah. Maybe theoretically it's still a draw, but if the h5 pawn falls... Now, black played king h7 now.
So
funny, putting the king on a white square.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. I mean, it's not messing anything up, but I think just on general principles, you don't want to do it because there might be something. I remember there was a blitz game by Jubava against MVL, I believe, from the Blitz World Championship or something like this. And the commentator said, I think it was Shipov in Russian. I happen to speak some Russian, so I watched this video. And Jubava put a king onto the square of the opponent's bishop, although there was no conceivable way how this could be exploited. But MVL found one like 3 moves later. And then, so just out of principle to avoid all this.
To avoid it, if possible, to avoid it. So the rook has gone to f4.
Just
see if you can update the position, because I'm seeing it here on my computer. But
do you think he wants to break the record by means of number of moves compared to the Magnus game?
Yeah, but the thing is, at some point he has to move the g4 pawn, because if
when is that actually going to be?
I think it was move 47.
47.
Just before here.
No, they exchanged the rooks.
Yeah.
So.
Here's the last exchange.
Yeah, it's 54.
54. Okay, so still a lot of moves to be made yet.
Okay.
54, and we are now on 72.
We're in for the long haul.
Yep. King h6.
Except we're not.
The thing is, what's he trying to do here? Okay, now he can play king h3. Because
I'm telling you, he's not trying to do anything. He's just making moves to and living off of his increment. Trying to look for some ideas.
Put the position. King h6, rook e4. Idea rook e7 and bishop e4 somehow. Trap the king in the corner.
So
let's see if it can work. So king h6 there. Rook e4. Let's say queen f2.
Let's say this, and then David Howell wants to play bishop e4 check, but it just is not a legal move.
So put the rook on e7.
So he goes king h3 in order to threaten this move, but then he resigns.
Oh, wow. I was about to say bishop e4 wins.
No.
Wow. That would be...
I don't see anything. Even rook e7, I mean...
Rook e7? No, just keep the queen on f2, for instance.
Probably even the pawn endgame would be draw. But, I mean... Okay, okay, but you have to make a move here, right? And anything seems to... Like, just hit the rook. Start hitting the rook. Now, nothing will happen here. I'm sorry, but I mean... Unless David Howell unleashes a deadly magic trick.
Rook b7 now. And then the queen goes to f2, no?
Wherever. What's your threat? Bishop e4?
The thing is, after
let's say you play bishop f4.
Queen f2, queen f1, draw as well.
Yeah. That's actually one way to defend. Let's say you don't have a check because you make some really unfortunate move. What would be an unfortunate move to not have a check?
Queen
c8.
Queen c8, for instance.
C8. Okay. I go here. Oh, no problem.
Wow. Now you can use the...
okay, come on.
Queen h3. Yeah. Lovely.
Yeah. Lovely. So even this doesn't work. I don't.
So you can put your king in the stalemate.
Or no, nothing. Not happening.
Howell is starting to build up his time bank for a big think. They're saying here in the chat. Let's play a few quick moves and get some time, no?
Not gonna help him either.
Der Henker, thanks Der, says, I'll tune in again tomorrow. Engine-less and entertaining commentary is hard to come by. That's a nice compliment for Der.
It is.
Thanks a lot, Der. And we'll see you tomorrow afternoon. Der Henker.
Sounds very German. Oh, it's Dutch. but it's a German word.
Aha. Wilty says,
you want to know what it is?
No.
You're enjoying the compliments, aren't you?
Der Henker.
What's the word? The guy who executes people. You know? What's
the executioner.
That's probably it. Yeah.
Der Henker. Okay.
Henker.
Okay.
So, interesting choice.
Okay, here's a fun perpetual. Queen h3, king g1, queen f1, king h2, queen h3. No. Oh, well, that would be with your... Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Queen h3, king g1, queen h1.
Mm-hmm.
No, but this is not possible. No, we're talking about a different position.
Yeah. So it's also hangman, executioner, deathsman, hangman.
The hangman.
There's a game called Hangman, right?
Yes. And
you have to guess letters, and if you don't guess them,
you construct it or you deconstruct the. Yeah, that's something I played with when I was a kid. You were looking on. Okay.
Yeah, I was looking in my dictionary. Cheating on the English. So, Michael, how hungry are you on a scale from 1 to 10?
1 to 10. Everyone is saying thanks, but we haven't finished yet. So thanks anyway.
Because I'm threatening it.
Ilja's threatening to leave with the dinner.
I heard we're gonna have a joint dinner.
1 to 10. Well, I'm hungry, but I can still hang around for 1 or 2 hours.
Really?
Until Howard
okay, I'll see you later then.
Well, there's a limit to what you can do. I mean, there's only 25 moves left. I mean,
but we can't speak about anything on the position. Do you know any fun topics beside chess?
We can talk about series. That's one of my...
I've discovered a new series.
We can talk about MMA tonight. UCF 214 tonight.
Which one? What?
You don't follow MMA combat fighting?
Wrestling?
Well, it's MMA, mixed martial arts.
MMA, no.
I'm sure people in the chat know about that.
Do you do it yourself? Do you fight yourself?
No, I don't do it myself, but I'm...
Do I have to watch out what I'm saying?
No, I don't fight. I'd like to. I'd like to learn, but I don't. But tonight is 214.
What's
Jones
that?
Against Cormier. Woodley against Maya.
Jones or some other Jones?
No, John Bones Jones.
John Bon Jones.
I'll explain that to you later. I'll show you a few fights, and you'll be addicted as I am.
I don't think so.
You never heard about it? MMA?
Well, no, I know about it, but it's this Manny Pacquiao guy. Also,
no, that's boxing.
Oh, that's really?
That's boxing with Floyd
Isn't
Mayweather.
That kickboxing?
No, Pacquiao is the boxer.
I should shut my mouth. I don't have any clue about this.
Okay.
What other sports?
Wow, TV shows. We're going into Jan and Peter's turf, Mr. Dodgy says. Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention I discovered a new series lately.
Which one?
A Norwegian one with English subtitles.
The Killing.
Is that Norwegian?
It's Norwegian, yes.
Sounds
it's about 2 policemen
trying to kill.
No, they try to solve a mystery.
I think we should. I think we shouldn't speak about series because that's already kind of used up ground. We have to come up with our own thing.
Something new.
I mean, it's yeah.
Those of us who dream of improving, want to know more detail about the how part. That's nothing more to explain the position. Ilja is showing his roots and is ready for the second official non-chess topic.
I don't have any roots.
So what can we come up with related to this ending? Is there any other idea we can explain? No other idea?
I recently bought myself a vacuum robot.
A vacuum robot?
Yeah, you know, those little things, those Discman looking things that drive around on the carpet and do Roomba, yeah.
And they do that's just you just turn it on and it goes around.
Yeah. I never have to clean anything else.
But what happens when it goes against
the wall. So it has an infrared sensor, so it doesn't bump against the wall, but even if it does, it just turns around and goes somewhere else. And it even works on my table and on furniture because it has a sensor. When there's a height difference, it doesn't fall down. So I just put it on my table, which was dirty, and it ran around in circle. And after like half a minute, it was.
But what happens if you leave it on the
no, it can't go down. Of course, it's not a ninja.
But it'll just keep cleaning the same space.
Yeah. But okay, you have to put it.
Okay, you move it around
onto the floor. I set it to 20 minutes, whatever. Go do something and hope that it's not going to get stuck on some cable or something. But usually it doesn't. So on that, I really enjoy that. I gave him a name even. I called him Robbie the robot.
Robbie the robot. Very good.
Yeah.
Very good.
That's like one of the most exciting things going on in my life recently. So.
Well, it's definitely more exciting than the game between Howard and Moore because...
See, finally you agree with me.
Because he's just going round and round now. They're on... Howard is really in big time trouble if these times are correct. But, he's staying on the increment.
Trouble.
Do you imagine he misses at some moment and goes underneath?
Nah. Oh, I don't know.
Wow.
It happened to me recently.
It does happen.
That was a real nightmare.
You just block yourself in the last second. You block him.
I need to therapeutically get rid of the story. It's on my mind now. So it was the last round from the German Bundesliga. I don't care if nobody cares because it's such a story burdening my chest conscience, right? So I was playing in the first Bundesliga last round, and I had a winning position by then. It was a crazy game. My opponent made the first central pawn move. He was black, like on move 19 or something. Wow! So it was like flank opening. And I sacrificed 2 pawns for an initiative and an attack, halfway correctly, but then managed to outplay him. And then I was so happy because my position looked very winning before the time control. And I have to make one move, the 40th move. I had like 30, or I don't know, 30, 40, 50 seconds or something.
Yeah, more than enough time.
I think I had 56 seconds or something. So I look at the clock and I have 56 seconds. And I think, oh, great. I have to make one precise move. And I was choosing between 2 moves, which were apparently, or from the look of it, were both winning. But I wanted to choose wisely, because you usually blunder in the 40th move. So I was like, okay, 56 seconds. Let's check. Let's see. And I was about to make my move, which would have been the correct one.
At that moment, you see a detail, something.
Yes, and then I saw something,
and then you block.
I look at the clock and I think, I still have like 20-something seconds. Let me just look into the position, and then I started looking in the position. The next time I look onto the clock, it was like 2 seconds or 1 second. So I panicked, played some move, hit the clock when my time fell.
Block. It's happened to everyone. Yeah. It's happened to me as well. Yeah.
That was...
You just get blocked. And normally, when it happens to me or to one of my students, it's because he knows he has enough time. But then just when he's about to move, normally 3-4 seconds, he sees something which he hadn't seen before. And that's enough to block him. And when he finally does the move, so...
Yeah, I guess something like that happens to everyone in their chess careers. Someone gave me the advice to never let your clock run down below 10 seconds. Just never, just as a matter of principle. Because you're not going to come up with a brilliant idea with 10 seconds on the clock.
And something might happen to the clock as well. There could be a... It could and anything could happen when you're low on time, no? You remember, I don't know if have you played with the old clocks? For sure.
Yes, I'm old enough. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And of course, sometimes the clocks have deficiencies.
Yeah, and you don't see what.
But have you played games, full games with the old clock with 4 hours, 2 hours, 40 moves, 1 hour, 20 moves?
Where you had to manually sometimes adjust.
Okay. Well, we used to control exactly at what point the flag was falling at the first hour, so that when you got to the second hour and you had to do the 40 move control to make sure, so you know exactly precisely how many seconds you had left. Because on the first hour you'd look carefully at what moment the flag falls. Of course, because not every flag has certain efficiency. Sometimes the flag would fall when there was still nearly 1 minute left. It's just because it was not appropriate. No?
Yeah.
So. Yeah, that's a good. Never to have less than 10 seconds is very good.
And the worst thing was, that once the game was finished and I had to admit my defeat, I mean, nothing to admit. I just gave my opponent the hand, and but I really needed to go to the toilet because it was a very tense and game. We were both in time trouble at some point quite early because it was so complicated, and I really needed to go to the toilet. So I just stood up and ran away from the board. My opponent probably thought I'm a giant asshole because I'm so frustrated. I was frustrated, but I would have. I would have stayed. But
someone's mentioning that the game of Ward has possibly ended in a draw as well.
The game of War. Is that something like the Game of Thrones?
Yeah, the Game of War. Yeah, that's a good one. But the result is not up to yet been updated. And here they're just going round and round and round. How do we refresh this? With select broadcast?
I'm not sure.
And okay.
Oh yeah.
So what move is there now? 74, 75. Yeah. I'm not sure if Macaulay wants to call it a day.
I want to call it a day.
What do you think, Macaulay? Sounds good, no? Okay, Ilja, so your fans, you sweated it today. So let's say goodbye to everyone.
All right, so we're not expecting any major turn of events in the last remaining game of the tournament, or at least the last remaining game on the top boards of the tournament between David Howell and Graham Moore. So Graham Moore expecting a big upset.
Draw, yeah.
So it's going to be a draw. 550 points ELO difference, who wouldn't dream of that? But okay, what can you do? The tournament's still long, 8 rounds. I think more. Yeah, 8 more rounds to go.
9 rounds total.
8 more rounds to go.
Yeah.
So anything can still happen, even for David, and he's one of the clear favorites. The clear favorite. So we'll see what will be happening in tomorrow's round. Again, with the two of us. Then after that, Michael will be joined by other commentators, amongst whom Stephen Gordon will be.
Exactly, the last 2 days.
An inside expert of the
and
British chess scene.
What other surprise commentators we might have during the week here in Hamburg.
I don't. So, yeah, thank you guys for watching. It was a pleasure commentating with you, Michael. Looking forward to tomorrow. Oh, that's isn't that nice?
3 o'clock. 3 o'clock tomorrow? Or 3:30?
3:30, I believe.
3:30?
Yeah.
And we'll be here with the full commentators of the round. And probably some very decent games, because tomorrow we have 2300s against 2500s. That normally produces some good, attractive and some solid games, some attacking games, and we'll be here to give you the analysis. So,
all right, stay tuned. See you tomorrow, and thank you guys for watching.
Thanks a lot. Bye bye.